by focusing on culture and negritude rather than on terms of trade, proclaiming that African humanism was compatible with private enterprise, and promising not to Africanize at a discount, Senghor became a great favorite with France. 223. 224. But, too busy to re-evaluate the abstract views developed many years before, he seemed to be losing touch with his own constituency. Although negritude had proved a valuable idea for intellectuals trying to establish their self-respect in a European milieu and had justified the movement for independence, it was primarily a cultural concept, not a political one. 324. It would seem that Senghor conflated his individual self-synthesis of blackness, Africanness, and Frenchness with the Africanite of every citizen in Senegal without fully realizing how distinct his unapologetically Franco-African life world and life struggles were compared to the Senegalese masses. In other words, neither Senghorian negritude nor Senghorian socialism were applicable to every soul in Senegal during Senghor's tenure as the president, circa 1960 through 1980. One would think this need not be emphasized, but Senghor seemed to have great difficulty coming to this conclusion. Consequently, taking into consideration the concrete social, political, and economic problems Senegal faced as a formerly colonized and newly independent nation, and the fact that the broader Senegalese public largely lacks Senghor's much celebrated elite education, where negritude may have very well succeeded as a cultural concept, it failed miserably as a social, political, and economic instrument. At this point it seems safe to conclude that Senghorian negritude and Senghorian socialism are complementary concepts, extremely interdependent ideologies that Senghor deployed as part of his radical-sounding dialectic and rhetoric of approval and denial in order to circumvent Senegalese social, political, and economic divides. Even though the privileging of the cultural over the social, political, and economic may have worked wonders in his efforts to discursively develop the poetics and aesthetics of negritude, it proved to be extremely inadequate and ill-suited for the non-elite segments of Senegalese society in the 1960s and 1970s. Because Senghor was by all accounts too busy to re-evaluate the abstract views he developed many years before, his negritude and socialism grew increasing out of touch with the Senegalese masses and, in a sense, went against the core concepts of authentic African socialism. 16. Senghor seems to have replaced the core concepts of African socialism at least as articulated by African politicians/theoreticians such as Kwame Nkrumah, Sékou Touré, Julius Nyerere, Ben Bella, Frantz Fanon, Amilcar Cabral, Agustin Honito, and Eduardo Mondlane, with his own homespun version of socialism that in all actuality was not a form of socialism at all. Although Senghorian socialism had the radical rhetoric of other versions of African socialism, it did not advocate or implement the radical politics and progressive social programs similar to other variants of African socialism. In fact, the contradictory character of Senghorian negritude seems to have been 224. 225. Conceptually carried over into Senghorian socialism, where his schizophrenic relationship with European, and specifically French, culture repeatedly reared its head enough to make one call into question his selective repudiation of foreign formulations of socialism. On the one hand, Senghor was willing to rhetorically draw from the discourses of Marxism and African socialism while, on the other hand, actually doing everything in his power to deploy his nominal socialism to sidestep the increasing social, political, and economic issues in the first 2 decades after Senegal's independence. 17. Even as he rhetorically critiqued Western Marxism, and specifically French socialism, for being too narrow, Senghor never took the time or made any serious effort to utilize his negritude or version of socialism to conceptually widen and seriously address the inadequacies of Marxism in light of the racial colonization of Africa. Indeed, he declared, for Marx's worldview, although that of a genius, remained too narrow, it was neither sufficiently retrospective, nor sufficiently perspective to speak to the special needs of Africa and Africans. Senghor 1998, 445, emphasis in original. Where Césaire said, Marx is all right, but we need to complete Marx, and Fanon fumed, Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again. Senghor, 1963b, sternly stated. Marx nowhere deals with this form of inequality, i.e., racial colonialism, this domination, and the struggle for freedom which they were to provoke. That was one of his omissions, which we had to repair by starting from our own situation, extrapolating, nevertheless, from his analyses and his theory, pressing them home to the very last of their logical implications and of their practical implications. For the celebrated solidarity of the world proletariat has remained purely theoretical, even among Marx's disciples. In hard fact, as we must have the clear sight and the courage to admit, the rise in the standard of living of the European worker has been effected, through a colonial slave economy, to the detriment of the masses of Asia and Africa. Hence the difficulties of decolonization. We can form a new world vision which takes in the whole of matter and life, a Weltanschauung deeper and more complete than Marx's, and therefore more human. 14-15. As Senghor revised his Negritude and set into motion his version of socialism in the 1960s, he understood that it was not colonialism alone that the colonized must wage war against, but capitalism as well. Once independent, many of the formerly colonized countries continued to depend on European powers for their national well-being, Senghor's Senegal notwithstanding. To break the monopoly European powers had on Africa and Africans, Senghor suggested an African mode of socialism that went well beyond Marx. 225. 226. And old scientific socialism. By plugging the holes in it, and by opening up its blind alleys. 18. However, and here is where Senghorian Negritude's characteristic contradictory nature surfaces once again, even as he rhetorically advocated for an African socialism, and even as he strongly stressed we have not let ourselves be seduced by Russian, Chinese, or Scandinavian models, Senghor continued to encourage Pan-Africanists to borrow from the socialist experiments of Europe and white Marxists. 12. This, in and of itself, is not problematic, but it does in the long run prove problematic when and where Senghor does not clearly articulate that African interests, and the interests of other colored and colonized peoples should be critically held in mind in the event that trans-ethnic anti-imperialists and multicultural Marxists borrow from the socialist experiments of Europe and white Marxists. As will be seen in the subsequent chapter, Fanon was quite critical of colored and colonized radicals uncritically borrowing from the socialist experiments of Europe and white Marxists. Ironically, unlike Césaire, Senghor suggested returning to and/or cultural borrowing, not from the burgeoning tradition of Pan-African socialism and black Marxism, which was initiated by W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, and several of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, but borrowing from European socialists and white Marxists during one of the most fertile periods of revolutionary Pan-African political and intellectual activity in modern history. 18. One need look no further, for example, than W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, Color and Democracy, and the World and Africa, C.L.R. James's The Black Jacobins and a History of Pan-African Revolt, Kwame Nkrumah's Towards Colonial Freedom, Africa Must Unite, Consciencism, Philosophy and Ideology for Decolonization, and Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, see Kautouri's Africa in Motion, Africa and the Revolution, Africa and Imperialism, and Towards Full Re-Africanization, Julius Nyerere's Ujamaa, Essays on Socialism, Freedom and Unity, Freedom and Socialism, and Freedom and Development, and, finally, Amilcar Cabral's Revolution in Guinea, Return to the Source and Unity and Struggle. Overlooking all of this, Senghor urged black Marxists and African socialists, in essence, to continue their colonial relationship with Europe, stating, "It is a question, once again, of modernizing our values by borrowing from European socialism its science and technical skills, above all, its spirit of progress." 11. It would seem, then, that Senghor's repudiation of foreign formulations of socialism mentioned above was merely yet another instance of his radical-sounding dialectic and rhetoric of approval and denial rearing its head. Ultimately, he was willing to rhetorically align his African socialism with French socialism, but rhetorically. 226. 227. Steered clear of Russian communism or even the appearance of its influence on his African socialism. In On African Socialism, 1964 c., Senghor critically engaged white/Western Marxism and endeavored, not to illustrate its inadequacies in terms of confronting racial oppression and racial colonial domination, but the ways in which it informs an African mode of socialism predicated on the projected African primitivisms of Eurocentrism and white supremacism. Senghorian socialism, similar to his versions of Negritude and Africanite, is conceptually incarcerated in the horror-filled holding cell that Europe's invented Africa has long been held in. Again, similar to his versions of Negritude and Africanite, Senghorian socialism does display a penchant for quasi-pan-African radical politics and black radical rhetoric, but its would-be radical politics are constantly diluted and destabilized by his incessant advocacy of a synthesis and symbiosis of European and African rationality, which, because both descriptions and interpretations of black and white reason are one-dimensional and figments of his fantastic imagination, he unwittingly ultimately advocates for the subordination of his highly imaginary and super-surrealistic Africa to his unbelievably overinflated and over-exaggerated Europe on the same pseudo-scientific, philosophically phony, and politically pointless Eurocentric metaphysical grounds that rendered his versions of Negritude and Africanite fatally flawed. So, given the foregoing, it might make sense to ask a serious question, such as, is Senghorian socialism, when all is said and done, a socialism of subordination, a socialism of servility, a Eurocentric African mode of socialism, which is not an African mode of socialism at all, but a gentler and more generous form of neocolonialism in blackface? Is it surreptitiously? It seriously saddens me to ask an anti-African and anti-socialist socialism. Sadly, even after independence, even after advocating an African mode of socialism, Senghor was unable to break free from the French colonial cathedral where he had so solemnly and faithfully worshipped for so long. France, and Europe in general, from Senghor's surrealist, artificial pan-African point of view, simultaneously represented Africa's death, crucifixion, and neocolonial new life or afterlife, resurrection, and African socialism again, from Senghor's Eurocentric surrealist, faux pan-African point of view was simply another symbol of Africa's inferiority or, as he put it above, the backwardness of black Africa. In other words, even in their fight for freedom, Senghor counseled the colonized to turn to the twisted teachings of their colonizers, thus intellectually re-enslaving, theoretically recolonizing and, eventually, psychologically and physically re-delivering the racially ruled to the egregious and epoch-encompassing violence of their racial rulers. Senghorian negritude, although it clearly quantitatively surpasses Caesarean negritude. 227. 228. In its critical engagement of European socialism and Western Marxism, not to mention Sartrean existential phenomenology and Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's philosophical anthropology, it is nonetheless qualitatively inferior to Caesarean negritude on account of its ultimate acquiescence to Eurocentric conceptions of Africa, Africans, Africanness, blackness, and socialism. Senghorian humanism. Senghor's African humanism, Francite, and civilization of the universal. Even with all of the issues surrounding Senghorian socialism, it is interesting to observe the ways in which it harbored a distinct humanism that consistently counseled the world, and Europe in specific, to respect and accept Africa's special contributions to the civilization of the universal. Which is to say, as with his brand of socialism, Senghor's humanism emphasized the primacy of African culture and values. In a sense, what I have been referring to as Senghorian socialism might be better termed Senghorian socialist humanism. However, because much of Senghor's articulation of socialism is contradictory and virtually nonsensical, his version of humanism has been buried beneath a consistent barrage of radical-sounding rhetorical excess. It was Walter Skernick in his now classic essay Leopold Sedar Senghor and African Socialism, 1965, who was one of the first to note the conceptual connections between Senghorian socialism and Senghorian humanism and that, in fact, they are inextricable, stating, Senghor's African socialism is a vision of a better future, and THAT vision is one of humanistic universalism, 364. Corroborating Skernick's contention, Senghor, 1963a, himself asserted that his synthesis of negritude and socialism was primarily preoccupied with the full blossoming of all men and of the whole man in each of them, 12. Elsewhere he declared, man remains our first consideration, indeed, he constitutes our measure, Senghor 1961, 89. Skernick's work helps to highlight not only Senghor's distinct conception of African socialism and its inherent Africanite-informed humanism, but also the ways in which Senghorian socialism and Senghorian humanism both conceptually converge and hinge on Africa and Africans' futurity in the civilization of the universal. Building on his contention that Senghor's African socialism is a vision of a better future, Skernick, 1965, went further to announce. On the internal, national level, we have seen that the requirements of national construction encourage the individual to ask what he can do for his country. But 228. 229. This is only a transitional stage, during which the nation must absorb and direct all the creative energy of its people. For the present, the nation is man's telos, hence the emphasis on party primacy and on modern, socialist cooperation. Individual rights are empty when stomachs growl, and the development of the nation is regarded as a precondition of that of the individual. Nonetheless, Senghor's vision reaches far beyond this transitional period. In his rejection of contemporary models for nation building, Senghor singles out the objection that they sacrifice the individual to the collectivity. The full development of the potentialities of the individual will be possible only after there is sufficient wealth to enable him to devote himself to the pursuit of his ultimate objective. 364. Indeed, we are all wondering what Senghor understands to be the ultimate objective of the African in the immediate post-independence period and in the future civilization of the universal. Going back as he always seemed to the core concepts of negritude, Senghor believed that the creation of culture was the ultimate objective of the African. Culture is the very heartbeat that brings reason, rhyme, and rhythm to human life. Culture is the pulse and central purpose of life. It is not, he categorically declared, merely a means to an end. It is the embodiment, the evolving encapsulation of the ethos of each human group that articulates their solutions to the most pressing problems of their epoch. Senghor, 1963c, was not one to mince words when it came to expressing his Africanite-informed views on culture, going so far to say, a mechanical world without art would be a dead world, not worth living in. 8. He further elaborated. Culture is the goal of all policy deserving that name. For what use would be the standard of living of our masses if it were not accompanied by that of the cultural level? What use would be the increase of the purchasing power if it were only for the comfort of stomachs and buttocks? To buy parasols and colored glasses, even to buy automobiles, refrigerators, washing machines, and I know not what else? For what purpose, if not for furnishing our leisure for the creation of works of art which shall be the spiritual food of our assembled peoples? Senghor 1962b, 15. For Senghor, then, socialism was a deeply humanist method, not merely some sort of soulless monster that could express both African culture and Africa's current conditions. It was through his commitment to socialism, albeit his own skewed version of socialism, as discussed above, that Senghor expressed his optimism about Africa's future and hope for the happiness of all humanity. With regard to Africa and Africans in specific, Senghor's 229. 230. Socialist humanism was primarily preoccupied with assisting the racially colonized in making the inescapable transition from consumers of culture and civilization to producers of culture and civilization. In terms of the wider world, Senghor offered his negritude, Africanite, socialism, and humanism as indicative of Africa's potential contributions to the future civilization of the universal if Africa and Africans are given unfettered access to modern education, science, and technology. Africa's ideals and values, especially in the post-independence era, are of paramount importance, he insisted, because, being human, they are necessary for the world, they are necessary for humanity to remain genuinely human. Senghor 1962b, 15. Senghorian humanism stressed that Africa's ideals and values could provide emotion, rhythm, and sympathy in advanced industrial and techno-capitalist societies where there is an increasing tendency for people to become overwhelmed by the technological and scientific detachment and disillusionment that seems to almost inherently come along with Western industrialization, modernization, and urbanization. However, just as Africa was envisioned to make substantial contributions to the future of Europe, the inverse was also equally true for Senghor. Europe, and France in particular, had much to offer to Africa. It is in his articulation of France's contributions to post-independence Senegal, and possibly one day the wider world of post-colonial Africa, that Senghor advanced his intriguing conception of Francite, Frenchness. Senghor, 1988, defined Francite as the collected values of the language and culture that emanate from French civilization, 158. For him, the future of Francofrique would unfold primarily by way of a kind of Franco-African cultural hybridity in which he and his fellow Evolus would serve as a sort of mediating avant-garde ushering in the civilization of the universal. In Leopold Sédar Senghor, Race, Language, Empire, 2009, David Murphy argued that Senghor's negritude constitutes a challenge to an ethnocentric view of Frenchness as the expression of white, metropolitan, French culture, 165. Just as his negritude and Africanite represent what he understands to be the most meaningful and enduring elements of African culture, Senghor's conception of Francite offers up what he perceives to be the most meaningful and enduring elements of French culture. However, Senghor's accent on what Africa contributed to French culture and civilization challenges conventional conceptions of Frenchness, and of what it means to be French in the modern moment. Put another way, Senghor seemed to be saying with his conception of Francite, by the very fact of French colonialism, in the post-independence and soon, perhaps, in the post-colonial period, Frenchness is bound up with Africanness, because both France and Africa have culturally enriched each. 230. 231. Other via the imperialist violence spawned by the French colonization of Africa. It was in boldly bearing in mind that the cultural influence went both ways between Africa and France, even in the midst of the imperialist violence spawned by the French colonization of Africa, and that at this point Frenchness is not exclusively the expression of white, metropolitan, French culture that Murphy, 2009, argued that Senghor discursively developed and advanced his conception of Francite as an abstract set of values and a mode of expression that is shared by all French speakers, irrespective of their origins, which is to say, whether they are white and metropolitan or not. 165 to 166. Murphy importantly explained. For Senghor, the acknowledgement by educated, French-speaking Africans of their authentic black nature does not entail a corresponding rejection of their French education. As he explains in an essay first published in 1945, Vous sur l'Afrique noire, Ouac Myler, non être simile, educated Africans must maintain their authentic African identity while benefiting from their French education. The challenge facing them is to assimilate Frenchness and not themselves to be assimilated by it. It is thus necessary to combine a sense of one's blackness with a sense of one's Frenchness, which he called Francite, a term he began to define after the Second World War but whose outline is already present in the pre-war writings. For Senghor, his Francite is as much a part of his identity as his blackness, his election to the Académie Française in 1983, the first African to receive such recognition, has been seen by many commentators as emblematic of his dual identity. Although Senghor's celebration of Francite easily lends itself to caricature, see, for example, his absurd claims regarding the natural superiority of French over other languages in Cekje Croix, and is often cited as evidence of his neocolonial mindset, it would be inaccurate to say that Senghor's writing displays no hostility towards the French colonial enterprise. Indeed, the poems housed in Chants d'Amber reveal the anger, disillusionment, and confusion that he felt towards France in the 1930s. However, even at his angriest, Senghor always seeks reconciliation rather than rupture. 166, see also Senghor 1988, 158. For Senghor, French colonialism more or less creolized, or, rather, hybridized Senegalese culture, creating a new post-independence culture in which the Senegalese share African and French characteristics equally and harmoniously. In the new Franco-African creolized culture, African emotion, intuition, and rhythm were supposedly balanced by French logic, rationality, and clarity, which led Senghor to the conclusion that only the lofty logical and rational language of the French can truly capture the creolization of Senegalese culture and consciousness in the post-independence period, if not in fact African culture and consciousness more generally, as a 231. 232. Consequence of the colonization and Europeanization of Africa. By focusing on Senegalese post-independence culture, among other African post-independence cultures, exclusively in terms of the relationship and exchanges that took place over several centuries between a highly homogenized and generically defined African culture and the culture of the European colonizers, Senghor discursively downplayed and diminished much of the complexity and pre-colonial hybridity of African cultures in general, and Senegalese culture in particular. 19. Bearing this in mind, the work of Franco-Tunisian historian Jocelyn Doclia is incredibly instructive in this regard. According to Doclia, 2002, it is important to discursively disrupt the far too widely accepted understanding that real identitary complexity, with all it brings in the way of existential enrichment and suffering, began only with colonization. 241. She further emphasized that North African culture, especially the Maghreb, for instance, prior to European colonialism, was highly hybrid. Moreover, Doclia declared, it was, in fact, linguistic colonialism as a consequence of European conquest that resulted in a binary opposition, opposing an Arabic-speaking Muslim population to an assimilating French-speaking group. 241. By the same token, then, to conceive of post-independence African history and culture as an uncomplicated syncretic synthesis of African traditionalism and European modernism, as a great many Eurocentric Africanists have undoubtedly done, is to erase or, at the very least, to ignore the true complexity of the interactions and exchanges between Africa and Europe that race, gender, class, sexuality, nationality, language, and religion, especially Islam, as well as colonialism and capitalism, have collectively informed and influenced. It would be difficult to deny that Senghor's conceptions of Africanite and Francite are both predicated on, in many instances, faux fixed notions of Africanness and Frenchness, and that his belief that the synthesis of the two will somehow miraculously bring into being the civilization of the universal is in any way logical. However, even when taking into consideration all of the shortcomings of Senghor's conception of the civilization of the universal, it would be equally difficult to deny how intellectually inspiring it is. As a matter of fact, I would argue that Senghor's humanism, which is inextricable from his conception of the civilization of the universal, is one of the most intriguing and inspirational aspects of his negritude. Almost as if somehow knowing that he had touched a nerve and hit at the heart of humanistic universalism, to borrow Skernick's term from above, Senghor, 1988, said, I also believe, for the future, in La Francophonie, or to be more precise, in Francite, but, he continued, it must be integrated into Latinite and, beyond that, into a universal civilization, where negritude has already begun to play a fundamental role. 25. 20. 232. 233. Considering its ultimate emphasis on humanistic universalism, Skernick, 1965, asserted that negritude is therefore justified, not merely as an instrument for the recovery of lost dignity, which is to say, it is not merely preoccupied with the reclamation and recreation of Africanite, 364. But, Skernick continued, negritude is also a constructive force which can and must make its own particular contribution to mankind, that is to say, to all humanity, 364. Senghorian humanism parallels the evolution of his negritude from a cultural concept and theory of racial identity through to his emphasis on the majesty of French civilization and the beauty of the French language onwards to his ultimate emphasis on the global rendezvous of a universal civilization or civilization of the universal, which arises from a process of métissage in an increasingly globalized world where Africanite, Europeanite, Europeanness, Arabite, Arabness, Latinite, Latinness, and so on, are brought into democratic dialogue for cultural exchange and cultural enrichment. Senghor envisioned a quickly evolving process of global métissage in a single, sweeping, and highly esoteric articulation. In his Civilization of the Universal he reimagined a world where Africanite and Francite are placed on equal footing, combined, but never completely lost or reduced to relics from antiquated cultures and civilizations. For Senghor, the quintessential question of the civilization of the universal is how best to maintain diversity in a highly globalized world, and it would appear that he was prescient in posing this key question because many of the central institutions of La Francophonie have gradually shifted from a visceral defense of the role of Francite within the increasingly globalized world of the 21st century to a sometimes passionate defense of multiculturalism and cultural diversity in light of what many perceive to be the rampant and ruinous decadence of La Anglophonie, which is to say, all countries with English as the official or dominant language, and especially the United States. Whether through his articulation, and eventual implementation, of negritude, Africanite, Francite, socialism, or humanism, similar to Damas and Césaire, Senghor engaged the contradictions of colonial politics and sought to imagine an alternative to the French Empire or the Greater French nation. Much like Damas and Césaire, Senghor's discourse commenced with a critique of colonial assimilation. However, as witnessed above, Senghor went much further than his Guyanese and Martiniquan comrades in developing a conception of distinct black identity, what he eventually termed Africanite, without advocating cultural or political separatism. His deepest desire was to reconcile primordial Africanite with European modernity, and in the process secure a place for Africa and Africans in the current French imperial nation-state and ultimately in the future civilization of the universal. 233. 234. Arguably Senghor's greatest contribution to the Negritude movement was a conception of African humanism that simultaneously subtly mirrored and called into question post-war racial colonial humanism. Senghor was even more implicated in the colonial apparatus between the late 1930s and late 1950s than either Damas or Senghor, but yet and still he managed to, however mealy-mouthed, express the fundamental challenge of negritude to the wider colonial world. Hence, eventually French colonial humanist reformers adopted Senghorian negritude as the exemplary expression of the African évalu collaborator and co-conspirator par excellence. However, unlike his colonial humanist reformist counterparts, Senghor illuminated the contradictions of French colonialism and eventually developed an unambiguous critique of French anti-black racism that the colonial humanist reformists completely denounced and sought to distance themselves from. Senghor was not simply interested in advancing Africa as the superior mirror opposite of Europe. To lamely and lopsidedly interpret Senghorian negritude and its corollary concepts in this way would be to grossly misinterpret Senghor's negritude. On the contrary, as he clearly stated, his goal was to determine what the black man contributes to European and universal civilization. This is precisely and exactly what lies at the heart of Senghorian humanism. Once again invoking the egalitarian organization of production in traditional African societies, Senghor, 1939, asserted, here again the Negro has resolved the problem in a humanist direction, 302. In addition, he contended that the tribal solutions to social and political problems achieved ahead of time the pluralist unity that remains the ideal of humanists today, 301 to 302. Senghor suggested that if indeed European society is dehumanizing, as Marx and a great many European philosophers and sociologists have incessantly observed, then it would behoove Europe to look to African society, where human dignity, where mutual respect and moral recognition, continue to be the sine qua non and raison d'etre of the peoples, cultures, and communities that constitute African society, if not contemporary African civilization more generally speaking. In a sense, Senghor could be interpreted as arguing that the dehumanization at the heart of racial colonialism has created a situation where post-independence, and perhaps someday genuinely post-colonial, Africans consciously seek, sometimes subtly and sometimes not so subtly, to decolonize and rehumanize themselves and, as a consequence, have developed a heightened sense of humanity akin to the new humanity and the new men and women Frantz Fanon described so eloquently and impassionedly in The Wretched of the Earth, to be discussed in detail in the next chapter. In an early articulation of his vision of the gift that Africans' heightened sense of humanity can make to the future civilization of the universal. 234. 235. Senghor asserted, in the elaboration of a more human world, we should be able to request of each people the best parts of itself. In a world divided between democratic individualism and totalitarian collectivism, black people will not come empty-handed to the political and social rendezvous, 307. Here, in his Franco-African creolized conception of African humanism, Senghor is not merely inverting the conventional privileging of European culture over African culture, but also discursively disrupting and conceptually collapsing the long-standing binary opposition between Europe and Africa altogether. As early as his 1939 classic essay Ce L'Homme Noir report, What the Black Man Brings, Senghor was putting forward provocative images of an egalitarian meeting between the Negro and the Greek, which is to say, between les Africains et les Européens, 314. Undeniably influenced by African society, especially La Société Égyptienne Antique Ancient Egyptian Society, Senghor accented the genuinely humanist dimensions of La Société Grecque, Greek society, that did not reduce the human experience to, and through, the rampant and ruinous instrumental rationality he perceived to be so characteristic of European modernism. I fear that many people who invoke the Greeks today actually betray Greece. A betrayal of the modern world that mutilated man by making him a reasonable animal. The service provided by the Negro will have been to contribute, along with other peoples, to recreating the unity of man and the world, to link flesh with spirit. Man with his fellow men, a stone with God. In other words, the real with the spiritual surreal through man, not as the center, but the hinge, the navel of the world. 314. Emphasis in original. Senghorian humanism is presented through a number of transformative tropes, such as reconstruction, reorganization, reconciliation, realization, and transcendence. It is in this sense that Senghor, 1959b, wrote in Elements constitutifs d'une civilisation d'inspiration négro-africaine, building blocks of a civilization inspired by the black African, of rescuing and reclaiming or, rather, creating or recreating the black man within a humanity marching toward its total realization in time and space. 279, emphasis in original. In order for humanity to fully actualize itself and achieve total realization, according Senghor, it must acknowledge and accept not only pre-colonial African contributions to the civilization of the universal, but also the subjugated knowledge, discourse on decolonization, and heightened sense of humanity that Africa's racialization and colonization bequeathed to Africans in the aftermath of the decolonization, de-Europeanization, and re-Africanization processes that reached their zenith from the late 1950s through to the late 1970s. 21. 235. 236. Senghor tellingly titled the first volume of his collected works, the 5-volume Liberté series, Negritude et Humanisme, see Senghor 1964b, see also Senghor 1971b, 1977, 1983, 1993. In its introduction, he imparts to his readers that the leitmotif of his oeuvre is the conquest of liberty as recovery and affirmation, defense and illustration of black people's collective personality, of negritude. National independence could not have any other meaning. In the introduction to the first volume of Liberté he also offered what might be regarded as the definitive definition of Senghorian negritude, if not negritude more generally speaking, asserting that it is unambiguously the ensemble of cultural values of the black world, as they are expressed in the life, institutions, and works of Noirs, Senghor 1964b, 7, 8-9, all emphasis in original. Senghor strongly stressed that the goal of exploring and enunciating an authentic Africanite has nothing to do with extracting oneself from modern civilization, of reviving the past, of living in a Negro African museum, as he stated above, but to present it to the world as a cornerstone in the edification of the civilization of the universal, which will be the common work of all races, of all different civilizations. He continued, the goal of exploring and enunciating an authentic Africanite, which is to say negritude, has been enriched by the contributions of European civilization, which it has likewise enriched. Senghor further emphasized that negritude therefore is not a racism. In truth, negritude is a humanism. He concluded with the rhapsodic declaration of black folks' redemptive role for humanity as a whole, observing, "We have been the seed trampled underfoot, the seed that dies so that a new civilization can be born, an integral one, on the scale of humanity." 8, 9, all emphasis in original. Utilizing the civilization of the universal as the telos and discursive point of departure of his humanism, Senghor presented his alternative African humanism, rooted in the racial and cultural realities of black being in the world, as different from but in every way equivalent to European humanism, which he believes it perfectly complements. However, in many instances Senghor advanced African humanism as a more ideally, and beautifully, realized version of Western humanism by the very fact that it has held onto and, in several senses, enhanced that which Europe has lost, its sense of shared humanity, shared responsibility, communalism, collectivism, emotion, passion, intuition, rhythm, and so on. Moreover, he asserted, African humanism, both past and present, has achieved European civilization's long-standing unrealized quest for a society that is on principle, and primarily, predicated on the moral recognition of, and mutual respect for, human dignity. In other words, Senghor is saying that at its most authentic, African humanism circumvents the alienating cultural antinomies and socio-politico-ethical paradoxes of 236. 237. European imperialist modernity, and, we might add, ongoing European imperialist postmodernity. Senghor's African humanism is simultaneously universal and particular, universal in light of the fact that it contributes knowledge that is necessary for the realization of the civilization of the universal, and particular in that it provides folk of African origin and descent in specific with a much-needed cultural compass with which they can find their way back to Africa and their Africanite, as opposed to Eurocentric racial colonial fictions and fantasies of Africa and Africans. In other words, Senghorian humanism is universal because it is particular. In accenting Africa's long overlooked contributions to human culture and civilization, Senghorian humanism contributes to the universal quest to bring into being a more humane and equitable world, which is a task, Senghor never tired of reiterating, that all humanity has a vested interest in. At the same time, Senghorian humanism offered dehumanized, racialized, colonized, and extra-exploited Africans the world over an alternate route through which to relearn to love and consciously actualize themselves in light of both Africa's past and present, as well as the realities of the impact of modern globalization in Africa and its diaspora, which has spawned not only Eurafric, but also Americ-Afrique, Asia-Afrique, Latin-Afrique, and so on. Senghor's efforts to articulate universality and particularity within African humanism mirrored his efforts to articulate cultural recognition and political rights for racially colonized peoples within a reconceived conception of Greater France. However, where his conception of French republican imperialism was based on an imminent critique of French racial colonial politics, his critique of the wider world of European modernity was discursively developed from a position and politics of trans-historical racial and cultural difference. This is to say that the Senghorian Negritude framework for exploring and articulating African epistemology, African ontology, and African metaphysics simply could not adequately accommodate the histories of biological and cultural métissage that Senghor's other writings accented and argued were actually essential for any serious comprehension of racially colonized peoples and racial colonial societies. In an effort to be crystal clear here, I need to state unequivocally that I am not in any way suggesting that modern scholars and critics discursively dismiss Senghor's Negritude because it occasionally employs what would be termed today an essentialist understanding of race, and, to a certain extent, culture. It could almost go without saying that there are a number of reasons and rationales for why a strategic recourse to, shall we say, biocultural categories may have been an intellectually expedient, conceptually comprehensible, and politically persuasive way to engage racial colonial politics, if not challenge outright colonial racism. Even still, this element 237, 238 of Senghorian humanism ultimately exacerbated and, therefore, perpetuated the cultural preservationist stream of colonial humanism as expounded by French reformist colonial administrators and amateur ethnographers such as Maurice Delafosse, Georges Hardy, and Robert de Lavignette, by setting African ultra-traditionalism on one side of the equation and European ultramodernism on the other side of the equation. Senghor's nativist response to abstract and most often empty colonial humanism, which typically took the form of a mythopoetic ethnography of African civilization and a primordialist metaphysics of African culture, ignored and unwittingly affirmed the primitivist aspects of colonial policies. 22. Taking into consideration all of the foregoing, it is interesting to observe the ways in which Senghorian Negritude conceptually converges with Caesarian and Domitian Negritude, and often in the most unexpected and inexplicable ways. Granted, all three theorists consistently utilized poetry, if not poetics more generally, to express anti-assimilationist and anti-colonialist thought. But, by the same token, all three eventually seem to have embraced, however subtly and surreptitiously, insidious elements of the rhetoric of what would be termed today French post-colonial policy. For instance, it will be recalled that Damas ended up advocating for the rational exploitation of Guyana's gold deposits by Guyana's former French colonizers, going so far to say, sounding like a hardcore misogynist French colonist, "We have to rape this earth to extract human life from it." Moreover, as discussed in detail in the previous chapter, many critics believe that César's temporary departmentalization tactic never translated into the authentic decolonization of Martinique, French Guiana, Guadeloupe, Réunion, or any of the other departements et territoires d'outre-mer, French overseas departments and territories, leaving many with the impression that César was a militant poet but moderate politician. Finally, instead of advocating for authentic decolonization in Africa in general, and Senegal in particular, Senghor worked out a watered-down version of African socialism that was neither authentically African nor sufficiently socialist. As a matter of fact, Senghor's African socialism in many senses continued the colonialist-capitalist relationship between Senegal and France, and it did little more than assert the cultural equality between Senegalese and French culture while downplaying the ways in which what is currently considered French culture and civilization owes as much to the French colonization of Africa as it does to the contributions of the esteemed French folk of metropolitan France in the past several centuries. Senghor's socialism never adequately addressed the undeniable and ignoble fact that French overdevelopment is inextricable from African underdevelopment, that French modernity, certainly its exalted evolution, was fundamentally financed by the atrocities of African. 238. 239. Coloniality, that national independence and cultural nationalism in Africa should not be confused with political and economic autonomy free from the historic and current ongoing extra-exploitation of Africa at the hands of past colonizers and present post-colonial neo-colonizers. 23. What Senghor, Césaire, and Damas each offer us is ultimately predicated on their collective utilization of the politics of the new Negro movement and poetics of the Harlem Renaissance as discursive points of departure, their emphasis on the re-evaluation of race and its connections to colonialism, their emphasis on African antiquity, especially ancient African civilizations, and, lastly, their allied articulation of a new form of humanism, a radical humanism, that highlights the human worth and human dignity of the great masses of humanity who are either currently colonized by Europe or who have ancestors who were enslaved and colonized as a consequence of European imperialism. By characterizing negritude as a form of humanism, Senghor's work helps to highlight one of the major leitmotifs of the Negritude movement, namely its incessant emphasis on the fact that Europe does not have a monopoly on what it means to be human. In fact, taken together, Senghor, Césaire, and Damas's work collectively accents the inauthenticity, if not inhumanity, of Europe's conception of what it means to be human in light of the fact that the evolution of European humanity, at least from European modernity onward, has been based on the racial colonialist and racial capitalist violence, oppression, and extra-exploitation of non-European cultures and civilizations around the globe. When and where Senghor, Césaire, and Damas voice the views and values of, not only violated, oppressed, and extra-exploited African peoples, both continental and diasporan, but also non-European peoples' life worlds and life struggles in general, is precisely when and where we are able to grasp why negritude remains relevant for the wretched of the earth of the 21st century. Hence, even with all of its shortcomings, it is difficult to deny how the radical humanism emerging out of the negritude movement continues to intellectually inspire throngs of critical theorists of contemporary society, those of African descent or otherwise. Although more prevalent in Senghor's writings, Césaire and Damas's negritude hinged on their own distinct homespun versions of radical humanism as well. For example, both Césaire and Damas utilized an autobiographical voice and narrative style in their poetry to articulate alternative anti-racist and anti-colonialist ideas of universality. Anyone who has read Damas's Pigments and Césaire's Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal will be able to easily detect the poetic wordplay between the universal and the particular in these classic volumes of negritude verse. Highlighting the dialectic of the universal and the particular in Césaire's work, in What Is Mine, Césairian negritude between the particular and 239. 240. The Universal, 2010, Doris Garraway observed that Césaire seems to suggest that W hat is needed for freedom to be achieved. Is not the end of the relation with the other, but rather its transformation into an ethical one through the forging of dialogue and mutual recognition. 83. Similar to Damas and Senghor, then, Césaire ultimately advocated for an ongoing relationship between the colonized and the colonizer, between non-Europeans and Europeans. Instead of locking themselves away in a Negro-African museum and becoming preoccupied with reviving the past, as Senghor said above, Césaire encouraged the racially colonized of Africa and its diaspora to develop a new, radically egalitarian relationship with France that was often as insistent on the cultural equality of the African and European worlds as we witnessed Senghorian humanism was above. Césaire's steadfast devotion to this fundamentally humanist ethic in relation to the problem of anti-colonial resistance, his simultaneous commitment to France, and his passionate vindication of negritude, Garraway maintained, have led many to accuse him of paradox, even of alienation. She continued. It was, after all, Césaire, then mayor of Fort-de-France, Martinique, and then communist deputy to the French National Assembly, who co-wrote the proposal for the 1946 law that established the colonies of Martinique and Guadeloupe as departments of France, permanently assimilated politically and administratively to the former colonizer. Critics such as Edouard Glissant would later argue that this measure effectively completed the dispossession and alienation of the Caribbean people by preparing the way for the eradication of virtually all forms of cultural specificity and economic autonomy on the islands. Yet it is perhaps more edifying, and true to Césaire's legacy, to consider these tendencies as reflecting instead his courageous commitment to negotiating between the universal and the particular, the self and the other, when theorizing the construction of an ethical post-slavery, post-colonial community. Whereas post-structuralism critiques universalism, particularism, and the subject and yet offers few political solutions to the problems of post-colonial nations, Césaire chose to advocate a self-reflexive engagement with particularism and universalism and hoped, in the process, to transform both. On the one hand, his negritude was not a cultural nationalism, but rather a figure of opposition to domination rooted in an identification with the suffering of African-descended peoples whose cultures and consciousness were being destroyed by colonialism. Far from reinventing a mythic past upon which to establish an essentialized black subject, Césaire descended instead into the traumatic past of slavery in order to raise both a consciousness and a voice that would demand recognition and reciprocity through a struggle in language. Yet like the poet's island of non-closure, Mon Isle non-closure, Césaire's negritude is predicated on an attitude of continuous solidarity, openness, and engagement with all others as its condition of possibility. At times Césaire's negritude even admits of the need to be freed, through reciprocal. 240. 241. Relations with others, from constraining particularisms of all kinds. 83, see also Glissant 1981, 98. Far from being a narrow-minded form of nationalism conceptually closed in on itself, then, Césaire's negritude is predicated on an attitude of continuous solidarity, openness, and engagement with all others as its condition of possibility. Which is to say, even if Césaire's humanism does not look or sound like Senghor's humanism in each and every instance, Césarian negritude hinged on radical humanism just as much as Senghorian negritude. A similar statement could be made about Damaz's humanism and universalism. In fact, in Rethinking Negritude through Leon Gontran Damaz, 2014, F. Bart Miller made the claim that Damaz, Césaire, and Senghor collectively envisioned a universal, rather than a selective, application of liberty, equality, and fraternity. 40. Therefore, Senghor's humanism represents a major leitmotif, as opposed to an anomaly, emerging out of the Negritude movement. The Negritude theorists, Miller maintained, exposed the inconsistencies they perceived between colonial policy and the French universal values of liberty, equality, and fraternity. These very values, he asserted, became the philosophical basis of government only after the state monarchy had been overthrown multiple times. 40. Steeped in the discourse surrounding the French Revolution, the Negritude writers ingeniously used French republican values to justify and magnify their anti-racist and anti-colonialist politics, discursively demonstrating that the French universal values of liberty, equality, and fraternity were hollow as opposed to hallowed words, painfully particular as opposed to universal utterances if the French were not willing to extend them to non-French and non-European human beings, especially those who historically had and currently continue to endure French racial colonization and its insidious after-effects. In Leon Gontran Damaz, The Spirit of Resistance, 1993, Femi Ohoit illuminated Damaz's distinct humanism and the ways in which it, much like Césaire and Senghor's negritude-inspired enunciations of humanism, challenged French colonial, neocolonial, and post-colonial humanism and universalism, contending that Damaz redefines humanism, giving it back its original and most authentic meaning as an order with man, that is, the human being, at the center. 25. Similar to Césaire and Senghor, Damaz's humanism sought to place all human beings, not merely French, European, or white human beings, at the center. His humanism again, much like Césaire and Senghor's humanism, was extended to all without regard to race, gender, class, nationality, or religious affiliation, and in this sense Damasian negritude, if not humanisme negritude, Negritude humanism, more generally, went well beyond the racial colonial borders and boundaries of the French universal values of liberty, equality, and fraternity. 241. 242. Ohoid was insistent on the often overlooked fact that Damas's viewpoint can actually be called humanism in light of the fact that he sees beyond his homeland of French Guiana and importantly embraces the totality of the black race. Ohoid further asserted that Damas ultimately utilized his ability to see beyond Guyana and embrace the totality of the black race as a springboard to include all of humanity. 29. Here Ohoid's work helps to highlight another one of the major characteristics of Negritude humanism, its emphasis on folk of African origin and descent, continental and diasporan, beginning on a local or national level and then transposing their nationalism into internationalism, and ultimately into a radical form of humanism. Whether Damas was considering the Africans of the diaspora in French Guiana, Brazil, or the United States, in each instance, Ohoid argued, the outstanding aspects of his analysis are bluntness, realism, love for all people of goodwill and contempt for every oppressor. 30. All of this is to say that even l'enfant terrible of the Negritude movement had a strong radical humanist current at the heart of his Negritude and that similar to Senghor and Césaire his radical humanism was indeed radical precisely because it was simultaneously predicated on an impassioned belief that every effort should be made to create racial solidarity, on the one hand, and his heartfelt love for all people of goodwill and contempt for every oppressor, on the other hand. Despite the bluntness and realism of Damas's humanism, there remains a number of ways in which it, much like Senghor and Césaire's humanism, never completely transcended its initial conceptual grounding in the French intellectual and political tradition. As Fanon often observed, and as will be discussed in detail in the subsequent chapter, lots of lip service was given to the eminence of ancient African cultures and civilizations in the Negritude movement, but most often French culture and civilization was utilized in the search for solutions to modern African and African diasporan problems. Utilizing the French universal values of liberty, equality, and fraternity as discursive points of departure, the Negritude triumvirate simultaneously intellectually emancipated and, however unwittingly, conceptually incarcerated Negritude and its futurity. Even as they imaginatively appropriated and critiqued the French universal values of liberty, equality, and fraternity, Senghor, Césaire, and Damas failed to fully recognize the limited applicability of French universalism in much the same manner that they were willing to openly admit the limited applicability of African and African diasporan particularism. In a nutshell, they failed to fully comprehend that the French universal values of liberty, equality, and fraternity were only ever conceived of by les pères fondateurs français, the French founding fathers, as having applicability to the category of French colonial citizen and not the category of French colonial. 242. 243. Subject. Obviously, Senghor, Césaire, and Damas and their respective racially colonized countrywomen and countrymen fell under the crude category of French colonial subjects, and not the revered category of French colonial citizens. In a sense, the Negritude writers were attempting to deconstruct and reconstruct the borders and boundaries of French nationalism from within a universalist/humanist framework, à la Senghor's intellectually overhauled conception of Francite, that took into consideration both France and la francophonie in the aftermath of classical French colonialism. Shifting the focus from the future of France and Francite to the future of Africa and Africanite, urgent critical questions arise: what about the future of Africa and its diaspora independent of France and la francophonie in the aftermath of classical French colonialism? Can Africa and its diaspora evolve, especially politically and economically, free from France in the aftermath of classical French colonialism? Is it possible that the Negritude movement simultaneously got many things right and many things wrong with respect to the future of Africa and its diaspora in the aftermath of not only classical French colonialism, but the European racial colonization of Africa in general? It is to these questions that we now turn by way of a discussion of Frantz Fanon and the ways in which Fanonism transcended Negritude even as it was inspired by it. Fanonian Negritude. Frantz Fanon. Fanonism, Introduction to the most illustrious intellectual heir and discursive detractor of the Negritude movement. This book began with a discussion of W.E.B. Du Bois as the central intellectual antecedent of what eventually came to be called Negritude, and it will end with an extended exploration of Frantz Fanon as the Negritude movement's most noted discursive descendant. Similar to the Du Boisian Negritude discussion in the introduction, the argument here in the book's conclusion is not that Fanon was an orthodox Negritudist, there quite simply is no such thing, but that, much like Du Bois prior to the emergence of the Negritude movement, Fanon deployed and deconstructed Negritudesque themes throughout his oeuvre. Fanon's relationship with Negritude is obviously distinctly different from Du Bois' proto-relationship with Negritude in light of the fact that Du Bois' discourse predates and provides a discursive point of departure for Negritude, where Fanon's philosophy postdates and generously draws from Negritude, even as he ultimately came to reject certain crude and unsavory aspects of it. Perhaps more than anything else, the previous chapters on Leon Damas, Aimé Césaire, and Léopold Senghor reveal that even the great triumvirate of Negritude did not come to some kind of card-carrying consensus as to exactly what Negritude is and is not. Orthodoxy amongst the intellectual artist activists of the Negritude movement simply did not exist, a la the Niggerati of the Harlem Renaissance, and there is no need for us to force the scholarship on the movement to fit into nice and neat, mostly Eurocentric, conceptual categories that frequently fly in the face of the core beliefs and practices of the movement. This last point is one that needs to be strongly stressed in order. 247. 248. To fully understand why I am invoking Fanonian Negritude and how I am analytically utilizing the term Fanonian Negritude to chronicle, critique, and demonstrate the continued conceptual relevance of many elements of Negritude even if only via Fanon's enormous influence on those of us interested in developing a wretched of the earth-centered radical politics and an Africana critical theory of contemporary, i.e., 21st century, society. At the outset, then, I should state outright that there is no such a thing as Fanonian Negritude. As a matter of fact, the intentionally ironic term Fanonian Negritude is a premeditated misnomer much like the term Du Boisian Negritude. Allow me, if you will, to briefly explain. Fanon understood Negritude to be an extremely important, although impermanent or, rather, transient stage in continental and diasporan African psychological, social, political, intellectual, and cultural consciousness development that symbolized the wretched of the earth's angst-laden response to anti-black racism and racial colonial capitalism. As Cynthia Nielsen noted in Resistance Through Renarration, Fanon on Deconstructing Racialized Subjectivities, 2011, W. Heil recognizing that colonization and the construction of colonized subjectivities are contingent creations and hence malleable, Fanon nonetheless understood that the process of decolonization and renarrating new, positive identities and conceptions of blackness would take time and would proceed in stages. 371. Therefore, Nielsen went on to importantly emphasize, Fanon's complex relationship to the Negritude movement can help us to make sense of his strategy to move beyond the Manichaean structure of a colonized world. Indeed, Fanon's conception and critique of the Manichaean structure of the racially colonized world was deeply influenced by the Negritude movement, but that influence has been masked, not merely by his complex relationship with the Negritude movement but also by a long-standing tendency in both Negritude and Fanon studies scholarship to privilege his European intellectual influences over his Africana intellectual influences. One as he ultimately, albeit, perhaps, not initially, understood Negritude and its inversion and almost overvaluation of blackness and Africa to be contextual and therefore ephemeral, Fanon also understood his relationship with Negritude to be a necessary but ultimately flawed and fleeting one contingent upon the vicissitudes of the social, political, and cultural climate of the life worlds and life struggles of the wretched of the earth. When we move away from the commonplace interpretations of Negritude predicated on theories primarily emerging from the French intellectual tradition and, coolly and calmly, place the influence of the French intellectual tradition on equal terms with the influence of the Africana intellectual tradition when and where we come to Negritude, then the necessity of negritude, however temporarily and 248. 249. Flaw-filled, is made manifest. As Tracy Sharpley Whiting importantly asserted in Negritude Women, 2002. It is undeniable that in their zeal, in Cesar's and Damas's early anti-assimilationist stances, in Senghor's cultural métissage, and in the threesome's resistance to colonialism's fleecing of the black world, these canonized Negritude writers lapsed into reductive essentialism, an evocation of a specifically black sensibility, black spirit, and black soul. Yet every movement, concept, and poetics has its place and time in history. To Charles de Gaulle's declaration that between America and Europe, there is only the ocean and some dust, to questions regarding the existence of culture in the Antilles and civilization in Africa, Negritude, with its affirmation of blackness, vindication of Africa, promotion of a culturally engaged literature in the face of French propaganda, continuing mission civilisatrices in Africa, and nauseating paternalism, represented in the 1930s and 1940s a radically progressive and self-actualizing alternative. 2. 11. Instead of making passing mention of the influence of the Negritude movement on Fanon and the evolution of Fanonism, and then decidedly going into deep discursive detail concerning the influence of French Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, Phenomenology, Psychoanalysis, and so forth, on Fanon's intellectual formation and the evolution of Fanonism, here unambiguous attention will be given to the reasons why, with all of its shortcomings, Fanon understood Negritude to be a radically progressive and self-actualizing alternative, even if only temporarily, to the virtually non-existent serious engagement of the Negro problem, race question, and colonial question in French Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, Phenomenology, and Psychoanalysis in the 1940s, 1950s, and early 1960s. To either completely dismiss or diminish the influence of Negritude on Fanon simply because he ultimately found it discursively deficient is nonsensical, if not outright intellectually disingenuous, in light of the well-known fact that Fanon also found Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, Phenomenology, and Psychoanalysis equally inadequate in his overarching efforts to critique and combat racism, colonialism, and capitalism, or, rather, racial colonial capitalism. Much like Du Bois' discourse, probably because it was indirectly influenced by Du Bois' work via the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance's influence on the Negritude movement, Fanon's philosophy asked and offered answers to questions that continental and diasporan Africans, as well as the other wretched of the earth, continue to ask and search for answers. In other words, Fanon again, like Du Bois before him, identified and critically engaged problems and provided solutions that remain relevant to the 249. 250. Life worlds and life struggles of the wretched of the earth. Consequently, his relationship with Negritude was almost entirely instrumental, meaning, ultimately he understood and embraced Negritude as a means to an end, a necessary, even if imperfect and impermanent, means to an end. Whatever its conceptual and philosophical shortcomings, Sharpley Whiting importantly explained, in its engagement with issues of race, identity, color, assimilation, alienation, and exile, Negritude, as a race-conscious cultural movement, raised questions that have continuing relevance in contemporary Black Francophone African and Caribbean letters and philosophical thought. 12. To put it plainly, neither Marxism, nor Surrealism, nor Structuralism, nor Existentialism, nor Phenomenology, nor Psychoanalysis represented Black race-conscious cultural movements that raised questions concerning race, identity, color, assimilation, alienation, and exile. Obviously, Fanon conceptually carried these important issues over from his initial grounding in, and eventual critical engagement of Negritude. Logically, then, if race, identity, color, assimilation, alienation, and exile are as central to Fanon's corpus as they are to the oeuvres of Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, and if, indeed, Fanon and Fanonism remain relevant, then negritude not only represents a kind of Rosetta Stone that will assist us in deciphering and deepening our understanding of Fanon's discourse, but also, and I would like to emphasize this in the most full-throat fashion imaginable, negritude remains relevant in the 21st century because continental and diasporan Africans continue to search for solutions to problems stemming from issues revolving around race, identity, color, assimilation, alienation, and exile. As will be discussed in detail below, Fanon harbored a fierce sense of intellectual independence, and no matter what he took from the theories he engaged, whether Africana or European schools of thought, his primary preoccupation was with developing, initially, a critical theory of radical disalienation and then, ultimately, a critical theory of revolutionary decolonization. Discursively deploying negritude as a point of departure as much as, and sometimes seemingly even more than, French Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, Phenomenology, and Psychoanalysis, Fanon's philosophy is in several senses virtually unintelligible without a working knowledge of negritude and an impeccable fluency in the Africana intellectual tradition. Bearing all of this in mind, now we turn to what might be, whether rightly or wrongly, termed Fanonian negritude, even though, I reiterate, there really is no such a thing as Fanonian negritude as a result of negritude's evanescent nature. Frantz Fanon's 4 books Black Skin, White Masks, A Dying Colonialism, The Wretched of the Earth, and Toward the African Revolution reveal a deep, dialectical thinker and critical theorist with extraordinary insight. 250. 251. Especially with regard to issues involving the positives and negatives of negritude, Europe's supposed white superiority and Africa's alleged black inferiority, racism, sexism, colonialism and neocolonialism, radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization, the nature of revolutionary nationalism and its interconnections with revolutionary humanism, colonial violence and anti-colonial violence, national consciousness, national culture and national liberation, the psychology of both the colonizer and the colonized, and the prospects and problematics of bringing into being a truly post-colonial African nation-state and world. The man who came to be called, the apostle of violence, the prophet of a violent third world revolution, the prisoner of hate, and the preacher of the gospel of the wretched of the earth, was born firmly in the folds of French colonialism on July 20, 1925, on the Caribbean island of Martinique, and died of leukemia in Washington, D.C., on December 6, 1961, at the unforgivably young age of 36, E. Hansen 1977, 52, Macy 2000, 2. In his magisterial Frantz Fanon, A Biography, 2000, David Macy perhaps captured the ever-evolving posthumous life of Frantz Fanon and Fanonism best when he wrote at the dawn of the 21st century, over 40 years after his death, Fanon remains a surprisingly enigmatic and elusive figure. Whether he should be regarded as Martiniquan, Algerian, French, or simply black is not a question that can be decided easily. It is also a long-standing question. 7. 3. Undoubtedly, Fanon and Fanonism have profoundly influenced 20th and, already, 21st century thinking about racism and colonialism, and whether his readers understand him to have been Caribbean, African, or French or some synthesis of each of the foresaid, it is extremely important to emphasize that he desired, above all else, to be regarded quite simply as human, as a brother in the house of hard-working, humble humanity. However, as the Ethiopian philosopher Tewodros Kiros, 2004, readily reminds us, we are the children of geography and history, born to a given race, a given region, at a particular time, in a particular place. 217. Fanon, no matter how radically humanist, was not during his lifetime, and certainly is not now, immune to these inescapable facts, the facts, as he himself said, of his blackness. An accomplished writer, Kiros contends, Frantz Fanon is regarded by many as one of the greatest revolutionary thinkers of the 20th century. 217. He holds a special place in the hearts and minds of black radicals, revolutionary nationalists, and Pan-Africanists because, Quiros continues, he was a Pan-Africanist who did not divide Africa into North and South, and he made it his mission always to remind the Algerians of their Africanity, and other Africans of the Africanity of the north of the continent. His activities and writings were always guided by a Pan-African lodestar, 216. 251. 252. Fanon, then, was not simply against the colonization of African people and the African continent, but he was also against the colonization of African thought, what he termed in The Wretched of the Earth, 1968, the racialization of thought, 212. In keeping with the recurring theme of the previous chapters, this chapter endeavors to explore how Fanon innovatively brought a wide range of influences from both the Africana and French intellectual traditions into critical dialogue in his efforts to conceptually conceive a new, Wretched of the Earth-informed humanism and world. Although a number of Fanon scholars have noted his complex and ambivalent relationship with negritude, yet and still, a case could be made that more than any other intellectual tradition or school of thought, the Negritude movement provided him with his primary paradigm and preeminent discursive point of departure, Haddour 2005, 286. Part of the pride of place that the Negritude movement occupies in Fanon's intellectual evolution may have much to do with the fact that it was the first oppositional, counter-ideological, and outright Africana intellectual tradition or school of thought to which he was exposed. Indeed, even in light of his deep disagreements with Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, the Negritude movement indelibly influenced Fanon's political and philosophical foundation. As Irene Genzier, 1973, observed, the three founders of Negritude, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, were not the only ones to find inspiration in the work at hand. Fanon was certainly influenced by the movement and the works of these three men. He talked and wrote about them, and he was consciously or unconsciously driven to imitate some of the majestic words and tones of Aimé Césaire, perhaps the greatest of the poets produced by the movement. More important than the influence of a particular work or poem, however, was the influence generated by the group as a whole, and the ambience it created for sympathetic students who found a haven and sense of mission among its members. The work of the triumvirate and those who gathered around L'Étudiant Noir remained mostly literary, although as the years progressed and the situation in Europe worsened, the tendency was to take a more direct political position. 41. Taking this angle of argumentation even further, Genzier went on to contend that Fanon recognized the historic importance of negritude and admitted its powerful personal effect, but he eventually took a strong position against it. As a matter of fact, from Black Skin, White Masks and a Dying Colonialism to the essays collected in Toward the African Revolution and, his final work, The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon's thinking on the subject of negritude was open and changing. 44. The tendency to either completely discursively dismiss negritude's influence on Fanon or to privilege the in 252. 253. Fluence of a school of thought arising out of the European and French in specific intellectual tradition, i.e., Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, Phenomenology, or Psychoanalysis, has led to many almost unmistakable misinterpretations of Fanon and Fanonism. Far from discursively denying the influence of Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, Phenomenology, or Psychoanalysis on Fanon and the evolution of Fanonism, here I simply seek to offer an interpretation of Fanon that does not, for whatever reason, a priori or eventually negate the influence of negritude on the origins and evolution of his thought. For truth be told, Fanon's attitude toward European and specifically French schools of thought was just as complex and ambivalent, in the words of Haddour, and open and changing, in the words of Genzier, as was his relationship with schools of thought arising out of the Africana intellectual tradition, and negritude in particular. However, in Fanon, The Revolutionary as Prophet, 1971, Peter Geismar asserted that Fanon's short life, even up to its last decade, could be characterized by both intellectual ambivalence and radical political defiance. As a youth, Lenin was entranced with revolution. At 16, he was a revolutionary. By 25, he had a program for revolution. At 40, he had a revolution. His party became his life. He nourished himself by socialist ideology. Frantz Fanon was quite the opposite. At 16 he was unsure how to feel about the racist French troops occupying his homeland. By 20, he was fighting their war for them. His life, until well after 1954, was psychiatry, his energies more and more devoted to medical reform programs. But by the time that he had received the title psychiatrist, he wanted to get away from Western racism. He had been indoctrinated with the concept of negritude so important to his lycée professeur Césaire and to the other writers grouped around the Paris publishing house Présence Africaine. Fanon was offered the directorship of a Martiniquan hospital. Although he would have loved to return to the island, there were no facilities there for psychiatric care or research. He then wrote to Léopold Senghor, president of Senegal and a writer central to the Présence Africaine school, to ask if it would be possible to practice medicine in his country. The letter went unanswered. It was a conflicting situation, wanting to work outside of the West, but still some place where he could be a psychiatrist with a staff and equipment for electroshock treatment, insulin therapy, and extensive ergotherapy, occupational therapy. Determined to leave France, Fanon accepted a temporary position as chef de service in the psychiatric hospital of Pont-Orson near Mont-Saint-Michel in northwestern France. 58-59, all emphasis in original. Fanon's did not come to conclusions quickly, à la Lenin. His simultaneous ambivalence toward, and seeming openness to schools of thought arising out of both Africana and European intellectual traditions is one of the most 253. 254. Distinctive features of Fanon's discourse, and Fanonism more generally speaking. Just as he methodically worked his way through medical school and ultimately settled on psychiatry at the University of Lyon, where he also studied literature, drama, and philosophy, occasionally attending lectures by Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who taught at Lyon from 1945 to 1948, Fanon also worked his way through Negritude, and specifically the work of his lycée professeur, Aimé Césaire. As a matter of fact, if Jean-Paul Sartre is arguably considered Fanon's single greatest influence from the European intellectual tradition, where Césaire is conceivably his single greatest influence from the Africana intellectual tradition, a clear case can be made that Fanon was equally, if not even more, critical of Sartre than he was of Césaire. 5. If, indeed, Fanon's critique of Sartre is not interpreted as a complete discursive disavowal, why then is his selective critique of Césaire, and the Negritude movement more generally speaking, routinely taken as an outright repudiation of each and every aspect of negritude? Do not such interpretations of Fanon's intellectual influences fly in the face of his explicit stance against epistemic apartheid or, rather, what he termed the racialization of thought? Why are so many Fanon scholars so eager to accent the ways in which he was influenced by French Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, Phenomenology, Psychoanalysis, and so on, but seemingly apathetic when and where we come to the ways in which Fanon was, whether consciously or unconsciously, influenced by the Pan-African movement, Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, Negritude movement, Negrismo movement, Caribbean nationalism, Caribbean Marxism, African nationalism, African Marxism, and African socialism? Can Eurocentric Fanon scholars not see how lopsided and, ultimately, lame their Fanon studies are as a consequence of their racialization of Fanon's thought, if not their racialization of thought, theory, and philosophy more generally? All of these questions, of course, bring to mind Lewis Gordon's contention in Fanon and the Crisis of European Man, an essay on philosophy and the human sciences, 1995b, where he emphasized, "Our goal here is not to construct a casual relationship between Sartre's and Fanon's thought, but instead to identify a convergence of shared and sometimes coextensive concerns. It is not our intent to continue the long tradition of treating the thoughts of black philosophers as derivatives of white ones." 14. In other words, Fanon's thought is no mere discursive derivative of Sartre or any other European philosopher's thought and, in point of fact, Fanon's philosophy should be understood as a form of critical philosophy, according to Gordon. Fanon's thought emerges as a form of critical philosophy, a philosophy critical of the West within the West. Fanon's critical philosophy is a reflection upon Western society from within Western society, as his life world ironically situ 254. 255. 8. His thought within the specific Western matrix of existential phenomenological critique. As a radical humanist, however, he stands in a critical relation to ontology. He rejects all ontology that puts existence to the wayside. His sentiment is fundamentally existential. But Fanon's critical stand demands a high-level, rigorous, critical, self-reflective praxis. This is the case in his analysis of language in Black Skin, White Masks, and the pitfalls of national character and the use of violence in The Wretched of the Earth. 35. To build on Gordon's brilliant analysis, it should be equally emphasized that Fanon's thought was also no mere discursive derivative of Césaire or any other Africana philosopher's thought and, in point of fact, herein lies Fanon's originality and innovation, his ability to bring so many disparate discourses, Africana and European, into critical dialogue and to turn them toward the real-life worlds and life struggles of les dames de la terre, literally, the damned of the earth, or, rather as it has been rendered in English, the wretched of the earth. Similar to W.E.B. Du Bois, Jean Price Mars, Leon Damas, Leopold Senghor, and Aimé Césaire before him, Frantz Fanon continued and contributed to arguably the core characteristic of the Africana intellectual tradition, continental and diasporan African intellectuals' long-standing inclination to develop dialectical relationships with both the Africana and European intellectual traditions in the interest of identifying and addressing the most pressing problems confronting continental and diasporan African, as well as other socio-politically oppressed, racially colonized, and economically exploited peoples. When objective interpreters consider Fanon's Africana intellectual influences with the same enthusiasm with which most Fanon scholars have conventionally considered his myriad European intellectual influences, the conceptual connections between Du Bois, Price Mars, Damas, Senghor, Césaire, and Fanon move from the background to the foreground. When Fanon's critique of the West from within the racial colonial capitalist confines of the West is taken into serious consideration, the conceptual connections between Du Bois, Price Mars, Damas, Senghor, Césaire, and Fanon move from the margin to the center of the discourse. When it is finally acknowledged that Fanon was neither a dyed-in-the-wool disciple of Césaire or Sartre, the Negritude movement or the existentialist movement, then, and perhaps only then, will the ways in which Fanon built on and, in his own discursively distinct way, went beyond Du Bois, Price Mars, Damas, Senghor, Césaire, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty to create a wholly new form of philosophy, critical theory, and revolutionary humanism primarily preoccupied with the life worlds and life struggles of les dames de la terre be rightly recognized. By engaging the ways in which Fanon systematically worked his way through Negritude, and specifically the poetics and politics of his mentor Aimé Césaire, and ultimately produced a full-blown philosophy of radical. 255. 256. Disalienation, in Black Skin, White Masks, and Revolutionary Decolonization, in The Wretched of the Earth. This chapter offers an interpretation of Fanon that accents the influence of the Negritude movement on the origins and evolution of Fanonism. In many senses Frantz Fanon innovatively brought the evolution and enunciation of the Pan-Africanism pioneered and popularized by W.E.B. Du Bois and the New Negro movement full circle, from its inchoate emergence out of Du Bois' social scientific discourse and the militant wing of the New Negro movement, to the aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics arising out of the Harlem and Haitian Renaissances, through to the aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics of the Negritude movement that directly influenced his discourse and provided him with a political and philosophical foundation on which to build his body of work. If, indeed, in the aftermath of the previous chapters it will be conceded that the Negritude movement symbolizes the evolution and aestheticization of the Pan-African movement of the first half of the 20th century, with its luminaries such as Leon Damas, Aimé Césaire, and Léopold Senghor, not only carrying on and expanding the epistemologies, axiologies, and methodologies of the new Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance, but also discursively demonstrating a new, more intense and amplified spirit of collaboration between continental and diasporan Africans. Then we must also concede that Frantz Fanon, being the Negritude movement's most illustrious heir, deconstructed and reconstructed Pan-Africanism, Caribbean nationalism, Caribbean Marxism, African nationalism, and African Marxism and synthesized them with what he understood to be the most radical, if not revolutionary, elements of French Marxism, surrealism, structuralism, existentialism, phenomenology and psychoanalysis. At this stage in Fanon's studies, we know much more about Fanon's French intellectual influences than we do his Africana intellectual influences. What is more, even when Fanon's Africana intellectual influences are acknowledged, frequently the discussion is fleeting and seemingly nothing more than a prelude to more detailed discussion of his French, among other European, influences. Beyond a few quotations and brief discussions scattered here and there, however, there is no in-depth and discursively detailed comparative study that conceptually connects Du Bois, the new Negro movement, and Harlem Renaissance to Price Mars, Haitianism, and the Haitian Renaissance, then Damas, Césaire, Senghor, and the Negritude movement, ultimately to Frantz Fanon and the origins and early evolution of Fanonism. Truth be told, the trend has been to either focus on each of the aforementioned in intellectual isolation, in apparent ignorance of the Africana intellectual tradition, or to treat one of the forenamed figures or movements almost exclusively as discursive descendants and derivatives of European intellectual traditions. 256. 257. And schools of thought. Here, then, I conclude this book by intentionally, if not a bit intransigently, going against the established trends and traditions of Negritude and Fanon studies by humbly offering an alternative history and interpretation of the emergence and evolution of Fanonism that is as sensitive to Fanon's Africana, and specifically Negritude, influences as it is his much discussed European, and specifically French, influences. By primarily focusing our discussion on the school of thought arising out of the Africana intellectual tradition that arguably influenced Fanon the most, we will be able to open up and access a new interpretive archive more aligned with Fanon's stance against not simply the racialization of thought, but also the colonization of thought, especially the Africana thought tradition. What has come to be called Fanonism is virtually incomprehensible without understanding the ways in which it emerged out of, and was deeply intellectually indebted to the Negritude movement in general, and Césairian Negritude in particular. Many scholars and critics have contended that the Negritude movement indelibly influenced Fanon. However, very few have taken the time to connect the discursive dots and offer an intellectual history and intellectual archaeology focused on what the Negritude movement actually contributed to Fanon, and how Fanon innovatively evolved those contributions by making them speak to the special needs of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization in the interests of the wretched of the earth. That being said, this chapter is essentially divided into two ensuing sections, with several subsections. The first part of the chapter, Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon's discourse on the lived experience of the black and critical theory of radical disalienation, examines Fanon's critical theory of radical disalienation. More specifically, it offers an analysis of Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks that engages selected passages from the text that lend themselves to the deepening and development of a critical theory of the lived experience of the black. Emphasis, of course, will be placed on Fanon's psycho-socio-political existential phenomenology of race, his unique critique, of racism, and his contributions to critical race theory. In particular, concerted attention will be given to Fanon's critiques of the Manichaeanism of blackness and whiteness within an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, with the intent of emphasizing the ways in which his work builds on and goes far beyond the theories of race and critiques of racism emanating from the Negritude movement. The first part of the chapter will conclude with a discussion of Fanon's critique of Jean-Paul Sartre's articulation of negritude, and earnestly examine the problematics involved when whites, however well-meaning and well-intentioned, attempt to theorize the lived experience of the black without incessantly and unflinchingly self-reflexively and sincerely critiquing. 257. 258. And combating their internalization of anti-black racism and often unwitting complicity in, and private practice, of white supremacy. The main objective of the first part of the chapter is to demonstrate that it was only by initially developing a negritude-influenced critical theory of radical disalienation that Fanon was able to come to his groundbreaking conclusions concerning revolutionary decolonization in The Wretched of the Earth, which is the subject of the second part of the chapter. Critically challenging the traditional interpretations of Fanon's theories of colonialism, violence, and decolonization, the second part of the chapter, The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon's discourse on racial colonialism and critical theory of revolutionary decolonization, revolves around an intense expatiation of his conceptions of racial colonialism, views on revolutionary violence, and discourse on revolutionary decolonization. The first section of the second part of the chapter offers an exposition of the ways in which Fanon, à la Césaire, accented how the combination of racialization and colonization created a new form of colonialism, i.e., racial colonialism, perhaps unprecedented in the annals of human history. From there the chapter focuses on what Fanon offered as the solution to the colonial problem and the distinction he made between true and false decolonization, before concluding with an informed analysis of how racial colonial violence, in some senses, summons the anti-colonial violence of revolutionary decolonization. By the chapter's end the reader will have a clearer sense of the ways in which Fanon began his intellectual and political life grounded in negritude, then developed a distinct dialectical relationship with it, and ultimately synthesized it with a wide range of theories and praxis emerging out of both the Africana and European intellectual traditions en route to developing his critical theory of radical disalienation and critical theory of revolutionary decolonization, respectively. Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon's Discourse on the Lived Experience of the Black and Critical Theory of Radical Disalienation. Black Skin, White Masks is a genre-bending book about disalienation and decolonization. It is an intense exploration of the lived experience of the black and the various attitudes that the Negro adopts in contact with white civilization. Fanon 1967, 12. Fanon embraced Jean-Paul Sartre's concept of committed literature and wrote Black Skin, White Masks with a clear purpose, stating, "I believe that the fact of the juxtaposition of the white and black races has created a massive psycho-existential complex. I hope." 258. 259. By analyzing it to destroy it. 6. Further, he stated, "With this book I seriously hope to persuade my brother, whether black or white, to tear off with all his strength the shameful livery put together by centuries of incomprehension." 12. Black Skin, White Masks, then, is ultimately a book about the problems of love and understanding. 8. It opens and closes by strongly stressing the revolutionary humanism that Fanon's insurgent intellectual and radical political legacy would ultimately hinge on. 7. Even though Fanon wrote Black Skin, White Masks with a clear purpose, his prose is often extremely difficult to read, especially for contemporary readers. The book constantly moves back and forth between medical terminology and poetry, between analysis of historical texts and novels, in other words, between fact and fiction. Then, faithfully following his mentor Aimé Césaire, there is Fanon's habit of creating new words to express himself, neologisms, as well as his use of Martiniquan creolisms. Reading Black Skin, White Masks is further complicated, according to Fanon biographer David Macy, 2000, because it is so difficult to categorize in terms of genre. It is difficult to think of any precedent for it, and it did not establish any new genre or tradition. It had no sequel. 161. Perhaps it is difficult to think of any precedent for black skin, white masks in francophone literature, but in anglophone literature W.E.B. Du Bois' 1920 classic Darkwater, Voices from Within the Veil immediately comes to mind. Although Fanon does not cite Darkwater in Black Skin, White Masks, it is interesting to note some of the similarities between the texts. In Darkwater, 1920, Du Bois employs a mixture of literary mediums, creating a textual collage that would have, or, indeed, maybe, made the African-American visual artist and collagist Romare Bearden grin from ear to ear. In a much more pronounced manner than in the Souls of Black Folk, Du Bois' writing in Darkwater was poignant and polyvocal, shifting back and forth between pungent politico-economic analysis and socio-cultural criticism to pure poetry and lyrical literary experimentation, the latter, a la Jean Toomer's 1923 classic Cain, although Du Bois' creative writing had a firmer foundation in the former, social science, and was, therefore, often cerebral and overly sentimental. Where the Souls of Black Folk was a literary look backward at the impact and effects of the African Holocaust, enslavement, and Jim Crow segregation on the human pride and humble passions of African Americans, Darkwater was a literary look forward, a vision of the liberated future that Larry Neal, 1989, and his black arts associates were soon to sing of. Darkwater was an extremely innovative and thoroughly cosmopolitan text, perhaps one of the first and most widely read to combine literary experimentation and sociological analysis with continental and diasporan African calls. 259. 260. For racial justice. It was, amazingly for its time, simultaneously anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist, devoting at least one chapter to each of the aforementioned imperialist issues and/or ideologies. It was, in the end, early Africana guerrilla warfare, to coin a phrase, that is to say, radical writing as a form of freedom fighting, in the sense that Du Bois employed every major modern style of writing to critique and combat the various types of domination and discrimination of his time and, sad to say, of ours as well. 8. Although Black Skin, White Masks does not directly draw from Darkwater, it is interesting to observe that both texts blur the lines between literary genres. What does this say about the respective authors' unique conceptions of committed literature? What are they revealing to us, their readers, about the lived experience of the black? Perhaps they are saying that one literary genre simply cannot capture the lived experience of the black, or what they wanted to express about the lived experience of the black in their respective times and texts. Darkwater and Black Skin, White Masks prefigure the intense interdisciplinary research methods and modes of analysis of Africana studies, which have consistently leveled critiques of monodisciplinary interpretations of the black experience and argued for multidisciplinary and, ultimately, interdisciplinary analyses of the black experience. 9. In discussing Black Skin, White Masks, Macy, 2000, characterized the text as an extended exercise in bricolage, which seems to capture its critical theoretic contours and also provide us with a unique way of critically engaging it. The best way to approach Peau Noir, Masks Blanks, is to regard it as an extended exercise in bricolage, the term Levi Strauss used to describe how myths are assembled from materials that are at hand. The word literally means do it yourself. Bricolage is a good way of describing just what Fanon was doing as he plundered the libraries and bookshops of Lyon and then strode up and down, dictating his text to Josie, his wife. The main materials to hand were the phenomenology of Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, the cultural discourse or tradition of Negritude, the psychiatry in which Fanon had just trained, and the fragments of psychoanalytic theory he had absorbed from books. His relationship with his raw materials was never easy. The relationships with Negritude and psychoanalysis were particularly fraught, and their synthesis was far from being a smooth one. To describe Peau Noir as the product of bricolage is not to disparage either Fanon or his book. The term quite simply describes what he was doing, using elements of a then-modernist philosophy and psychoanalysis to explore and analyze his own situation and experience, even though he had no real academic training as a philosopher and no extensive knowledge of psychoanalysis. 162 to 163, all emphasis in original. If we were to complement Levi Strauss's more myth-focused conception of bricolage and expand it to include history, then Macy's characterization. 260. 261. Of black skin, white masks would carry more weight within the world of critical theory, especially Africana critical theory. Without emphasizing the dialectic of myth and history, Macy's interpretation of black skin, white masks may be misinterpreted as reducing it to myth-making, one of the main reasons Fanon mercilessly criticized Senghor's version of Negritude. Of all the schools of thought Fanon relied on in researching and writing black skin, white masks, he turned to Negritude, existential phenomenology, and psychoanalysis the most. However, as Macy admits, neither Negritude nor phenomenology provide an adequate description of Fanon's or Leibniz' lived experience. Nor does psychoanalysis. 187. In fact, Fanon, 1970, openly challenged white or, rather, Eurocentric psychoanalysis, stating, "There has been much talk of psychoanalysis in connection with the Negro. Disturbing the ways in which it might be applied, I have preferred to call this chapter The Negro and Psychopathology, well aware that Freud and Adler and even the cosmic Jung did not think of the Negro in all their investigations. And they were quite right not to have." 64. 10. Freud, Adler, and Jung were quite right not to have considered blacks in their studies because, according to Fanon, when whites enter into ethnology, that is, essentially studying non-whites, they are so imbued with the complexes of their own civilization that they are compelled to try to find them duplicated in the peoples they study. 64. The core of his critique here revolved around the simple, but often overlooked, fact that in the world of white psychology there is a dialectical substitution when one goes from the psychology of the white man to that of the black. He continued, like it or not, the Oedipus complex is far from coming into being among Negroes. It would be relatively easy for me to show that in the French Antilles, 97% of the families cannot produce one Oedipal neurosis. This incapacity is one on which we heartily congratulate ourselves. 64. This demonstrates that although Fanon did draw from psychoanalysis, he was well aware of its limitations for the critical exploration of the lived experience of the black in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. However, he did not stop here. Fanon went further to call into question the Eurocentric nature of research methods in white psychology, asserting, "It is good form to introduce a work in psychology with a statement of its methodological point of view. I shall be derelict. I leave methods to the botanists and the mathematicians. There is a point at which methods devour themselves," Fanon cited in Desai 2014, 65. 11. In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon developed a dialectical relationship with psychoanalysis, existential phenomenology, and negritude, among other theories, and in terms of the ways in which this work contributes to critical theory, and Africana critical theory in specific, what generates the most intellectual excitement are the moments of 261. 262. Breathtaking brilliance, where he synthesizes aspects of the theories in the interest of analyzing the lived experience of the black in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. What does it mean to live blackness in an anti-black racist world? What does it mean to experience blackness in an anti-black racist world? What are the consequences of blacks internalizing anti-black racism? Why do whites believe that when it comes to race they are miraculously raceless, or that whiteness is somehow natural, normal, and/or racially neutral? What are the consequences of whites denying that white supremacy still exists, or, worse, that it ever existed? In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon offers acute, incredibly negritude-informed answers to these, among many other, crucial questions. Although Macy's comments above unambiguously continue the long-standing tradition of emphasizing that Fanon's relationship with Negritude was particularly fraught without simultaneously stressing something similar about Fanon's particularly fraught relationship with the existential phenomenology of Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, not to mention Marxism as well, as I have routinely reiterated since this book's introduction and in each of the preceding chapters, in order for us to come to terms with Negritude, to really and truly comprehend the ways in which it carried over and continued Du Boisist, New Negro Movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance concepts and then discursively handed them down to Fanon and what has come to be called Fanonism, it is extremely important for us to disrupt the long-established tendency to discursively dismiss Negritude and the broader Africana intellectual tradition in favor of Marxism, existentialism, phenomenology, psychoanalysis, and the broader European intellectual tradition when and where we come to Fanon's critical theory. Once again, in the weighted words of Lewis Gordon, it is not our intent to continue the long tradition of treating the thoughts of black philosophers as derivatives of white ones. Similar to Du Bois and Price Mars, Fanon ultimately developed a critical theory that was wholly his own, irrespective of the ways in which he was influenced by specific theorists or schools of thought arising out of either the Africana or European intellectual traditions. As a matter of fact, it is only when we seriously consider this last contention, that Fanon ultimately developed a critical theory that was wholly his own, that we can come to comprehend why I conceive of Fanon as both one of the Negritude movement and Africana intellectual tradition's most illustrious intellectual heirs and one of the Marxist existential phenomenology school's most distinguished discursive descendants. The emphasis here is not so much on which theorists or schools of thought influenced Fanon, but on how he developed a new form of critical theory utilizing elements from both the Africana and European intellectual traditions. 262. 263. The tendency to privilege Fanon's influences from the European intellectual tradition over his influences from the Africana intellectual tradition does not give readers of Black Skin, White Masks any real sense of the theoretical resources he employed to develop his distinct discourse. Marxism, existentialism, phenomenology, and psychoanalysis in and of themselves do not adequately or critically engage race, anti-black racism, blackness, or the lived experience of the black. Which is to say, the questions Fanon raises in Black Skin, White Masks are underwritten by more than merely Marxism, existentialism, phenomenology, and psychoanalysis. Indeed, the questions Fanon raise in Black Skin, White Masks not only emphasize the fiction of white racelessness, but also the supposedly universal and race-neutral nature of theories and philosophies emanating from European schools of thought. In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon importantly emphasizes that blackness is dialectically inextricable from whiteness, and also controversially claims that blackness as most blacks live and experience it is actually a creation of, and a reaction to, whiteness, white history and culture, and white civilization and racial colonial imagination. Fanon fumed, "Hat is often called the black soul is a white man's artifact." Elsewhere in Black Skin, White Masks he declared, willy-nilly, the Negro has to wear the livery that the white man has sewed for him. In exposing blacks to the fact that most of their lived experiences have been and remain constructed, and deliberately destructed, by whites, Fanon sought to foster an anti-racist and, ultimately, a revolutionary humanist critical consciousness among blacks, as well as whites and other non-whites. However, first and foremost, he believed blacks had to come to terms with the white supremacist anti-black racist social construction of their blackness. He critically queried, "What does a man want? What does the black man want? Running the risk of angering my black brothers, I shall say that a black is not a man. Blacks are men who are black, in other words, owing to a series of affective disorders they have settled into a universe from which we have to extricate them. As painful as it is for us to have to say this, there is but one destiny for the black man. And it is white." Fanon 2008, 12, 14. The universe that blacks have found themselves flung into is an anti-black racist and white supremacist universe, which is to say, it is not a world of their own creation and social construction. They must be extricated from this inhospitable universe because they are not and cannot truly live, in any sense of the word, free, proud, and productive human lives in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. All of their relations, even with themselves and other blacks, are, well, we could ironically say blackened. They are hyper-racially colonized and clouded by anti-black racism and white. 263. 264. Supremacy. There is a tendency to overlook anti-black racism when whites are not physically present, but in a white supremacist world whites are ideologically omnipresent, even when they are physically absent. Sartre said, "Blacks can meet only on that trap-covered ground that the white has prepared for them. The colonist has arranged to be the eternal mediator between the colonized. He is there, always there, even when he is absent, even in the most secret meetings." Sartre cited in Chamatsky and Kaplan 1969, 424. The entire white supremacist world stinks of racism because its myths of progress are premised on the myth of the Negro and, as Fanon observed above, the black soul is a white man's artifact, by which he meant, the Negro or the black that whites sometimes schizophrenically love and hate, or, even worse, love to hate, is actually whites' own unowned and unacknowledged anti-black racist creation or recreation, a fantastic figment of their own white supremacist imaginations. We will soon see that even the great Jean-Paul Sartre, according to Fanon, internalized and practiced a weak form of white supremacy in his redefinition and retheorization of negritude and the lived experience of the black. There is no modern concept of the Negro, the black, or, even, the African that has not been, in some white supremacist way, socially constructed and provided by, or produced in reaction to, European and European American conceptions of the alleged inferiority of blackness and the supposed sanctity of whiteness. Fanon, 1986, prods us to critically consider the matter. Is not whiteness in symbols always ascribed in French and in English? We could add to justice, truth, virginity. The black man is the symbol of evil and ugliness. In Europe, the black man is the symbol of evil. 180, 188, all emphasis in original. Notice Fanon's shift of tone and timbre here. He goes from questioning to caustically contending white supremacist constructions of blackness. He is well aware that critically engaging the ways that whites have constructed blackness will be difficult and disconcerting for both his black and white readers. He offers this compassionate caveat: one must move softly, and there is a whole drama in having to lay bare little by little the workings of processes that are seen in their totality. One must move softly, I know, but it is not easy. 188 to 189. Even though it is not easy, Fanon continued his agonizing exploration of anti-black racist constructions of blackness. The torturer is the black man, Satan is black, one talks of shadows. When one is dirty, one is black, whether one is thinking of physical dirtiness or of moral dirtiness. It would be astonishing, if the trouble were taken to bring them all together, to see the vast number of expressions that make the black man the equivalent of sin. In Europe, whether concretely or symbolically, the black man stands for the bad side of the character. As long as one cannot understand this. 264. 265. Fact, one is doomed to talk in circles about the black problem. Blackness, darkness, shadow, shades, night, the labyrinths of the earth, abysmal depths, blacken someone's reputation. In Europe, that is to say, in every civilized and civilizing country, the Negro is the symbol of sin. The archetype of the lowest values is represented by the Negro. 189. Here we have come to the heart of the matter, the various reasons Fanon critically engaged blackness in the white imagination in such anguished depth and intimate detail in Black Skin, White Masks. First, he believed, faithfully following Du Bois, Price Mars, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, that if blacks were made aware of white supremacist constructions of blackness, they could begin to consciously decolonize and deconstruct these false, anti-black racist constructions of blackness and reconstruct a new revolutionary blackness, that is to say, a blackness that transgresses and transcends anti-black racism and white supremacy, and, also, a blackness that promotes revolutionary humanism and solidarity with other racially colonized and struggling people, as well as authentic white anti-racist allies. Transgressing and transcending anti-black racism and white supremacy revolve around revolutionary humanism, because at the heart of real humanism is an emphasis on love and, although I know I need not say it, authentic love goes above and beyond race, gender, class, sexual orientation, and religious affiliation. Indeed, it must be honestly admitted, when blacks become aware of, or are existentially confronted with white supremacy in the form of anti-black racism, initially they are often angry and morally outraged, which is completely understandable from a black existential phenomenological perspective. 12 In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon recounts a story about the trauma he experienced when a white child shouted, "Look, a Negro," to his mother upon seeing him, Fanon, riding on a train. Initially, Fanon admits, he found it funny, writing "Look, a Negro." It was true. I was amused. Then, the white child's, however inchoate, internalization of anti-black racism reared its head, and he said, "Mama, see the Negro. I'm frightened." 112. Fanon's amusement was immediately annulled. The precious progeny of the white supremacist world, the white child's fantastic fear put Fanon in his infernal place. The white child's fear of the black demonstrates that there are few, if any, interactions and relationships, interracial or otherwise, in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world free from racial colonial contamination. As Nielsen noted in Resistance Through Renarration, 2011, in Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon emphasizes how the history of black people is simultaneously erased and rewritten by the white imagination, including the imagination of white children. 367. This revisionist history defines what a black person is, she bluntly continued, intellectually inferior, in need of a white master, culturally incapable of contributing something of value to. 265. 266. White, European, society and so on. In point of fact, the black person is thrown into this narrative, in medias res in the midst of things, with his part rigidly scripted and his subjectivity constructed according to the dominant culture's interpretation of his essence and history. Tellingly, although the racially colonized find themselves given this white story, Fanon contends that a time comes when the subjugated, often through a specific, painful event in which they are confronted personally with racism, begin to either accept and internalize the mythology, or they begin, initially via anger and moral outrage aimed at anti-black racism, to resist white supremacist colonial capitalism, even as embodied and enunciated by white children. 367. Fanon's audacious kiss the handsome Negro's s, madam, episode on the train offers a discursively defiant alternative to the acceptance and internalization of the diabolical dialectic of Europe's supposed white superiority and Africa's alleged black inferiority on lots of different levels, but Nielsen importantly emphasizes two key philosophical functions Fanon's classic riposte points to. Fanon's dramatic retelling of the train episode and the pre-theoretical racial assumptions apparent in the child's remarks about him and black people in general serves a twofold function. First, the narrative calls attention to the deficiencies of Merleau-Ponty's corporeal schema. For example, in a colonized context, if a black man leaned too closely toward a white woman in order to hear her utterance, his bodily comportment would be interpreted quite differently from a white man's. The white man is free to adjust his bodily attunement in order to hear the white woman, whereas the black man is not. What should be an ordinary, non-cognitive bodily adjustment becomes for the black man a movement that must be scrutinized from as many perspectives as possible, lest the wrong move cost him his life. This asymmetrical restriction of the black man's freedom to make bodily adjustments of this sort prevents him from developing a personal style which would enable him to emerge and differentiate himself from the phenomenal field in which he finds himself. Second, the narrative highlights the way in which phenotypic or so-called racial differences given the dominant narrative's negative interpretation of these differences result in the oppressed group living in what amounts, historically speaking, to a different world than the dominant group. Not only is the black person hindered in, for example, his or her personal intellectual development, but the black person's bodily comportment, spatial proximity to the white person, whether or not to make eye contact with the white person, and so forth must be scrutinized constantly so as not to overstep the ever-moving, invisible boundaries of a constrained, paranoid existence. 368. All of this is to say, the white child's practice of the anti-black racial gaze, which translated into his fear of Fanon, speaks volumes about the violence. 266. 267. That anti-black racism and white supremacy does to children's conscience and, truth be told, their unconscious, a la Freudian and Jungian psychology. The white child went from what was, interpreted as a naive observation about pigmentation, to a violent, at least for Fanon, the Negro, the black, the nigger, loss of racial innocence, that is to say, if such a thing, i.e., racial innocence, really and truly exists in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. The white child's fear of the black colonized or, rather, recolonized Fanon, robbing him of his individuality, distinct personal history, human worth, human dignity, and right to an open-ended and self-determined destiny. From the depths of his desperate double consciousness, which was sparked by the anti-black racial gaze of a white child in a white supremacist world, Fanon, 2008, wrote, "My body was returned to me spread-eagled, disjointed, redone, draped in mourning on this white winter's day. The Negro is an animal, the Negro is bad, the Negro is wicked, the Negro is ugly, look, a Negro, the Negro is trembling, the Negro is trembling because he's cold, the small boy is trembling because he's afraid of the Negro, the cold that chills the bones, the lovely little boy is trembling because he thinks the Negro is trembling with rage, the little white boy runs to his mother's arms, Ma man, the Negro's going to eat me. The white man is all around me, up above the sky is tearing at its navel, the earth crunches under my feet and sings white, white. All this whiteness burns me to a cinder. I sit down next to the fire and discover my livery for the first time. It is in fact ugly. I won't go on because who can tell me what beauty is?" 13, 93-94, emphasis in original. Anger, indeed. But, anger directed at the absurdity, to use existential phenomenological language, of white supremacy, which the child has presented himself, however unconsciously, as a proxy for. In fact, it is Negritude-inspired black anger at white supremacist colonial capitalism, a la Damas's Retour de Guyane and César's discourse on colonialism. Black anger because it is the black's unique response to his or her particular and peculiar lived experience of anti-black racism and white supremacy. Embarrassed or, perhaps, feeling the white guilt that Fanon discussed and dissected so articulately and intimately throughout Black Skin, White Masks, The White Mother, instead of using this absurd situation as an anti-racist and critical multicultural teachable moment, and as if trying to put a band-aid on a bullet wound like a good little white liberal racist, she responded by saying to her son, "Look how handsome that Negro is." Her flattery only added insult to Fanon's agonizing injury. If she would not teach her son, then, Fanon would give both of them a little lesson in the lived experience of the black. 267. 268. Then and there, breaking with everything he had learned about interracial etiquette in a white supremacist world, Fanon's anger reached its apex with half a dozen faithful words that most blacks mumble under their breaths or, at the least, out of earshot of whites, especially anti-black racist white children. "Kiss the handsome Negro's ass, madam. Fanon 1967, 114, or, in a more recent translation, the handsome Negro says, "Fuck you, madam." Fanon 2008, 94. He refused to be the black and all that subhuman or non-human category represents to white supremacists, whether hardcore, conservative, liberal, unconscious, pre-adolescent, or otherwise. Fanon was determined to continue his process of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization. Nothing would deter him, not even the supposedly racially neutral naivete of a white child. Ultimately, Fanon's black anger at anti-black racism and white supremacy served as a counter to the white mother and the white child's white supremacist anti-black racist constructions of blackness. If the white mother would not utilize the situation as a teachable moment, then, Fanon, the black, would. He taught the white mother and child that they cannot say and do anything to blacks, that blacks are not their imagined brutes and beasts of burden, but distinct human beings with emotions and intellects, with hearts and minds that whites will have to learn to be sensitive to, and that should they overlook blacks' emotions and intellects, as well as blacks' right to be humanly different from whites, they do so at their own peril. This, in essence, is a key aspect of what I have come to call Fanon's critical theory of radical disalienation. Now we shift the discourse from Fanon's critique of the white mother and child to his critique of arguably the preeminent French philosopher of his epoch, the incomparable Jean-Paul Sartre. Fanon's critique of Sartre, and specifically Sartrean negritude, goes far to demonstrate the paternalistic pitfalls of white anti-racism that is not grounded in pre-colonial and anti-colonial, as opposed to colonial and post-colonial, continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle. What, then, is Sartrean negritude, and what was Fanon's critique of it? And, precisely what does Étienne Haddour, in Sartre and Fanon, on Negritude and Political Participation, 2005, mean when he emphatically asserts that the political project of Fanon is consistently Sartrean, despite his disagreement with Sartre on some issues, 286. Like the legion of scholars who privilege the influences from the European intellectual tradition over those emanating from the Africana intellectual tradition when and where we come to continental and diasporan African intellectuals, Haddour emphasizes the complex and ambivalent relation of Fanon with negritude and Fanon's critique of the advocates of negritude, while simultaneously emphasizing that the political project of Fanon is consistently 268. 269. Sartrean, despite his disagreement with Sartre on some issues, 286, see also Haddour 2002a, 2002b. The question begs, if, in fact, Fanon had his disagreement with Sartre on some issues, but his political project can be interpreted as consistently Sartrean, why isn't a similar assertion offered and understood to be tenable with regard to his complex and ambivalent relationship with negritude, especially his complex and ambivalent relationship with Césaire, Senghor, and Damaz's work? In other words, why isn't Fanon's critical theory considered consistently Sartrean and consistently, for example, Césairian? How does the influence of one white intellectual conceptually eclipse the influence of an entire black cultural and political movement, i.e., the Negritude movement, and especially the work of a triumvirate of black intellectuals and political radicals, i.e., Césaire, Senghor, and Damaz? Fanon enthusiastically studied with and worked his way through long before he was introduced to Jean-Paul Sartre's philosophy, not to mention Marxism, Surrealism, Existentialism, Phenomenology, Psychoanalysis, and so on? According to Haddour, it is not simply Fanonism that owes a great debt to schools of thought arising out of the European intellectual tradition, but completely negating the influence of W.E.B. Du Bois, the Pan-African movement, the New Negro movement, the Harlem Renaissance, Jean Price Mars, Haitianism, the Haitian Renaissance, Caribbean nationalism, and African nationalism. Haddour unapologetically and rather insultingly asserted, arguably, negritude is nothing but a colonial fabrication, a Western mythology, 288. Haddour coarsely continued, put simply, like a good Orientalist who orientalizes the Orient by fabricating it, Senghor Africanizes the African. Senghor overstates the idea that negritude has carried in its train a revolution of Western civilization, 288 to 289. I, obviously, agree with Haddour when he observes that in essence Senghor absurdly Africanizes the African, a point I discussed in detail in the previous chapter. However, I strongly disagree with Haddour when and where he contends, Senghor overstates the idea that negritude has carried in its train a revolution of Western civilization, without in any way whatsoever discussing the ways in which the Negritude movement, as a matter of fact, carried in its train a revolution of African, as opposed to Western civilization, culture, and values. Indeed, Fanon and Fanonism are actually incredibly emblematic of the revolutionary intellectual and political aftermath of the Negritude movement in the context of both continental and diasporan African cultures and civilizations. Does Haddour not comprehend that negritude was not merely about critiquing and transforming Western civilization but, above and beyond all else, about Africa and Africans, continental and diasporan, collectively rescuing and reclaiming their humanity, history, and 269. 270. Cultures, which whites and their beloved Western civilization had denied, distorted, and deformed via enslavement, colonization, segregation, apartheid, and other forms of anti-black racism and white supremacy for several centuries. From Haddour's point of view, Senghor quite simply seems to forget that negritude is a colonial invention, and that the movement owed its existence to two Western philosophies, Marxism and Surrealism, 289. Not only, then, is Fanon's political project consistently Sartrine, now Haddour has the unmitigated gall to claim, in the most Eurocentric manner imaginable, that the negritude movement owed its existence to two Western philosophies, Marxism and Surrealism. Completely discursively dismissing the influence of W.E.B. Du Bois, the Pan-African movement, the New Negro movement, the Harlem Renaissance, Jean Price Mars, Haitianism, the Haitian Renaissance, Caribbean nationalism, and African nationalism on the negritude movement, Haddour continues to go back to Lewis Gordon's assertion above the long tradition of treating the thoughts of black philosophers as derivatives of white ones. Truth be told, many interpreters focus on the influences arising out of the European intellectual tradition on the negritude movement and Frantz Fanon because they have no authentic or comprehensive knowledge of the major theorists and schools of thought of the Africana intellectual tradition. As a matter of fact, the tendency to, in several senses, overfocus on and privilege the influence of European schools of thought on the negritude movement can actually be traced back to Sartre's infamous 1948 Black Orpheus essay, where he discussed the ways in which the negritude poets and political radicals were influenced by Marxism, Surrealism, and existentialism without even having the discursive decency to mention Du Bois, Pan-Africanism, the New Negro movement, the Harlem Renaissance, Price Mars, or the Haitian Renaissance. Consequently, Sartrine negritude can actually be taken as a term to mean a Eurocentric interpretation of negritude, which favors the influence of European schools of thought, history, culture, literature, and language on negritude while simultaneously discursively dismissing the influence of major theorists, schools of thought, history, culture, literature, and lexicon emanating from the Africana intellectual tradition. What I have admittedly tongue-in-cheek termed Fanonian negritude, then, is emblematic of my deep desire to not only demonstrate the ways in which Fanon synoptically synthesized negritude, Pan-Africanism, Marxism, Surrealism, existentialism, phenomenology, psychoanalysis, and so on, to ultimately discursively develop what has come to be called Fanonism, but also to demonstrate that arguably the most noted discursive descendant of the negritude movement took issue with the ways in which negritude was being 270. 271. Misinterpreted and discursively diminished by European, if not outright Eurocentric, although, obviously, not all Europeans are Eurocentric, interlopers during his epoch. What, then, was Fanonian Negritude's critique of Sartrean Negritude. To begin, we must first and foremost, get a better understanding of what Sartrean Negritude entailed, and how and why it differed so greatly from Domitian, Caesarian, and Sengherian Negritude. Synthesizing select elements of Domitian, Caesarian, and Sengherian Negritude, an extremely important, although often overlooked, fourth stream of Negritude was controversially conceptualized by the critically acclaimed French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. It was Sartre who, undoubtedly, introduced and helped to popularize the theory amongst white Marxists, white leftists, and white academics. Therefore, Sartrean Negritude, if you will, has had a life both dependent on and independent of Domitian, Caesarian, and Sengherian Negritude. This is so, partly, because of Sartre's popularity within white Marxist and white leftist circles, especially from the mid-1950s until his death in 1980, and also, as Robert Bernasconi has observed in The European Knows and Does Not Know, Fanon's response to Sartre, 2005, because Sartre's articulation of negritude was geared toward explaining negritude to whites and emphasized its supposed temporality and transient nature, 100 to 105. Thus, Sartre was and remains negritude's preeminent proponent and interlocutor of European descent, even though, Bernasconi strongly stressed, in discussing negritude, Sartre should have acknowledged his limitations as a white man, 103. In Black Orpheus, Bernasconi elaborated, Sartre had said more than it was legitimate for him as a white man to say, 100. To his credit, Sartre and his philosophy are distinguished from a host of well-meaning and would-be anti-racist intellectual activists of European descent in the sense that he entered into critical dialogue with Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, and later Fanon, on not only the class question, but also the colonial question and the race question. Although often overlooked in Sartre studies, post-colonial studies, and racial and ethnic studies, Sartre made several significant contributions to the study of racism and colonialism, ironically initiating his forays into these areas in 1945 with two essays on anti-black racism in America, Retour d'états unis, Ce qui j'ai appris du problème noir, Return from the United States, What I Learned About the Black Problem, and Le Problème Noir Auxiliary États Unis, The Black Problem in the United States. He continued his critique of anti-black racism in America with his 1946 play The Respectful Prostitute and an incomplete essay titled, Revolutionary Violence, which explored the evolution of white supremacist consciousness and anti-black racist oppression during the period of African American enslavement, Sartre 1989, 1992. Sartre then. 271. 272. Shifted his focus from developing an existential phenomenology of anti-black racism to developing an existential phenomenology of anti-Semitism in his classic Anti-Semite and Jew, Sartre 1965, see also Judaican 2006. After Anti-Semite and Jew, which was originally published in 1946, he offered several significant occasional essays on and interventions into racial colonialism and European and American imperialism in the international context. 14. Along with Marx, Robert Young, 2006, argued, Sartre constituted one of the major philosophical influences on Francophone anti-colonial thinkers and activists, and through them post-colonial studies. Sartre stands out as the Western Marxist who was most conspicuously involved in the politics of the anti-colonial movements, both in terms of a developing preoccupation with resistance to colonialism in his work and in his own personal political activism. 9x. Hence, anti-racist and anti-colonialist theorists and activists have often had an affinity with Sartre that is second, perhaps, only to Marx among Western European philosophers. However, similar to Marx, Sartre seemed to consistently privilege class over race in his writings on race, ultimately arguing that racism is a consequence of capitalism and, further, that as a byproduct of capitalism, racism will be eradicated with a real socialist revolution. This point will be discussed in greater detail below, but what is important to acknowledge here is that Sartre's writings on racism and colonialism were undoubtedly influenced by, and in dialogue with Negritude, and ultimately contributed to the discourse on decolonization. Jung further elaborated. Sartre was extensively concerned with colonial and Third World issues from 1948 onwards, from his first engagements with racism and Negritude, to the triumph of revolutionary China in 1949, the colonial wars in Indochina, Morocco, and Algeria, the Cuban Revolution, American imperialism in the war in Vietnam, the Arab-Israeli conflict, as well as French immigration policies. The implications of his involvement can only be fully addressed in the wider context of his other writings in these areas. The famous preface, Black Orpheus, to Senghor's collection, Anthologie de la Nouvelle Poésie Nègre et Malgache de langue française, 1948, the chapter on colonial violence in the Critique of Dialectical Reason, 1960, the appendix on the position of African Americans in the Notebooks for an Ethics, 1983, and the many occasional writings and interviews on the Vietnam War, which, once Algeria had succeeded in winning independence, became his major political preoccupation. Sartre, an active political campaigner, increasingly began to integrate these issues into the preoccupations of his own work. 15. X. Sartre's engagement with Negritude is distinct in that it represents the first time that he entered into critical dialogue with the racially oppressed and racially colonized those non-white folk Fanon would soon dub les dames de. 272. 273. La Terre. Unlike his essays on anti-black racism in America and anti-Semitism, in Black Orpheus Sartre sought to not simply align himself with and explain Negritude but, even more, to defend, define and, from Fanon's critical perspective, redefine Negritude to make it more palatable for liberal and left-leaning white audiences. Fanon regretfully wrote, "At the very moment when I was trying to grasp my own being, Sartre, who remained the other, gave me a name and thus shattered my last illusion." In his efforts to explain Negritude to whites, Sartre took many liberties with the theory, producing his own unique existential phenomenological Negritude that greatly differed from Domitian, Caesarian, and Senghorian Negritude. 16. Consequently, Sartre's work provides a missing link and an extremely important point of departure in any effort geared toward understanding and thoroughly assessing the significance of Negritude, Fanon's Africana philosophical foundation, and Fanon's contributions to critical race theory in the interest of developing an anti-racist, anti-capitalist, and anti-colonialist critical theory of contemporary society, i.e., an Africana critical theory. By, first, critically engaging Sartrine Negritude and, secondly, by exploring Fanon's critique of Eurocentrism and, ultimately, white left liberal anti-black racism and paternalism in Sartre's conception and articulation of Negritude, this section seeks to concretize several of the critical theoretic discoveries concerning the inadequacies of both whiteness and reactionary blackness, and the necessity of revolutionary blackness and revolutionary humanism, as discussed above. Ironically, according to Dismas Maysalo in African Philosophy in Search of Identity, 1994, Jean-Paul Sartre contributed the first systematic definition of Negritude in his 1948 essay Orpheus Noir, or Black Orpheus, 29. As distinct from Domitian, Caesarian, and Senghorian Negritude, Sartrine Negritude understands the black's affective attitude towards the world, that is to say, his or her negritude to be a necessary negativity, an anti-racist racism that is the only way by which to abolish racial differences. Sartre cited in Chamatsky and Kaplan 1969, 420. Neither Damas, nor Caesar, nor Senghor advocated, as Sartre did, a raceless society as the end result of negritude, but because, both Africana and European, scholars in the Francophone and Anglophone academic worlds have given greater attention and critical acclaim to Sartre's writings on negritude, i.e., Sartrine Negritude, he has, in a sense, become the go-to guy for knowledge on negritude and, by default, the philosopher of negritude, 447. However, Irene Genzier, 1973, has stated that Sartre was, indeed, sympathetic of negritude, but may have been uncertain as to precisely what the movement was about, 37-38. Sartre's supposed uncertainty, the resultant conceptual ambiguity, and his refusal to revise and/or revisit his articulation of negritude, as Damas, Césaire, and Senghor did, has to many contemporary workers in 273. 274. Black radical thought and Africana philosophy rendered his negritude at best lethargic. 17. Primarily overlooking Domitian negritude, Sartre makes a distinction between Césaire's subjective negritude and Senghor's objective negritude. From Sartre's point of view, Senghorian negritude seeks to rescue and reclaim ancient African civilizations, customs, myths, values, and so on, where Césarian negritude endeavors to return to the source, à la Amilcar Cabral, only insofar as the past pertains to, or can be shown to have a meaningful impact on, eradicating racial oppression and colonial exploitation in the present, and the longed-for liberated future. Despite making this distinction, Sartre, much to the dismay of negritudists of both persuasions, argued that Césarian and Senghorian negritude ultimately yield the same result, which contradicts his assertion that Césaire's subjective negritude is revolutionary because it asserts its solidarity with the oppressed of every color and pursues the liberation of all. Sartre cited in Chamatsky and Kaplan 1969, 446. Sartre did not challenge Senghor's black soul negritude as much as he assimilated it, and translated it into what he termed the being in the world of the black. Ironically, even after embracing certain aspects of Senghor's backward-looking or, rather, nostalgic negritude, Sartre goes on to claim that the only road that can lead to the abolition of differences of race is a subjective one remarkably similar to the road traveled by the synoptic Césaire and, soon afterward, Fanon and Cabral, among others. The journey down the subjective road is very brief, it is only a moment of separation or negativity, as Sartre is quick to essentialize blacks and whites, putting forward an almost ontological division between Africans and Europeans à la Senghorian negritude, 420. From Sartre's point of view, what is objective for the black is not necessarily the lived experience of racism and colonialism, but and here he is foolishly following Senghor black soul, black nature, and the essence of blackness. In Black Orpheus, then, Sartre exhibits a tendency to associate blacks with peasants, agriculture, sex, erotic mysticism, phallic erection, and the earth. In a sense, he puts forward a negritude of black naturalness that unwittingly places his existential phenomenological Eurocentrism, Marxist/white leftist racism, and liberal white supremacist humanism into bold relief. Sartre proudly proclaimed, "Techniques have contaminated the white peasant, but the black peasant remains the great male of the earth, the sperm of the world. His existence is the great vegetal patience, his work is the repetition from year to year of the sacred coitus. Creating and nourished because he creates. To till, to plant, to eat, is to make love with nature. It is in this that they join the dances and the phallic rites of the black Africans." 433-434. 274. 275. It would be difficult to deny Sartre's digestion of, and preoccupation with Senghor's negritude of black naturalness, replete with racist and sexist references. Sartrean negritude refashions colonial anthropology and unwittingly contributes to ethnophilosophy with its emphasis on the dances and the phallic rites of the black Africans, African primitiveness, and ancient African rituals and customs, as well as its preoccupation with the sexual potency of primordial or primitive African men, the great males of the earth, the sperm of the world, as he put it. For Sartre, negritude celebrates black creation, black sexuality, black spirituality, black bodies, black firm phalluses, black workers, and black consciousness. It is based upon a black soul, he asserted, drawing from Senghor, and on a certain quality common to the thoughts and to the behavior of blacks. Observe the abstractness and ambiguity in Sartre's discourse on negritude. Part of the problem has to do with the pronouncements of the objective negritudists and, most especially, their nostalgic claims of a single black essence, despite countless historical and cultural records and artifacts that point to black folks' very varied lived experiences and lived endurances of Holocaust, enslavement, racial colonization, segregation, and assimilation, not only in the diaspora but, as quiet as it has been kept, on the African continent as well. Fanon's, 1967, riposte to Sartre's philosophical flirtation with Senghor's objective negritude was clear and concise: Negro experience is not a whole, for there is not merely one Negro, there are Negroes, 136, all emphasis in original. In contrast to Senghor's objective negritude, Sartre identifies Césaire's subjective negritude, a negritude that moves beyond a mere chronicling of the great African past, a negritude with one foot on the continental past and the other on the diasporan present, and, finally, a negritude that pulls no punches and exhibits an extreme passion for liberty, said Sartre. Césaire's negritude, we are told, is revolutionary negritude because it is focused on black being and black becoming in the present and future, not ancient rituals, the mysterious bubbling of black blood, or the profundity of African polyrhythms. Sartre 2001, 138. It is not a negritude of universality, but one of particularity, of specificity and, as Sartre observed, it is based on a sense of revolt and love of liberty. He continued, what Césaire destroys is not all culture but rather white culture, what he brings to light is not desire for everything but rather the revolutionary aspirations of the oppressed black. What he touches in his very depths is not the spirit but a certain specific, concrete form of humanity. 127, all emphasis in original. Césaire snatches surrealism, that European poetic movement, away from the Europeans who created it and, to use Sartre's terse term, defrenchifies it, and Africanizes it to speak to the special needs of the continental and diasporan, African world. 275. 276. 128, 123. Césaire's poetry, then, signals the deconstruction of surrealism and the reconstruction of negritude, or Africanite, as Senghor would later suggest. Even after his intense analysis of Senghorian and Césarian negritude, which is to say, although he devoted the bulk of his essay to a critical treatment of objective and subjective negritude, or the divergent degrees of negritude, sans damas, Sartre took an odd turn and ended the piece emphasizing the temporality of black existence, unequivocally announcing that negritude is for destroying itself, it is the root of its own destruction. 133, 136 to 173, see also Fanon 1967, 133. This is the more serious matter that the prophets of negritude bring to the fore, a matter of intellectual, political, and racial life or death. The following passage from Sartre's Black Orpheus, which was made famous by Fanon in Black Skin, White Masks, perhaps captures the conundrum best and, consequently, should be quoted at length. But there is something more important: the black, as we have said, creates an anti-racist racism for himself. In no sense does he wish to rule the world, he seeks the abolition of all ethnic privileges, wherever they come from, he asserts his solidarity with the oppressed of all colors. At once the subjective, existential, ethnic idea of negritude passes, as Hegel puts it, into the objective, positive, exact idea of the proletariat. For Césaire, Senghor says, the white man is the symbol of capital as the Negro is the labor. Beyond the black-skinned men of his race it is the battle of the world proletariat that is his song. That is easy to say, but less easy to think out. And undoubtedly it is no coincidence that the most ardent poets of negritude are at the same time militant Marxists. But that does not prevent the idea of race from mingling with that of class. The first is concrete and particular, the second is universal and abstract, the one stems from what Jasper calls understanding and the other from intellection, the first is the result of a psychobiological syncretism and the second is a methodical construction based on experience. In fact, negritude appears as the minor term of a dialectical progression. The theoretical and practical assertion of the supremacy of the white man is the thesis, the position of negritude as an antithetical value is the moment of negativity. But this negative moment is insufficient by itself, and the blacks who employ it know this very well. They know that it is intended to prepare the synthesis or realization of the human in a society without races. Thus negritude is the root of its own destruction, it is a transition and not a conclusion, a means and not an ultimate end. Sartre 2008, 319-320, see also Fanon 1967, 132-133. For Sartre, negritude was merely a negative moment, which was ultimately insufficient by itself. What negritude lacked, from the Sartrean point of view, was precisely what blacks lacked, an openness to assimilation, which actually meant an openness to Europeanization parading under. 276. 277. The guise of modernization, and a more in-depth understanding of Hegel and, especially, Marx, who, perhaps not unbeknownst to Sartre, were both sometimes subtle, and sometimes not so subtle white supremacists or, at the least, extreme Eurocentrists. For Fanon, Sartre's white left liberal anti-black racist paternalism, like that of Hegel and Marx, was both undeniable and unbearable. 18 Sartre was not simply explaining negritude to whites but, even more, he sanctimoniously took it upon himself to redefine and retheorize negritude, in his mind, making it more logical and or rational for both blacks and whites. Fanon questioned Sartre's retheorization of negritude, wondering aloud whether it was his place, or if he was in a position to state, definitively, what it was, why it was, and where it was logically heading from a Hegelian point of view. In employing the Hegelian dialectic to engage negritude, Sartre surreptitiously embraced and put into practice a form of anti-black racist reductionism, where conventional white supremacist categories, such as whites belonging to the world of reason and blacks belonging to the world of unreason, were projected onto negritude, and blacks in general, and all of this was permitted even though, as Sartre himself observed above, Caesarean subjective negritude critiqued and contested such characterizations, as does Domitian negritude. To Fanon, this seemed all wrong, dead wrong, especially Sartre's utilization of the Hegelian dialectic to explain, of all black things, negritude. Sartre had been asked, as a friend of the colored peoples, to introduce whites to negritude, and he took the opportunity to redefine and retheorize, or, rather, Hegelianize, negritude and, basically, eloquently write its intellectual epitaph. Blacks represented rhythm, emotion, and irrationality, or unreason, where whites represented reason, science, and civilization, a la Hegel's and Hegelian philosophy of history. In the end, whites' reason would trump blacks' unreason or racial irrationality. Hence, Sartre said in so many words, whites need not worry themselves about negritude. It was a puerile passing phase and would not last long. Fanon would have none of it, and said so in the firmest words he could find, sternly stating, "Lay aside your history, your investigations of the past, and try to feel yourself into our rhythms. In a society such as ours, industrialized to the highest degree, dominated by scientism, there is no longer room for your sensitivity. One must be tough if one is to be allowed to live. What matters now is no longer playing the game of the world but subjugating it with integers and atoms. Oh, certainly, I will be told, now and then we are worn out by our lives in big buildings, we will turn to you as we do to our children, to the innocent, the ingenuous, the spontaneous. We will turn to you as to the childhood of the world. You are so real in your life, so funny, that is. Let us run away for a little while from our 277. 278. Ritualized, polite civilization and let us relax, bend to those heads, those adorably expressive faces. In a way, you reconcile us with ourselves. Thus my unreason was countered with reason, my reason with real reason. Every hand was a losing hand for me. I analyzed my heredity. I made a complete audit of my ailment. I wanted to be typically Negro, it was no longer possible. I wanted to be white, that was a joke. And, when I tried, on the level of ideas and intellectual activity, to reclaim my negritude, it was snatched away from me. Proof was presented that my effort was only a term in the dialectic. Fanon cited in Miller and Dolan 1971, 23-24. Fanon found Sartre's Hegelization of negritude not only paternalistic, but also indicative of his infantilization of blacks, the childhood of the world, as Sartre said. Fanon knew all too well that negritude had its limitations, but he also knew that existential phenomenology and Marxism had their limitations, something most existentialists, phenomenologists, and Marxists seemed extremely reluctant to admit. Over time, Nielsen, 2011, stressed, Fanon became increasingly aware of the need to expand, deconstruct, and revise, what she termed Enlightenment humanism and other forms of Eurocentric humanism, because the issue of race and racial colonization problematized Marxist universalism, if not ultimately the Eurocentrism of most forms of Marxist humanism. 374. Sartre had basically been asked by the negritude theorists to help to build a bridge from the black world to the white world and vice versa, in the spirit of creating, as Fanon said, "you understanding among men and a new humanism." Instead, Sartre betrayed the negritude theorists, and blacks in general, by Eurocentrically reducing blackness, negritude in this instance, to a term in the Hegelian dialectic. This was extremely wounding and very deeply felt by Fanon, because even though he did not agree with every aspect of negritude, he saw it as a necessary part of the ongoing evolution of the broader black struggle to come to critical consciousness and continue the radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization process. In other words, negritude was a necessary part of the process in order to put blacks on the rocky road to revolutionary blackness and, ultimately, revolutionary humanism. Bearing all of this in mind, Nielsen echoes a point I made earlier: Fanon's relation with Sartre is just as complicated as his relation with Césaire, and, indeed, Fanon is just as critical, if not even more critical, of Sartre as he is of Césaire. 372. For instance, although reluctantly, Nielsen went further. Fanon concluded that some, but not all, aspects of Sartre's critique of negritude ought to be taken seriously. As a matter of fact, Fanon does not deny that negritude is a response to the violence of colonization, Nielsen strongly stressed in her brilliant Frantz Fanon and the Negritude Move 278. 279. Meant, How Strategic Essentialism Subverts Manichaean Binaries, 2013a, 349. However, apparently unlike Sartre and very similar to Césaire, Fanon sees the productive, positive dimension of negritude as more than mere negativity. According to Nielsen, Fanon's response to Sartre's account is significantly more critical, hesitant, and sophisticated than most of his critics have been willing to concede or able to fully comprehend, because they have woefully failed to come to terms with the fact that, as Fanon put it in Black Skin, White Masks, the black man suffers in his body quite differently from the white man. Yet and still, Nielsen critically queries, how are we to understand Fanon's agreement with Sartre that negritude is in fact a temporary stage through which blacks, and whites, must pass? It is at this point that she ingeniously turns to Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak's theory of strategic essentialism to discursively develop what she, Nielsen, termed Fanonian strategic essentialism. If we bring Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak's notion of strategic essentialism into the conversation, Fanon's position reveals itself as not only coherent but as significantly more in tune with the concrete, historical needs of the oppressed at different stages of their collective identity, reconstruction. As Spivak explains, the oppressed group, recognizing its need for group unity and a positive self-conception, intentionally promotes an essentialist identity. Such a move is both therapeutic and strategic in nature. With respect to the former, a period of healing and regaining strength is necessary, given the suffering the group has endured. With respect to the latter, in order to accomplish their socio-political goals, the group must have time to solidify and develop its own distinctive voice, signature, discursive practices, and other unique features. Thus, on the one hand, Sartre was right to stress the temporary character of negritude as a movement emerging at a particular point in history. On the other hand, Sartre failed to grasp that the essentialist inflection of negritude can be, and has been, intentionally discarded. What is retained is the larger goal with which the movement began, the creation of the social reality of negritude, positively conceived, a reality that endures today and continues to expand in order to meet new social, political, and cultural challenges. In short, as feminist theorists and activists are well aware, a subjugated group's temporary adoption of an essentialist identity can be employed for specific historical purposes and then jettisoned when the group's aims are achieved. The shedding of one's essentialized skin, i.e., fixed identity, in no way annuls the socially constructed, group or individual, subjectivity. As philosophers of race and post-colonial scholars point out repeatedly, when it comes to race, our choice is not between race as a natural kind or essence or the non-existence of race in any significant sense. Rather, race and racial identities qua social constructions are social realities, which, as both Césaire and Fanon attest, can be used to foster group pride and thus contribute to a polyphonic chorus constituting a 279. 280. Symphonic humanity, or to mute and render silent the voice of the other, thus replacing the rich harmonies of humankind with a deafening monotone monotony. 349 to 350, emphasis in original. Ultimately, Nielsen, 2011, concludes, Fanon can reject essentialized notions of blackness and still affirm the crucial aspects of Caesarean negritude, which at its conceptual core promotes the development and continued fostering of a positive, black, social identity, a non-repetitive return to and ongoing reappropriation of African values, and, lastly, a revolutionary call to decolonization and a historically attuned humanism. 372. In other words, Fanonian strategic essentialism is an ephemeral essentialism, an instrumental essentialism, an anti-essentialist essentialism, to play on Sartre's characterization of negritude, conceptually conceived with the express intent of addressing white supremacist colonial capitalism. Moreover, because the black man suffers in his body quite differently from the white man, Fanon's mostly Eurocentric, if not bourgeois white male supremacist, critics will more than likely fail to understand that an essentialist identity can be employed for specific historical purposes and then jettisoned when the group's aims are achieved. Until we achieve a truly decolonized and re-Africanized Africa, and its diaspora, and ultimately a rehumanized humanity, there will be a need for negritude, albeit a new form of negritude to speak to the special needs of 21st century society, and one that continues to expand in order to meet new social, political, and cultural challenges. Quite controversially, Césaire's negritude and Fanon's critique of negritude seems to suggest that strategic essentialism may eventually move the wretched of the earth from reactionary blackness to revolutionary blackness, and from revolutionary blackness ultimately to revolutionary humanism. As was argued above concerning blacks' ability to positively use anger, as redemptive anger, in their quest for revolutionary blackness, revolutionary humanism, social transformation, and human liberation, i.e., Fanon's exchange with the white mother and child, Fanon contended that negritude was an important conceptual coordinate in the complex series of struggles that blacks must go through in order to develop their critical consciousness and begin, or continue, the radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization process. He was adamant about the injury Sartre inflicted. I said to my friends, the generation of younger black poets has just suffered a blow that can never be forgiven. Help had been sought from a friend of the colored peoples, and that friend had found no better response than to point out the relativity of what they were doing. For once, that born Hegelian had forgotten that consciousness has to lose itself in the night of the absolute, the only condition to attain to consciousness of self. In opposition to rationalism. 280. 281. He summoned up the negative side, but he forgot that this negativity draws its worth from an almost substantive absoluteness. A consciousness committed to experience is ignorant, has to be ignorant, of the essences and the determinations of its being. Orfe noir is a date in the intellectualization of the experience of being black. And Sartre's mistake was not only to seek the source of the source but in a certain sense to block that source. Fanon cited in Van den Hoven and Leek 2005, 291, emphasis in original. Had Sartre really and truly returned to the source of blackness, of the experience of being black in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, then he would have discovered, as so many black revolutionaries had long before him, that blacks did not exist before anti-black racism, and I unrepentantly reiterate, faithfully following in Fanon's footsteps, that what is often called the black soul is a white man's artifact. 19. Think about it for a moment. How many Africans, Arabs, Indians, or Australians thought of themselves as black prior to Europeans imperially defining and redefining them as such? Indeed, and in out-and-out intellectual honesty, as Vijay Prashad observed in The Karma of Brown Folk, 2000, and Hamid Dabishi in Brown Skin, White Masks, 2011, playing on Du Bois and Fanon's discourses respectively, Africans were/are not the only human beings to be subjected to the bleak blackness of racial colonization. There is a very modern, perhaps even postmodern, political economy to blackness and whiteness, and what well-meaning white liberals have an intellectual historical tendency of overlooking is that blacks did not, and were hard-pressed when they finally decided to, define themselves as blacks, and that, as quiet as it is kept, this power of racial, defining was premised on European myths, histories, and cultures that non-whites very often knew little or nothing about. That is to say, the power of racial defining and redefining called for particular historical and cultural conditions that were well beyond the life worlds and lived experiences of non-Europeans, of non-whites. Blackness, in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, represents the opposite of whiteness, which is one of the reasons Fanon refers to it as a Manichaean world where whites are free, and blacks are enslaved, whites are the colonizers, and blacks the colonized, whites are human, and blacks subhuman again, if they are considered human at all. 20. In his search for the source of blackness, or negritude, Sartre fell into his own form of bad faith by refusing to come to terms with the hard fact that the source of blackness, at least the form of reactionary blackness that he was engaging and articulating, emerged out of whites' anti-black racist constructions of blackness. For Sartre, blacks can meet only on that trap-covered ground that the white has prepared for them. The colonist has arranged to be the eternal mediator between the colonized, he is there always there even. 281. 282. When he is absent, even in the most secret meetings. Fanon, on principle, resented Sartre's reduction of negritude to whites' ready-made anti-black racist deconstructions and misrepresentations of blackness, especially considering the fact that Césaire's negritude sought to break with reactionary blackness and promote blacks' embrace and practice of the process of decolonization and, ultimately, revolutionary blackness. Instead of introducing negritude, the negritude of the poets and theorists of the Negritude movement to a wider audience, Sartre concocted a reformist negritude, a Manichaean negritude that was tragically caught within the reactionary black/white world of white supremacy, which is to say, a world already defined by and for whites, and a world predicated on defining, dehumanizing, and racially colonizing non-whites, especially blacks. At the exact anguished moment that blacks had taken it upon themselves to redefine their own reality, Sartre reminded them that white supremacy had already beat them to the punch and, in so doing, Sartre, however unwittingly, dealt negritude an intellectual death blow. Fanon felt that Sartre missed the main point of negritude, which was to remind Negroes that they were Africans before they were racially colonized and coerced into accepting their Negrohood. They did not have to be Negroes and, also, they did not have to be white. Black folk or, rather, continental and diasporan Africans could consciously define and redefine themselves and need not be predetermined or prefabricated figments of white folks' imperialist imagination. Fanon fumed, and so it is not I who make a meaning for myself, but it is the meaning that was already there, pre-existing, waiting for me. It is not out of my bad nigger's misery, my bad nigger's teeth, my bad nigger's hunger that I will shape a torch with which to burn down the world, but it is the torch that was already there, waiting for that turn of history. Fanon cited in Akampora and Cotton 2007, 65. In other words, negritude, as a contradictory form and expression of both reactionary and revolutionary blackness, does not, and will never, fit nicely and neatly into the Hegelian dialectic, or any other Eurocentric schema, including the Marxian dialectic, because it is much more than a mere reaction to whiteness and because whites have consistently failed to engage it, i.e., blackness, on its own terms and employing revolutionary black and revolutionary anti-racist perspectives, research methods, and modes of analysis. Once again, I invoke the Africana intellectual tradition, and specifically W.E.B. Du Bois, Pan-Africanism, the New Negro Movement, the Harlem Renaissance, Jean Price Mars, Haitianism, and the Haitian Renaissance in our efforts to seriously grasp and grapple with negritude as more than a mere discursive derivative of French Marxism, surrealism, existentialism, phenomenology, and psychoanalysis, as well as the ways in which negritude, however faintly, factored into Fanon's 282. 283. Fully developed critical theories of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization. Sartre may, in fact, have been partially right when he wrote that negritude is a passage and not an outcome, a means and not an ultimate end, but he neglected to thoroughly engage and critically understand why it was a necessary passage and an almost mandatory means for blacks in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. From Fanon's perspective, Sartre was talking out of turn. He said much more than he should have, because in saying what he did Sartre revealed that, although he was a friend of the colored peoples, he too had internalized anti-black racism and did not understand that negritude, however nascent, represented an important early stage in the development of revolutionary blackness and the dialectic of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization. For one of the first times in the modern moment, especially post-Harlem Renaissance and post-Haitian Renaissance, to be black was not bad, but good. It was not a negative, but a positive. This was something deeply needed by Negroes at the time, which Sartre simply did not understand, perhaps, because he had never endured what Fanon scathingly called my bad nigger's misery, my bad nigger's teeth, and my bad nigger's hunger, which is to say, the lived experience of the black in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Blackness may have began as a reaction to anti-black racism and white supremacy, but from W.E.B. Du Bois' pioneering Pan-Africanism, to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance, to Jean Price Mars and the Haitian Renaissance, through to the Negritude Movement, it matured more than many whites seem to be able to imagine, let alone critically comprehend. Blackness became more than a mere reaction to whiteness, it was now, according to Fanon, 2002, immanent in its own eyes. He went on to audaciously assert, in terms of consciousness, the black consciousness is held out as an absolute density, as filled with itself, a stage preceding any invasion, any abolition of the ego by desire. Jean-Paul Sartre, in the work Black Orpheus, has destroyed black zeal. In opposition to historical becoming, there had always been the unforeseeable. I needed to lose myself completely in negritude. One day, perhaps, in the depths of that unhappy romanticism. In any case I needed not to know. This struggle, this new decline had to take on an aspect of completeness. Nothing is more unwelcome than the commonplace, you'll change, My boy, I was like that too when I was young, winky face, you'll see, it will all pass. The dialectic that brings necessity into the foundation of my freedom drives me out of myself. It shatters my unreflected position. Still, in terms of consciousness, black consciousness is immanent in its own eyes. I am not a potentiality. 283. 284. Of something, I am wholly what I am. I do not have to look for the universal. No probability has any place inside me. My Negro consciousness does not hold itself out as a lack. It is. It is its own follower. 144, all emphasis in original. Part of what Sartre brilliantly demonstrated by advancing his concept of bad faith is that it is possible for someone to fervently claim to love humanity in a universal sense while committing egregious acts against particular people's humanity and violating their human rights. What should also be observed here too, then, is that it is possible for someone to advance that they are a friend of the colored peoples while, however subtly, unconsciously or paternalistically, putting forward positions that may seem on the surface to support colored peoples and be in their best interests, but in all actuality are deeply detrimental to their unique humanity, history, and culture. Sartre was right, negritude was a means and not an ultimate end. However, Sartre was wrong in either completely overlooking or downplaying the importance of negritude, of blacks' need to explore their blackness on their own terms and for as long as they deemed necessary in their quest to repair, reform, and yes, revolutionize their relationships with themselves, first and foremost, other non-whites, and, ultimately, whites as well. It will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for blacks to really and truly commit to revolutionary humanism without first going through the process, of relearning to love themselves, which is part of what the process, of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization is essentially about. It seems so unfair to ask blacks to love whites and other non-whites when so little serious attention and social exercises have been devoted to, first, blacks relearning to love themselves and, second, whites and other non-whites learning to love and appreciate blacks and their blackness on blacks' own, anti-racist and pro-African, terms. In his Hegelization of negritude, Sartre also demonstrates his retreat from developing a full-fledged existential phenomenology of race and racism by collapsing race into class. For Sartre, it is the class struggle and class warfare that capitalism and colonialism creates that are the most significant forms of human oppression and exploitation. Sartre 1963, 1967, 1974, 1976, 2006. Where he employed Hegel's philosophy of history to explain the transient nature of negritude to whites in general, he utilized Marx's theories and critiques of capitalism, class struggle, and socialist revolution to make negritude more appealing to white Marxists and white leftists. As with so many white Marxists and white leftists before him, Sartre, 2001, understood racism and colonialism to be important factors impacting the modern world, but and here's the real rub: racism and colonialism were particular to blacks being in the world and the life worlds and life struggles of other colored. 284. 285. And racially colonized people, whereas capitalism and class struggle represented the ultimate universal revolution, a struggle that would not only liberate colored and racially colonized folk, but also the proletariat, by which Sartre means white workers. 128. It must be honestly admitted that Sartre did not exaggerate when he wrote, undoubtedly it is no coincidence that the most ardent poets of negritude are at the same time militant Marxists. However, what Sartre's analysis circumvents is the crucial fact that radicals of color or multicultural Marxists are usually initially attracted to Marxism because of its wide-ranging historical and political perspective, its critical theoretical preoccupation with exploitation, alienation, oppression, and domination, and its emphasis on social transformation and the promise of liberation. But, as soon as radicals of color realize that when white Marxists speak of exploitation or oppression rarely is racism considered, and colonialism almost always takes a secondary position to the evils of capitalism, they immediately find Marxism to be a false universal doctrine, its historical vision horribly Eurocentric and surreptitiously white supremacist, and its supposedly all-encompassing conceptual categories to be so narrowly focused on class and obsessed with capitalist corruption, that Marxism, for all radical political purposes in the interest of anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and anti-capitalism, often inhibits much more than it inspires revolutionary anti-imperialist movements. 21 Sartre quickly collapses negritude, and, in some senses, Pan-Africanism and black nationalism, into Marxism before he has a good understanding of what negritude is, why it was created, and what it was created to do. As soon as black radicalism conceptually outdistances white radicalism, which, of course, has long been thought to be best embodied in Marxism, Sartre counsels blacks to take a hard turn toward a weak-willed class-focused and economy-obsessed humanism and transcend their newly discovered radical blackness or racial particularity. By Sartre's own admission, the revolutionary Negritudists had surely put the white surrealists to shame, making a mockery of the emptiness, the verbal impotence, and the silent densities of their, the white surrealists, poetry, Sartre 2001, 122. But, even in winning, blacks still lose. If they embrace their race, which is to say their blackness, in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, then, they are accused of narrow-minded nationalism or, worse, reverse racism. However, if, on the other hand, they reject race, then it is automatically assumed that they want to be white, since to be white is to be raceless or, at the very least, racially neutral. Extremely frustrated by Sartre's redefinition and retheorization of negritude, Fanon declared, "Every hand was a losing hand for me." Sartre was dead serious when he wrote of the moment of separation or negativity that negritude represented. A moment is a very brief period. 285. 286. Of time, and that is precisely how long Sartre envisioned blacks' dire need to speak their special truths to each other, whites, and the wider world about their collective lived experiences and lived endurances in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. In so many words, Sartre was saying that blacks were justified in their deep desire to separate from and/or critique white supremacy and European global imperialism, but just as soon as he admits this, he sets a time limit on how long blacks should journey down the road of racial justice, retribution, and redemption. Fanon questioned Sartre's attempt to place a time limit on blacks' need to explore their blackness, often utilizing strategic essentialism, on their own terms, and their need to demand racial justice from the purveyors and progeny of white supremacy. From his point of view, Jean-Paul Sartre had destroyed black zeal by not realizing that blacks needed to lose themselves completely in negritude. If negritude turned out to be, in point of fact, a passage and not an outcome, a means and not an ultimate end, it was not Sartre's place to say so, Fanon chided. Could Sartre not see how condescending and paternalistic what he was arguing was to blacks? And, if he could not see it, then, from Fanon's perspective, that very racial myopia was proof positive that, no matter how well-meaning, Sartre had done a great disservice to blacks in their quest to rescue, reclaim, and if need be, recreate their humble humanity. Fanon fumed, "I needed not to know." This struggle, this decline had to take on an aspect of completeness. Hence, even if negritude was purely a passage, Sartre failed to fully acknowledge, critically understand, and be solemnly sensitive to the necessity of that passage and its crucial importance in terms of blacks' efforts to reclaim their humanity and embrace and practice revolutionary blackness and, ultimately, revolutionary humanism. Negritude is, indeed, an anti-racist racism from the Sartrean perspective, but this anti-racist racism is the only road that will lead to the abolition of racial differences. 118. Even as they embrace race in a revolutionary anti-racist manner, in the interest of a revolutionary anti-racist movement, the racially ruled are simultaneously told by the progeny of the inventors of race, the modern racial rulers, to transcend race, to erase race, to deal it the final death blow. From Sartre's point of view, then, negritude is temporary and, like a child throwing a temper tantrum, it should be tolerated for the time being, but rest assured, racial colonial rulers, it cannot and will not last long. In his own existential phenomenological paternalistic words, negritude is not a state, it is a simple surpassing of itself, it is love. It is when negritude renounces itself that it finds itself, it is when it accepts losing that it has won, the colored man, and he alone can be asked to renounce the pride of his color. He is the one who is walking on this ridge between past particularism which he has just climbed and future universalism, which will be the 286. 287. Twilight of his negritude. He is the one who looks to the end of particularism in order to find the dawn of the universal. Undoubtedly, the white worker also becomes conscious of his class in order to deny it, since he wants the advent of a classless society, but once again, the definition of class is objective, it sums up only the conditions of the white worker's alienation, whereas it is in the bottom of his heart that the black finds race, and he must tear out his heart. Sartre cited in Inwazor 2001, 429. In negritude, continental and diasporan Africans are simultaneously issued a long overdue special invitation to rescue, reclaim, and, perhaps, modernize African culture and, almost immediately, admonished to transcend their newfound, or newly created, culture for the greater good, not of humanity, as Sartre would slyly have us believe, but for white workers. Note that blacks find race, not in the anti-black racist and white supremacist world they are mercilessly and maliciously flung into, but in the bottom of their hearts, and they, therefore, must tear out their hearts. Why? Because the most pressing social and political problems are capitalism and class struggle, the very problems that white Marxists have long been perplexingly preoccupied with. Sartre tells us that white workers want a classless society, however he does not extend his analysis to black and other colored and racially colonized workers who want not only a classless society, but an anti-racist, dare I say, post-white supremacist society as well. If, indeed, race is in blacks' hearts, as Sartre suggests, then, pray tell, how did it get there? What is the relationship between racism and capitalism? Racism and colonialism? And, furthermore, colonialism and capitalism? Is it a coincidence that the rise of race and racism parallels the historical development of capitalism and racial colonialism? Who invented racial categories? When, where, and why were racial categories invented and disparaging racial distinctions made? Domitian, Caesarian, and Senghorian negritude offer answers to similar answers, but answers nonetheless to these questions, i.e., the race question. Sartrean negritude sidesteps answering these crucial questions altogether and makes a mad dash to desultorily dissolve negritude into Marxism. Sartre, however, is correct to suggest that negritude contains the seeds of revolutionary humanism. One need only turn to Fanon's 4 volumes to see the fruits of negritude's nascent revolutionary humanism pushed to their pinnacle, but, Sartre is wrong, retrogressively wrong, to euphemize the importance of Pan-Africanism and black nationalism for black radical politics and black revolutionary social movements. 22. He is on point when and where he states that the black revolutionary asserts his solidarity with the oppressed of every color, and because he has suffered from capitalistic exploitation more than all others, he the black revolutionary has acquired. 287. 288. A sense of revolt and a love of liberty more than all others. And because he is the most oppressed, he necessarily pursues the liberation of all, when he works for his own deliverance. Sartre cited in Is 2001, 159, all emphasis in original. However, Sartre fails to see how and why the black liberation struggle, of which negritude is an important although often overlooked part, fuels the fires of both revolutionary blackness and revolutionary humanism, and not simply in blacks but in other non-whites and authentic white anti-racist allies as well. If black revolutionaries are pursuing the liberation of all, even as they embrace their blackness, then the problem is not with blackness, but more, perhaps, with the ways in which blackness is maliciously misrepresented and deliberately devalued in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Sartre, perhaps, should be admonishing whites, especially white Marxists and white liberals, to renounce their race, or, rather, their sense of racelessness, or racial neutrality, or racial universality, since historically when whites embrace their race it has usually translated into racism, white supremacy in particular, and the physical and cultural decimation and or racial colonization of non-whites. Sartre is in very bad faith, to borrow one of his favorite existential phenomenological phrases, when he suggests that black revolutionaries transcend race in their efforts to abolish racism without so much as mentioning that whites, especially white workers, white Marxists, and other white leftists, would do well, finally they would do right moral and ethically, in doing the same. We seem to have stumbled upon a Sartrean double standard here, a racial riddle, or a racial colonial conundrum, if you will. The abolition of racial differences is not, or, rather, should not be quarantined to blacks, black revolutionaries, and or black revolutionary movements, but should be incorporated into all anti-imperialist movements, especially white Marxist and white leftist movements. It is quite cowardly, if not subtly racist, of Sartre and other white Marxists to nobly volunteer to fight in the war against capitalism and entreat and enlist black revolutionaries in class struggle, often as the shook troops, as Du Bois declared in The Negro and Communism, and then abandon blacks and other non-whites in their parlous struggle, against anti-black racism and white supremacy, Du Bois 1995, 591. Insult is added to the injury when many white Marxists and white leftists refuse to acknowledge the ways that they themselves are complicit in and contribute to anti-black racism and white supremacy by downplaying and neglecting the ways in which racism, colonialism, and capitalism are incessantly overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting systems of violence, oppression, and exploitation that thrice threaten non-whites' life worlds and life struggles. 288. 289. It seems utterly absurd that an extremely perceptive philosopher and radical social theorist such as Jean-Paul Sartre would double-deal the Negritude theorists, and blacks in general, at the very moment that they turn to him for camaraderie. However, in Sartre's 2001 defense it could be pointed out that he did earnestly admit in the middle of Black Orpheus, it must first be stated that a white man could hardly speak about it, i.e., negritude suitably, since he had no inner experience of it and since European languages lack words to describe it. 129. If, indeed, a white man could hardly speak about it suitably, then, why did Sartre suggest over and over again throughout Black Orpheus that negritude was fleeting, momentary, and or temporary? On what grounds did he make these audacious assertions, and why? What is more, why was Sartre so eager to suggest that the negritude theorists, and black revolutionaries in general, transcend their blackness, their past particularism for a future universalism without at the same time issuing a similar caveat to white Marxists and other white leftists, if not to whites in general? Sartre knows good and well that the black revolutionary wishes in no way to dominate the world, he desires the abolition of ethnic privileges, wherever they come from. 137. So, it seems curious that he would prematurely eulogize negritude and eloquently write its epitaph. Perhaps there is a deep double meaning, dare I say a deep Sartrean double consciousness, when he writes near the end of Black Orpheus, one more step and negritude will disappear completely. 138. Negritude did not disappear as much as it evolved into more radical forms of blackness which have been and remain almost utterly overlooked by liberal and well-intentioned white intellectuals and would-be white anti-racist allies, many of whom continue to be confused when and where black radicals and black revolutionaries attach urgent importance to a principled embrace of blackness, what I have dubbed here, revolutionary blackness. Sartre misunderstood blacks' need to explore their blackness, as opposed to whites' whether conscious or unconscious anti-black racist constructions of blackness. Part of Sartre's misunderstanding of blackness, Fanon suggested, had to do with his unwillingness, at the time that he wrote Black Orpheus in 1948, to critically engage whiteness and white supremacy, especially amongst would-be white anti-racist allies, white liberals, white workers, white Marxists, and other white leftists. Sartre understood that there was a connection between whiteness and blackness, but he did not critically comprehend that it would be almost impossible for blacks to transcend their blackness without whites, too, transcending their whiteness and working with non-whites to eradicate white supremacy. This line of logic has even more weight and gravity when it is recalled that whites invented the concept of race and perfected the practices of racism and racial. 289. 290. Colonialism. 23. The foregoing provides a portrait of Fanon's main problem with Sartre's redefinition and retheorization of negritude. From Fanon's point of view, negritude was not born only to die as much as it was born only to be reborn or, rather, reincarnated in other, more revolutionary theories and praxis. Obviously, what has come to be called Fanonism represents one of the most popular discursive descendants of negritude. Therefore, negritude was created to be recreated into new, more radical and, ultimately, more revolutionary forms of blackness, Africanite, politics, and praxis, and even after black skin, white masks. Fanon's work bears faint traces of negritude's seminal influence. There will be a need for revolutionary blackness, so long as there is anti-black racism and white supremacy, and there will be a need to seriously study and explore the lived experiences and lived endurances of blacks, so long as there remains racial colonialism, liberal racism, and white supremacy. 24. As Fanon, 1967, said, the Negro problem does not resolve itself into the problem of Negroes living among white men but rather of Negroes exploited, enslaved, despised by a colonialist, capitalist society that is only accidentally white. 202. Whether we agree or disagree with Fanon that the racial colonial capitalist society that we find ourselves in is only accidentally white is beside the point. The point is that whether only accidentally white or deliberately white, the only world that we know and experience is an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, which unequivocally is a racial colonial world where whites are the racial colonizers and non-whites are the racially colonized. Let us, therefore, turn to Fanon's critical theory of revolutionary decolonization and witness white supremacy hard at work in the racial colonial world. The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon's discourse on racial colonialism and critical theory of revolutionary decolonization. In Fanon's conception and critique, of the colonial context, he moved beyond a purely economic or Marxist analysis and placed a greater emphasis on the psycho-socio-political pitfalls and ideological implications of the distinct dimensions of the colonialism or, rather, the racial colonialism that non-whites endured at the hands of whites. Therefore, similar to Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, race and the critique of racism were at the heart of Fanon's conception of colonialism, and the lion's share of his legacy revolves around the ways in which he was able to innovatively demonstrate that racism and colonialism are inextricable in colonialist, as well as capitalist, Situa 290. 291. Shins where whites have colonized non-whites. In the racial colonial context, historical happenings, that is to say, all important events, in one way or another, are centered around the struggle, between the white colonizers and the non-white colonized. Which is to say, echoing Damas's analysis in Retour de Guyane and Césaire's commentary in Discourse on Colonialism, the sense of heightened humanity, the prosperity and privileges enjoyed by the colonizers are a direct and incontrovertible result of the rote racialization, intentional immiseration, and planned pauperization of the colonized. 25. Fanon pointed out that part of what distinguishes whites' colonization of non-whites is the often overlooked fact that racial colonization is twofold, that is to say, there is simultaneously the continuous and crude colonization, as well as the incessant, intense, and irrational racialization of non-whites. The racial colonizers' existence and identity, their very lives and legacies rest on their abominable ability to constantly produce and reproduce racial colonial violence, exploitation, and oppression. They constantly make conscious decisions and condone immoral behavior that grants them the maximum profit from the racial colonial system and roguishly robs the non-white colonized of their basic human rights. In The Wretched of the Earth, 1968, Fanon spoke directly to this issue, for it is the settler who has brought the native into existence and who perpetuates his existence. The settler owes the fact of his very existence, that is to say, his property, to the colonial system. You do not turn any society, however primitive it may be, upside down with such a program if you have not decided from the very beginning, that is to say from the actual formulation of the program, to overcome all the obstacles that you will come across in so doing. 36, 37. The white colonizers were unequivocally committed to overcoming all the obstacles, whether linguistic, cultural, social, political, religious, and so on, in their quest to not only colonize but, based on Fanon's critical contentions, to racialize the non-white world. It was, and remains, the dual colonization and racialization of the non-white world that distinguishes discussions of racial colonialism from those of colonialism in a general sense. It should be reiterated that non-whites have historically colonized other non-whites, and these instances and acts of aggression should be, indeed, must be, strongly condemned. However, what adds a deeper, perhaps, even more diabolical dimension to whites' colonization of non-whites is the insurmountable issue of the rote racialization and irrational ethnicization of non-whites in the world of white supremacist colonialism. 26. From Fanon's perspective, the most distinctive feature of racial colonialism, again, as opposed to colonialism in a general sense, is the fact that this kind of colonialism intertwines, interlocks, and intersects with racism, which ideologically undergirds and provides a wrong-headed, racist rationale for. 291. 292. The division of the world into white human beings and non-white native subhuman things that are brutishly bound together by white supremacist production and reproduction processes of racial colonialism, as well as racial capitalism. 27. On the one hand, in the world of white supremacist colonialism, white's sense of heightened humanity and God-given right to every privilege is collapsed and combined into one. And a person is blessed simply because he or she is white, and for no other reason. In fact, it is only by exercising their God-given right to rule over non-whites that whites really and truly demonstrate that they are human beings, that they are divinely different from the non-white native subhuman things. On the other hand, non-whites in the world of white supremacist colonialism anguishingly experience the exact opposite of what whites experience. For example, where whites have an overabundance of rights, non-whites experience a complete absence of rights, which ultimately leaves them at the mercy of the very irrational whites who robbed them of their rights and created the world of white supremacist colonialism in the first place. In his classic literary and philosophical essays, 1955, Jean-Paul Sartre perceptively engaged this issue. Any member of the ruling class is a man of divine right. Born into a class of leaders, he is convinced from childhood that he is born to command and, in a certain sense, this is true, since his parents, who do command, have brought him into the world to carry on after them. A certain social function, into which he will slip as soon as he is of age, the metaphysical reality, as it were, of his person, awaits him. Thus, in his own eyes, he is a person, and a priori synthesis of legal right and of fact. Awaited by his peers, destined to relieve them at the appointed time, he exists because he has the right to exist. This sacred character which the bourgeois has for his fellow and which manifests itself in ceremonies of recognition, the greeting, the formal announcement, the ritual visit, etc., is what is called human dignity. The ideology of the ruling class is completely permeated with this idea of dignity. And when men are said to be the lords of creation, this expression is to be taken in its strongest sense. They are its monarchs by divine right, the world is made for them, Their existence is the absolute and perfectly satisfying value to the mind which gives its meaning to the universe. That is the original meaning of all philosophical systems which affirm the primacy of the subject over the object and the composition of nature through the activity of thought. It is self-evident that man, under these conditions, is a supernatural being. What we call nature is the sum total of that which exists without having the right to do so. 214. All emphasis in original. Clearly, in the world of white supremacist colonialism and capitalism, whites are the lords of creation and supernatural beings, where non-whites are synthesized with, and perceived as part of nature, as Sartre aptly. 292. 293. Put it, which exists without having the right to do so. In the world of white supremacist colonialism and capitalism, non-whites do not have the right to exist on their own terms. If, indeed, they do exist in the white supremacist colonial capitalist world, they must do so on white supremacist colonial capitalist terms, which place them well beyond, or, rather, well beneath, the borders and boundaries of human rights, terms, which exclude them from the ceremonies of recognition, and, terms, which always and everywhere deny them access to the process, of individuation and, ultimately, an authentic sense of self, as opposed to a prefabricated racial colonial self designed to serve the white lords of creation, the white supremacist supernatural beings. There are no two ways about it. Either non-whites are racistly reduced to nature, to the sub-regions of subhumanity, or they are erased and or rendered invisible because they refuse to be boxed into one of the many human dignity-denying categories of the white supremacist colonial capitalist world. It is, consequently, racism that connects colonialism to capitalism and provides the racial colonial capitalist system with a kind of contradictory cohesion. In both the racial colonialist and the racial capitalist worlds, non-white natives are reduced to subhuman things or objects, and it is the obscene objectification of non-whites that perniciously permits whites to ideologically embrace the ideals of Western European democracy while simultaneously violating, exploiting, and oppressing non-white natives in the most brutal, undemocratic, immoral, and inhuman manners. Non-white natives are inextricable from, and often callously collapsed into, the nature of their indigenous environments. They are, literally, fused with, and into their natural habitats, as is customary when dealing with animals, plants, or other non-human exotic organisms. All of this is to say, whites make little or no distinction between non-white persons and the other exotic objects of the non-whites, indigenous regions, countries, or continents. Again, Sartre adds insight, for the sacrosanct, the oppressed classes are part of nature. They are not to command. In other societies, perhaps, the fact of a slave's being born within the domus, i.e., a wealthy household, also conferred a sacred character upon him, that of being born to serve, that of being the man of divine duty in relation to the man of divine right. Sartre cited in Megubain 1996, 36, all emphasis in original. We will return to Sartre's discourse on the man of divine duty and the man of divine right below, but first it is extremely important for us to observe the ways in which he conceptually connected racism and colonialism with capitalism when and where he turned his readers' attention to the malicious, albeit often nonchalant, manner in which the native's land and the fruits of his labor is stolen from him. Further critically commenting on the native's supposed nature in 293. 294. Contrast to their actual anguishing alienation in the racial colonial capitalist world, Sartre said. Everyone has felt the contempt implicit in the term native, used to designate the inhabitants of a colonized country. The banker, the manufacturer, even the professor in the home country, are not natives of any country, they are not natives at all. The oppressed person, on the other hand, feels himself to be a native. Each single event in his life repeats to him that he has not the right to exist. His parents have not brought him into the world for any particular purpose, but rather by chance, for no reason, at best, because they liked children or because they were open to a certain kind of propaganda, or because they wanted to enjoy the advantages accorded to large families. No special function awaits him, and, if he has been apprenticed, it was not done so as to prepare him to continue the unjustifiable existence he has been leading since birth. He will work in order to live, and to say that the ownership of the fruits of his labor is stolen from him is an understatement. Even the meaning of his work is stolen from him, since he does not have a feeling of solidarity with the society for which he produces. Sartre cited in Barrett and Aiken 1962, 410, all emphasis in original. At first issue, we see here that Sartre makes an extremely important distinction between the man of divine duty and the man of divine right. Where whites have a divine right to rule the world, non-whites have a divine duty to serve whites in their iniquitous quest, to conquer and recreate the world to suit their white supremacist imperialist whims and wishes. Never mind the fact that the non-white cultures and civilizations that whites colonized and racialized, in most instances, had their own unique pre-colonial social and political systems and distinct discourses on democracy, that is to say, their own versions of amicable egalitarian coexistence. This is all beside the point, and that is that from the white supremacist colonial capitalist point of view, non-whites were born into the world without any particular purpose. They were born, rather by chance, for no reason. Whites, and whites alone, are born with a purpose, and that purpose is, of course, to command. Being born into a class of leaders, whites take it upon themselves to carry on after their ancestors, to extend and expand the truculent traditions of their forebears, and accept the lofty tasks of letting and commanding the minority multitudes who were born without any particular purpose, that is to say, the seemingly naturally racialized and colonized non-white natives, those subhuman things aforementioned. It is from within the framework of this wicked worldview that non-whites are legally and for their own good forced, frequently employing viciously violent means, to work in the white supremacist colonial capitalist world. As Sartre said, to say that the ownership of the fruits of is the non-whites. 294. 295. Labor is stolen from him is an understatement. Consequently, an intense and excruciating racial colonial alienation harries and haunts non-whites because even the meaning of his work is stolen from him, since he does not have a feeling of solidarity with the society for which he produces. From Damas's Retour de Guyane, to Césare's discourse on colonialism, to Fanon's black skin, white masks and the wretched of the earth, through to Cabral's revolution in Guinea, our people are our mountains, and return to the source there exists a loose conceptual continuity that accents and critiques alienation, assimilation, racialization, and colonization in continental and diasporan Africans' life worlds and life struggles. Instead of one of many topics on their intellectual agenda, each of the forenamed's primary preoccupation was not workers in capitalist countries but the harsh realities of the wretched of the earth in racially colonized countries, and in the continental and diasporan African world more specifically. This aspect of the ongoing influence of the Negritude movement, even after its triumvirate accepted political posts, should not be overlooked. Consequently, if indeed Fanon is hailed as one of the fathers of post-colonialism, then we may conclude that, at the very least, aspects of the discursive origins of post-colonialism exist, however furtively, in Negritude discourse in general, and in the work of Damas, Césare, and Senghor in particular. It was Negritude, and specifically the work of Damas and Césare, that initially articulated that the harder the racially colonized rails against racial colonialism, the tighter and tighter the neocolonial noose gets around their necks. As will be discussed in greater detail below, what is needed is much more than polite political protest, à la Senghorian Negritude. In most instances, in fact, the well-meaning marches, protests, and demonstrations of the racially colonized do nothing more than allow them to let off some steam, while absolutely nothing about white supremacist colonialism is altered. The aftereffects of the racially colonized's piteous political protest is often an intensification of their feelings of inferiority, alienation, and powerlessness. Increasingly, many among the racially colonized come to terms with their racial colonizers and, in covert complicity with the white colonizers, act against their own best interests. The diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority deliberately denies non-whites any notion of their own unique humanity, on their own terms and outside of the orbit of racial colonialism, because white supremacist colonialism strips non-whites of anything even remotely resembling the psychological, intellectual, and material means which would allow them to consciously and proactively participate in the process, of self-transformation and individuation. In the circular, logic of white supremacy, the racially colonized, being miserable and made to endure all manner of 295. 296. Affronts against their humanity in the white supremacist world, are constantly caricatured as the kind of creatures or beasts of burden who deserve their lot in life. It is often said in white supremacist bourgeois social circles that real human beings would not under any circumstances endure such insults to their humanity and, therefore, clearly since the racially colonized accept, or, at the least, endure, such mistreatment they are subhuman, that is, if they are to be considered human, which is to say, of course, when compared with the superior humanity of the white lords of creation and the white supernatural beings at all. However, it is important to bear in mind here that violence, exploitation, and oppression have borders and boundaries that must be respected even within the world of white supremacist colonialism. For instance, violence, exploitation, and oppression cannot be carried so far that it results in the complete negation of the racially colonized, which is to say, that it cannot lead to their total physical destruction, because the negation of the racially colonized necessitates the negation of the racial colonizer. Bearing this in mind, let us now look to Albert Memmi's The Colonizer and the Colonized, 1967, where he perceptively pointed out that the colonizer must deny the colonized with all his strength, and at the same time the existence of his victim is indispensable to the continuance of his own being. Were the colonized to disappear, the whole of colonization, including the colonizer, would disappear with him. 92, 181. What Memmi's work does, especially when compared and contrasted with that of Damas, Césaire, Fanon, and Sartre, is intensely emphasize the crude, supposedly objective character of racial colonial conditions of production and reproduction, which, as we witnessed above, incessantly assigns the colonizer and the colonized their own distinct and rigid racial colonial and social political role within the racial colonial system, a role that they disregard and deviate from at their own peril and, even more, under penalty of certain destruction, that is, initially the disruption and then, ultimately, the destruction of the white supremacist colonial world. Hence, here we see that Damas and Césaire were right, that distinctions such as good or bad colonizers simply have no place within the world of racial colonialism, because each and every one of the colonizers' lived experiences is always already dictated by the diabolic demands of the white supremacist colonial capitalist process, of production and reproduction. Take, for instance, the new arrivals from the European mother country. It is not long before they discover that their comparable luxury is inextricable from the cultural disorientation, economic exploitation, political disenfranchisement, and social sufferings of the racially colonized. The recently arrived racial colonizer increasingly gains awareness of the fact that he or she sits on one scale of the balance, while the racially colonized unrestfully rests. 296. 297. On the other, the higher the white colonizer's quality of life and standard of living, not only in the colonies but also in the omnipresent mother countries as well, translates into the lower, i.e., unquestionably the lowest, quality of life and standard of living for the non-white colonized. In essence, the deeper the white colonizer breathes, often smelling the exotic flowers of their ornately designed antebellum atriums, the more malignly the non-white colonized suffocates and experiences historical, cultural, social, and political death and decay. This, of course, is not to negate the fact that many Europeans in the colonies are not large landowners or elite colonial administrators. Truth be told, the majority of them are themselves formerly poor persons and or proletariats who are caught within the quagmires of white supremacist colonialist and capitalist process, of production and reproduction. Thus, we see why they are more often than not the most vocal and, sometimes, violent defenders of, and foot soldiers for racial colonial privileges. Because of their work, more often than not, they do not really and truly work, they merely oversee others' property and or investments à la the petite bourgeoisie of the European mother country. In the racial colony, they are given express entry into a higher quality of life and standard of living than they had access to back in the European mother country. This higher quality of life and standard of living white colonizers fervently defend against all the clamoring claims of the racially colonized anti-colonial radicals, who call into question the white colonizers, increasing opulence in comparison with non-white natives' social death, cultural decay, and planned poverty. The formerly poor persons, and now the recently arrived racial colonizers' gruesome greed grows and, ironically, in order to keep hold of their relatively minuscule advantages, that is to say, when compared with those of the white supremacist colonial capitalists who really and truly command the racial colonial capitalist system, they are coerced into complicity with the very same soul-sundering system that not only violates, exploits, and oppresses non-white natives but also formerly poor and working-class whites such as themselves. It is their unconscious consciousness, to put it poorly, of their weak and always wobbling position within the world of white supremacist colonial capitalism that makes them the most vocal and, sometimes, violent defenders of, and foot soldiers for racial colonial privileges and, even more, the ongoing extension and expansion of white supremacist colonialism. 28 In The Colonizer and the Colonized, Memmi makes a critical distinction between the colonist of good intentions and the hardcore colonist. When colonialism is considered with Memmi's critical distinction in mind, as well as from the perspectives of negritude and fananism, which is to say, from 297, 298 critical perspectives where it is seen as white supremacist colonial capitalism, then the good intentions of the colonist of good intentions are proven to be nothing more than feel-good, awfully empty rhetoric that serves as a subterfuge for, perhaps, one of the most widespread and havoc-wreaking forms of imperialism in human history. In order for the colonist of good intentions to really and truly be good insofar as the racially colonized are concerned, their intentions would have to go above and beyond the limits of intentions and well-meaning well-wishes, and transgressively translate into critical theory and radical political praxis geared toward the absolute abolition of white supremacist colonial capitalism. Anything short of this anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist revolution, a la fananism and cabralism, both simultaneously major discursive descendants and detractors of negritude, is simply well-meaning moral outrage and polite political protest that, to reiterate, does absolutely nothing to alter white supremacist colonial capitalism. What the well-intentioned racial colonist fails to understand is that if, indeed, non-white natives were granted freedom, equality, and justice under the auspices of the racial colonial system, then, the very faulty foundation, of the said system would be negated. There would be no racial colonial hierarchy, and the world as they themselves have come to know it would cease to exist. It is in this sense that I have argued that the colonist of good intentions is an idiotic oxymoron that points to racial colonists whose guilefully guilty consciences will not allow them to enjoy the spoils of the racial colonial war in which they themselves have surreptitiously played a pivotal racial colonial role. Now we turn to the hardcore colonists who, by openly and unrepentantly maximizing every avenue and opportunity of exploitation that the racial colonial system affords them and by proudly protesting for even more racial colonial privileges, actually prove to be much more honest than the colonists of good intentions and demonstrate a greater consistency in their white supremacist colonial capitalist misconduct. Where the colonists of good intentions often mask white mask, Fanon might say their willingness to uphold the racial colonial status quo, the hardcore colonists unapologetically announce their white supremacists' colonial capitalist interests and make it known that they intend to avail themselves of any and all means through which they can increasingly extract more and more wickedly won wealth and depraved privileges from racial colonial capitalism. From time to time, however, even the hardcore colonists have to grapple with the problem, of legitimizing their racial colonial capitalist privileges. This, as might be expected, is easily achieved by the deliberate dehumanization of the racially colonized, and purposely projecting images, even more, misrepresented 298. 299. Tions and mischaracterizations of them as the non-white native subhuman things discussed above. It is in this way that the hardcore colonists villainously validate, legitimize, and justify their roughish role, in the racial colonies, not as the racial colonial crooks that they really are, but as benevolent, Christian, progressive pioneers, multicultural promoters, and native protectors. Undeniably, religion has been, and remains, one of the racial colonizers' weapons of choice. Throughout the non-white colonial world, Christian missions have played a pivotal role in both the racialization and colonization of non-whites. When and where the Christian Church quickly, carelessly, and Eurocentrically condemned the pre-colonial and traditional spiritual practices and religions of the non-white, racially colonized natives as paganism, heathenism, and infidelism, is precisely when and where white religion ideologically intertwined with, and became an integral instrument in the establishment, extension, and expansion of white supremacist colonial capitalism. It was within the realm of religion, above and beyond all others, that white supremacist colonialists were able to, I reiterate, villainously validate, legitimize, and justify their roughish role, in the racial colonies, not as the racial colonial crooks that they really are, but as benevolent, Christian, progressive pioneers, multicultural promoters, and native protectors. White religion had a special way of weakening non-whites to the wickedness of white supremacist colonial capitalism. For example, those non-whites who converted, or, rather, who were diverted, to white Christianity ultimately came to view their own pre-colonial and traditional history and culture as primitive, barbaric, savage, and uncivilized, and increasingly opened themselves to racial colonial capitalist propaganda. 29 Fanon, 1975, Revealing wrote, "All values, in fact, are irrevocably poisoned and diseased as soon as they are allowed contact with the colonized race. The customs of the colonized, their traditions, their myths above all, their myths are the very sign of that poverty of spirit and of their constitutional depravity. That is why we must put the DDT which destroys parasites, the bearers of disease, on the same level as the Christian religion which wages war on embryonic heresies and instincts, and on evil as yet unborn. The recession of yellow fever and the advance of evangelization form part of the same balance sheet. But the triumphant communiques from the missions are in fact a source of information concerning the implantation of foreign influences in the core of the colonized people. I speak of the Christian religion, and no one need be astonished. The church in the colonies is the white people's church, the foreigner's church. She does not call the native to God's ways but to the ways of the white man, of the master, of the oppressor. And as we know, in this matter many are called but few chosen." 238. 299. 300. The white colonists attack the traditions and myths above all, their myths of the racially colonized, while clandestinely creating and perpetuating myths of their own concerning the racially colonized. The myths and stereotypes that the colonizer creates are ultimately internalized by the colonized, which leads them to many of the issues Fanon undoubtedly echoing Du Bois, Price Mars, Damas, and Césaire critically engages throughout his corpus. Hence, what began as little more than abstract figments of the white supremacist colonial imagination eventually became a concrete and excruciatingly crueler part of the already inhuman racial colonial reality. This process of white supremacist colonial capitalist production and reproduction of racist myths and stereotypes was aided and accelerated by, of course, white Christianity. Fanon's words above bear witness to as much, but also by real racial colonial sanctions and apartheid administrations which ironically derive their justification from the very same racial falsehoods and ethnic fictions that began as the abstract figments of the white supremacist colonial imagination discussed above. Drawing from the proto-Negritude discourses of Du Bois and Price-Mars through to the bona fide Negritude of Damas and Césaire, onto the post-Negritude Africana critical theory of Fanon and Cabral, a case can be made that some of the major justifications for white supremacist colonialism historically have been and currently continue to be a combination of the following: the colonized are lazy, therefore they must be made to work; they are not efficient, hence they deserve low, or, no, wages; they are innately unintelligent, hence they need direction and protection, that is to say, protection from themselves and others who might violate or exploit them; and, lastly, they are uncivilized savages who are slaves to their own instincts, hence the more enlightened white administered slavery, stern justice, police brutality, and political disenfranchisement are actually good for them and helps to keep them in line and out of trouble. The often overlooked fact that most of these myths and stereotypes could be easily applied to the white colonizers and the white working classes and masses of the European mother country is of no consequence in the evilly irrational world of white supremacist colonialism, because these myths and stereotypes fulfill psychological and social, emotional and economic, as well as political and penal functions for the real rulers of the white supremacist colonial capitalist world, the European, and European American, bourgeoisies. 30. In the final analysis, considering that the racially colonized are cut off from their history and culture, denied access to all social and political institutions, deprived of their traditional religions and languages, as well as any and all possibilities of unmolested self-definition and self-determination, there remains but two alternatives: the anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist. 301. Revolution I mentioned above, or a Sengharian Negritude-inspired romantic return to their pre-colonial values and institutions, such as their traditional spiritual practices and forms of social organization. However, truth be told, their pre-colonial values and institutions have been irreparably altered by the onslaught of white supremacist colonialism, and no amount of radical rhetoric or nostalgic negritude can transform this fact into fiction. It has become something of a rite of passage that continental and diasporan Africans are rudely awakened from their dreams of the paradisiacal African past only to find themselves gagged and bound, or, rather, shackled, chained and enslaved, if you will, at the height of the most horror-filled moment of the neocolonial nightmare of the African present. It would seem that there is but one real recourse, and that is the anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist revolution aforementioned, what Fanon described as true decolonization. Where Marx's main focus was on communist revolution, Fanon's was on decolonization. Whether we turn to the inchoate articulations of it in Du Bois and Price-Mars's discourse or the explicit enunciations of it in Césaire, Fanon, and Cabral's work, decolonization, fundamentally, is a form of revolution waged by, and in the best interests of, racially colonized peoples, the wretched of the earth, if you will. It is a process of simultaneous revolutionary transformation of self and society that seeks to eschew the direct, as well as indirect, imposition of imperialist Eurocentric or otherwise cultural, religious, racist, colonialist, and capitalist values and models. Decolonization is a process insofar as it understands that independence is not gained at the moment the racially colonized country is given its liberty, and allowed to raise its national flag and sing its national anthem. On the contrary, according to Fanon, political independence is merely the beginning, and it, political independence, in no way indicates and/or ensures that the colonized have been freed from colonial values, for these values, which include aesthetic, spiritual, social, political, cultural, intellectual, and psychological mores and models, have historically persisted and plagued the purportedly post-colonial people and society long after political independence. Grappling with this important historical and cultural fact, Fanon, 1975, wrote, "During the colonial period the people are called upon to fight against oppression, However, after national liberation, they are called upon to fight against poverty, illiteracy, and underdevelopment. The struggle, they say, goes on. Ultimately, THE people realize that life is an unending contest. 252. Indeed, life is an unending contest, especially life lived in the racial colonial capitalist world. Consequently, Fanon's Caesarean Negritude-inspired concept of decolonization seeks to call into question not simply racial colonialism, but also racial, or, rather, racist, capitalism. His concept is open-ended. 301. 302. Radically dialectical, and self-reflexively critical, and the new nation and the new men, nay, the new humanity who are to bring this new nation into being, can be achieved through a wide range of revolutionary strategies and tactics, provided, and here I faithfully return to Fanon's caveat, the post-colonial nation and post-colonial humanity do not imitate Europe, so long as they are not obsessed by the desire to catch up with Europe. If the nation-state that arises from the ashes of racial colonialism becomes dominated by the racially colonized middle class, Fanon's greedy and ever-groveling national bourgeoisie, then, not only will the cancer that is neocolonialism have been brought into existence, but racial capitalism, racist capitalist social relations, racist capitalist political economy, racist capitalist culture, and so on, will tighten the already too tight, increasingly asphyxiating neocolonial noose it has long had around the wretched of the earth's necks. This we may call, following the noted literary and cultural theorist, Neil Lazarus, 1999, the neocolonial option. 163. This option, which when critically engaged from the point of view of the wretched of the earth is revealed not to be an option at all, as it enables the racially colonized to be more completely racistly capitalized. It enables the super-exploited to be further exploited in new and unimaginable ways, to be perpetually dehumanized and disenfranchised, and, lastly, to be eternally confined to the prison house that Imperial Europe and European America has constructed with the express purpose of quarantining the racialized colonized, the wretched of the earth. The neocolonial option encourages the racially colonized to choose between the lesser of two evils, either racial colonialism, or racist capitalism. However, capitalism, white supremacist or otherwise, is utterly inextricable from racial colonialism. Lazarus sheds light on this issue when he writes that the neocolonial option is essentially a capitalist world system made up after colonialism of nominally independent nation-states, bound together by the logic of combined and uneven development, the historical dialectic of core and periphery, development and underdevelopment. 163, 31. If the racially colonized middle class, Fanon's native national bourgeoisie, comes to power in the post-colonial nation-state, then, only cosmetic changes to racial colonialism will have been made, or, as Fanon put it, there's nothing but a fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets. There's nothing save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom an undivided mass, still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time. Fanon cited in Hugin 2013, 292. The truth of the matter is that in its narcissism, the national middle class is easily convinced that it can advantageously replace the middle class of the mother country. Fanon 1968, 149. National independence, in this sick sense, offers the racially colonized middle class alternative opportunities to 302. 303. Create new relationships with both the colonizers and the colonized. In terms of the colonized, we have already seen that the racially colonized middle class wishes to exploit them more efficiently in the imperialist interests of the European and European American bourgeoisies. With regard to the middle class of the mother country, the racially colonized bourgeoisie discovers its historic mission, that of intermediary. 152. To the racially colonized bourgeoisie, nationalization quite simply means the transfer into native hands of those unfair advantages which are a legacy of the colonial period. 152. Below I quote at length a stunning passage in which Fanon drives the point home that the racially colonized middle class, because it will not consider as its bounden duty to betray the calling fate has marked out for it, becomes, for all intents and purposes, neocolonialism's midwife and European American imperialism's smokescreen. 150. Seen through its eyes, its mission has nothing to do with transforming the nation. It consists, prosaically, of being the transmission line between the nation and a capitalism, rampant though camouflaged, which today puts on the mask of neocolonialism. The national bourgeoisie will be quite content with the role of the Western bourgeoisie's business agent, and it will play its part without any complexes in a most dignified manner. But this same lucrative role, this cheapjack's function, this meanness of outlook and this absence of all ambition symbolize the incapability of the national middle class to fulfill its historic role of bourgeoisie. Here, the dynamic, pioneer aspect, the characteristics of the inventor and of the discoverer of new worlds which are found in all national bourgeoisies are lamentably absent. In the colonial countries, the spirit of indulgence is dominant at the core of the bourgeoisie, and this is because the national bourgeoisie identifies itself with the Western bourgeoisie, from whom it has learned its lessons. It follows the Western bourgeoisie along its path of negation and decadence without ever having emulated it in its first stages of exploration and invention, stages which are an acquisition of that Western bourgeoisie whatever the circumstances. In its beginnings, the national bourgeoisie of the colonial countries identifies itself with the decadence of the bourgeoisie of the West. Fanon cited in Gontarski 2001, 254. From the foregoing the need for the dialectical dimension of decolonization appears crystal clear. Decolonization is inherently critical of bourgeois thought, culture, and values, whether European or African, Eurocentric or Afrocentric. It self-reflexively brings dialectical thought to bear on the liberation strategies and tactics, that is to say, on the liberation theories and praxis undertaken in the revolution against imperialism to achieve an authentically post-colonial world, and, equally important, it applies the same self-reflexive critique to the proponents and opponents, agents and adversaries of revolutionary social, political, and cultural transformation. 32. 303. 304. Fanon critically comprehended that European capitalists and colonized African elites were willing to wickedly work together, even after colonialism, to continue colonialism, to initiate a new covert form of colonialism, a purportedly kinder, gentler form of colonialism, neocolonialism. This is why, similar to Amilcar Cabral, as I discussed in detail in Concepts of Cabralism, Fanon ceaselessly searched for a version of democratic socialism suitable to the particular and peculiar historical and cultural needs of Africa and its diaspora, because it could never be enough to simply decolonize Africa and its diaspora, or any other former racial colony. Colonialism must be deracinated, literally, ripped out at the roots. Lazarus, 1999, again, offers insights. For Fanon, the national project also has the capacity to become the vehicle, the means of articulation of a socialist demand which extends beyond decolonization in the merely technical sense, and which calls for a fundamental transformation rather than a mere restructuring of the prevailing social order. 163, all emphasis in original. This means, then, as we have witnessed, from Du Bois and Price-Mars's proto-Negritude discourses, to the theories emanating from the Negritude movement, through to the post-Negritude Africana critical theories of Fanon and Cabral, in the same process in which the wretched of the earth's intellectual activists deracinate racial colonialism from their lives and homelands, they must also offer continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle-specific anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist options. Alternative egalitarian and revolutionary social organizations, political systems, cultural forms, and human relations have to be recreated or, in many instances, created. Indigenous traditions must be rescued and critically returned to, in a Domitian and Caesarian sense, and new ones must be initiated, and, Finally, special emphasis should be placed here. Decolonization, de-Europeanization, and revolutionary re-Africanization ought to be ongoing. Yet again, I return to Cabral's Senghorian Negritude sounding caveat, ongoing without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, which the wretched of the earth could, and, I honestly believe, should, appropriate and adapt as they return to the upwards paths of their own culture. Behold the dialectics of what Fanon referred to as true decolonization. In his own weighted words, nowadays a theoretical problem of prime importance is being set. On the historical plane as well as on the level of political tactics, by the liberation of the colonies, when can one affirm that the situation is ripe for a movement of national liberation? In what form should it first be manifested? Because the various means whereby decolonization has been carried out have appeared in many different aspects, reason hesitates and refuses to say which is a true decolonization, and which is a false decolonization. We shall see that for a man who is 304. 305. In the thick of the fight, it is an urgent matter to decide on the means and the tactics to employ, that is to say, how to conduct and organize the movement. If this coherence is not present, there is only a blind will toward freedom, with the terribly reactionary risks which it entails. Fanon cited in Kuykendall 1970, 202. Clearly, decolonization is a complicated phenomenon, one in which Africa's perplexing class politics and, in specific, the peculiar politics of Africa's colonized classes, plays itself out, although not without the eager, ever-watchful eyes and wicked intentions of various colonial capitalist bourgeoisies, European or otherwise. 33. The wretched of the earth's revolutionary intellectual activists, therefore, not only have to decolonize the world the colonizers made and, the colonizers' model of the world, as James Blount, 1993, perceptively put it, but also, the world the begrudging racially colonized bourgeoisie deeply wishes and desperately wants to make, or, rather, remake. False decolonization is, quite simply, the fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets that Fanon made mention of above. Absolutely nothing except for the color of the colonizers' skins, and, maybe, just maybe their masks, will have changed. There's nothing, fumed Fanon, save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom an undivided mass, still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time. Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization, therefore, more than Senghor, Césaire, or Damas, makes a distinction between the class politics and class projects of the racially colonized bourgeoisie and those of the wretched of the earth. From this critical Fanonian frame of reference, it can be ascertained that decolonization is not neutral and, consequently, not always automatically in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth. As the previous chapters on Domitian, Caesarian, and Senghorian negritude demonstrated, there are different directions that decolonization can take, just as there are different, extremely devious directions that colonialism, and capitalism and racism and sexism, can take, and the racially colonized bourgeoisie seeks to initiate and establish a neocolonial nation-state by means of a bourgeois decolonization, that is to say, decolonization in the interests of the racially colonized bourgeoisie who, to strike the iron while it is hot, want nothing other than to further underdevelop their countries in the imperialist interests of the upper and middle classes, i.e., the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie, of the mother country and, especially, foreign capitalist corporations and conglomerates. Not to be fooled by African colonial elites' false decolonization, which is nothing but another name for Eurocentric imperialist recolonization, Fanon disparages the racially colonized bourgeoisie's concept of decolonization, its false decolonization, by emphasizing the interconnection and intersection of 305. 306. Their imperialist interests with those of the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie of the European mother country. The national bourgeoisie will be greatly helped on its way toward decadence by the Western bourgeoisie, who come to it as tourists avid for the exotic, for big game hunting, and for casinos. The national bourgeoisie organizes centers of rest and relaxation and pleasure resorts to meet the wishes of the Western bourgeoisie. Such activity is given the name tourism, and for the occasion will be built up as a national industry. These are the stigma of this deprivation of the national middle class. Because it is bereft of ideas, because it lives to itself and cuts itself off from the people, undermined by its hereditary incapacity to think in terms of all the problems of the nation as seen from the point of view of the whole of that nation, the national middle class will have nothing better to do than to take on the role of manager for Western enterprise, and it will in practice set up its country as the brothel of Europe. Fanon cited in Rhodes 1971, 306. The dialectics of revolutionary decolonization is simultaneously aimed at the concreteness of the colonial past and the possibilities of the post-colonial future and, for all its openness it remains, like all dialectics, preoccupied with both internal and external contradictions, which means, as we have witnessed above, that it is as critical of the pseudo-bourgeoisie in neocolonial Africa as it is of the super-bourgeoisies in Europe and America. The dialectics of revolutionary decolonization, thus, is grounded in, and grows out of, the crossroads where the concreteness of the colonial past and the possibilities of the post-colonial future converge, the place where world historical facts meet racial colonial fictions, the place where the wretched of the earth, through their true decolonization, begin the process, of freeing themselves from the clutches and claws of white supremacist colonialism, and capitalism. I observed above that true decolonization critically engages the proponents and opponents, as well as the agents and adversaries of revolutionary social, political, and cultural transformation. This is necessary because of the constraints of racial colonial history, the fact, namely, that the historical narratives of racially colonizing countries, dare I say racially colonizing continents, by default dehumanizes the racially colonized, the racial colonial, education system, which the racially colonized find very difficult to get around if they desire to be successful and survive in the racial colonial world, brainwashes them and their children into believing that Europe and Europeans, or, rather, as Dubois, 1995, declared, white folk are quite literally supermen and world-mastering demigods, 456, see also Rabaka 2007, 2010a, 2010c. Is it any wonder, then, that racial colonialism and racist capitalism implants a deep and pervasive sense of inferiority into the consciousnesses of the RA 306? 307. Chaly colonized, who get caught in the tangled web of undeniable intraracial antagonisms and curious trans-ethnic kinships, bitter battles, and concealed complicity. Is it any wonder that these same racially colonized social agents, who seem to live their lives on the brink of the most excruciating schizophrenia, how could it be otherwise, are, true to their double-conscious racial colonial condition, simultaneously capable of the narrowest nationalism and most heartfelt radical humanism, unrepentant religious intolerance and openness to agnosticism, ethnic chauvinism, and deep commitment to critical multiculturalism, and, lastly, searing selfishness and jaw-dropping selflessness? 34. It is important for the wretched of the earth's revolutionary intellectual activists to redefine revolutionary decolonization for their specific struggle, a la Fanon and Cabral, always keeping in mind that colonialism and capitalism, as with racism and sexism, are always and ever changing. Which is to say, each of the aforementioned are extremely malleable and motive, constantly shifting from one epoch or milieu to the next. Fanon's distinction between true and false decolonization provides an important paradigm and critical theoretical point of departure, one that enables the wretched of the earth to gauge whether true decolonization has taken, or is actually taking place. With this in mind, we are compelled to briefly albeit critically examine Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization in greater detail. For Fanon, 1974, decolonization is a program, a historical process, and a period which follows neither laws, nor logic that can be comprehended by either the colonizer or the colonized a priori, that is to say, prior to its emergence, 54-55. It overturns everything, every living or inanimate thing, nothing survives unaltered. Decolonization is quite simply the replacing of a certain species of men by another species of men, 54. It is part of a historical process that can and will end only when the entire colonial world, that is to say, the whole social structure, is changed from the bottom up, 54. However, revolutionary decolonization goes a lot further, and cuts considerably deeper into the social setting. It, in a word, influences not merely the social setting but also those individuals who undertake it or, rather, experience it. Fanon tells us that just as revolutionary decolonization changes the whole social structure, it also alters and influences individuals, it modifies them fundamentally. The thing which has been colonized becomes man during the same process by which it frees itself. 4. Revolutionary decolonization, at minimum, is the veritable creation of new men, who speak a new language to express their new humanity. But, it should be underscored, the new men that Fanon envisioned were not merely racially colonized males. Quite the contrary, he included the colonizers or the settlers, as 307. 308. Well as the females of both of these two forces, the colonized and the colonizers, opposed to each other by their very nature. 35. Fanon wrote, the need for this change revolutionary decolonization exists in its crude state, impetuous and compelling, in the consciousness and in the lives of the men and women who are colonized. But the possibility of this change is equally experienced in the form of a terrifying future in the consciousness of another species of men and women, the colonizers, 54-55, my emphasis. 36. In an anarchic moment, in many respects reminiscent of the Russian revolutionary Mikhail Bakunin, Fanon sternly stated, decolonization, which sets out to change the order of the world, is, obviously, a program of complete disorder. It is in this period of complete disorder that Fanon claims racially colonized people finally have the opportunity to question the colonizers, the colonial world, and, perhaps most importantly, themselves. In decolonization, there is therefore the need of a complete calling in question of the colonial situation. This complete calling in question of the colonial situation opens the colonized and the colonizing peoples to the potential and possibilities that they by and for themselves have of creating and constructing selves and societies predicated on total liberation, 54-55. Total liberation entails freedom, and the freedom that Fanon dialectically envisions has a double dimension. It is at once socio-political and personal, very similar to Du Bois, Price-Mars, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor's respective conceptions of freedom. With regard to the former, Fanon has in mind the freedom of the nation-state and/or governmental apparatus. Concerning the later, he envisions a Negritude-inspired existential freedom, which refers to an individual's consciousness of their freedom and free choice. The Fanonian concept of freedom bitterly understands that the starving peasant, outside the class system, is the first among the exploited to discover that only violence pays and that she or he has nothing to lose and everything to gain, and for this reason, in the past where they the peasants were completely irresponsible, today they mean to understand everything and make all decisions. The freedom Fanon envisaged, seemingly more in line with Domitian negritude than Caesarian and Senghorian negritude, is one where the peasants and politicians are one and the same because all citizens know and critically understand that nobody, neither leader nor rank and filer, can hold back the truth. And, the truth, according to Fanon, is that which hurries on the breakup of the colonialist regime. Much like Damas in Retour de Guyane and Misère Noire, Fanon went far to put his faith in the people in full view when he wrote, "Everything can be explained to the people, on the single condition that you really want them to understand." 308. 309. However, here Fanon is quick to offer a caveat: you will not be able to do all this, i.e., decolonize and achieve national liberation, unless you give the people some political education. 37 Freedom in the public and personal spheres requires the absence of external and coercive control over the state, as Antonio Gramsci, 1971, 1977, 1978, 1994, observed. It is in this sense that Fanon, especially in The Pitfalls of National Consciousness, criticizes anti-democratic, single-party, czarist, militarist, fascist, dictatorial, and puppet politics in post-independence underdeveloped countries. See Fanon 1968, 148-205. 38 Through the lens and lessons of history and betrayal, and perhaps following Fanon, in Neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism, 1965, Kwame Nkrumah would later write about and term this phenomenon in so-called Third World politics, neocolonialism. Colonialism remained colonialism, but during the post-independence period it took on new forms and mutated into its final and perhaps most dangerous stage, 9. Colonialism, quite simply, went by another name, and Dubois, Price Mars, Damas, Césaire, Fanon, Nkrumah, Cabral, and a whole host of Africana anti-colonialist, among other, thinkers have expressed and offered bits and pieces of the truth and reality of this matter. Sounding like Césaire in Discourse on Colonialism, Nkrumah comprehended that neocolonialism is by no means exclusively an African question. 17. Quite the contrary, Nkrumah contended. Long before it was practiced on any large scale in Africa, it was an established system in other parts of the world. Nowhere has it proved successful, either in raising living standards or in ultimately benefiting the countries which have indulged in it. Marx predicted that the growing gap between the wealth of the possessing classes and the workers it employs would ultimately produce a conflict fatal to capitalism in each individual capitalist state. This conflict between the rich and the poor has now transferred onto the international scene, but for proof of what is acknowledged to be happening it is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers. 17. It is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers, because the classical Marxist writers, in all their prescience and ranting and raving about revolution and social transformation, never fully figured, nor felt they needed to critically figure into their analyses, the classical or contemporary situations and circumstances of the racialized and colonized world. That is precisely why, following Renata Zahar, 1974, Lewis Gordon, 1995b, correctly observes that although Fanon was more in line with Marxist-Leninism, his contribution, to Marxist, and particularly Western Marxist, theory and praxis was more as an innovator, not a disciple. 93. It was 309. 310. Not long after Nkrumah, 1973b, wrote, For proof of what is acknowledged to be happening it is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers, that he, ousted from his presidency in Ghana in 1966, turned to, and drew from Fanon, and, in no uncertain terms, sternly stated, there is no middle road between capitalism and socialism. 74. 39 For Nkrumah, as for Fanon, decolonization, and all that it entails, is a necessary means if the wretched of the earth, in Fanon's phraseology, or the oppressed and exploited of the earth, in Nkrumah's terminology, are to reach the end of both colonial and neocolonial exploitation, alienation, and oppression, and usher in the ugly beauty, the blasphemous divinity of total liberation. Nkrumah 1973b, 74. Gordon, following Zahar, 1974, asserts that Fanon was no mere card-carrying, party-preaching Marxist-Leninist, but more an innovator within the worlds of Marxist and liberation theory. One of Fanon's major innovations and contributions to the discourses of negritude, Marxism, Pan-Africanism, African socialism, and Africana critical theory was his articulation of revolutionary decolonization. Although many of the major Fanon scholars and critics hardly discuss his concept of revolutionary decolonization, and make little or no distinction between true and false decolonization, it has been and remains one of Fanon's most pervasive, profound and provocative contributions to psychoanalytic, social, political, post-colonial, and postmodern theory. With regard to Marxism, Fanon's articulation of revolutionary decolonization enabled him to do precisely what he advocated others engaging and enduring the colonial problem do: stretch it, slightly. The classic line from The Wretched of the Earth reads, "Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem." Directly building on the breakthroughs of Domitian, Caesarian, and Sengherian negritude, Fanon, specifically in concerning violence, literally augments and updates Marxist theory, and appropriates those aspects and elements from it which he believed would enable him to call into question the colonial situation, that is to say, begin the historical process of revolutionary decolonization. By stretching Marxist analysis, Fanon placed a new praxis promoting critical theory, radical politics, and revolutionary decolonization, not merely on Marxists, but Negritudists, Pan-Africanists, African socialists, African nationalists, black nationalists, existentialists, phenomenologists, and radical humanists' discursive and political agendas. As will be recalled, Fanon first broached the subject of the inferiority complex that racial colonialism instills in the racially colonized in black skin, white masks. Racial colonialism and the racially colonized person's inferiority complex was something that he more or less psychologized in his early work, pointing to the profundity of the racial colonial problem and the 310. 311. Racially colonized's double-conscious racial colonial condition as a result of the problem. 40. With The Wretched of the Earth, written a decade after Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon believed that he had found an extremely important part of the solution to the racial colonial problem and the racially colonized's acute inferiority complex: self-defensive, humanity-affirming, and human dignity-asserting anti-colonial violence. Although it has long rubbed many of Fanon's readers the wrong way, few can deny how intriguing his views on self-defensive anti-colonial violence are. Moreover, there is a sense in which Fanon's views on self-defensive anti-colonial violence can be said to provide a leitmotif for critically comprehending a dying colonialism, The Wretched of the Earth, and most of the essays in Toward the African Revolution, which is to say, the bulk of his body of work. Few have understood, or engaged critically, Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization, its advocacy of self-defensive anti-colonial violence or otherwise. When he is read, as mentioned above, he is often read as a philosopher of violence, but similar to Malcolm X, Robert F. Williams, the Black Armed Guard, the Revolutionary Action Movement, the Republic of New Africa, the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army, Frantz Fanon cannot and should not be allowed to be reduced to a few misquoted statements concerning counter or self-defensive anti-colonial violence. 41. In point of fact, colonialism is frequently a code word for a complex kind of violence, of barbarity, of savagery, of sadism that plays itself out in the heads and hearts, in the lives and homelands of both the racially colonized and the racial colonizer. However, the racially colonized and the racial colonizer approach violence in two completely different, yet deeply interconnected, ways. On the one hand, the racial colonizer introduces the colonized to colonial violence, and this is a point that should be strongly stressed. Even so, we must be clear here to highlight the historical fact that violence existed long before the colonizer came to conquer the colonized. What makes the white colonizer's violence different from the pre-existing pre-colonial violence is the fact that the white colonizer's violence is racial colonial violence, violence for the sake of racial colonialism and, more specifically, violence for the express imperialist purposes of racialization and colonization. The racially colonized, on the other hand, engage in self-defensive anti-racist and anti-colonialist violence in reaction to the white colonizer's racial colonial violence, that is to say, to counter the white colonizer's racial colonial violence. The racially colonized comes to realize that racial colonialism has its own code of ethics, or etiquette of anti-ethics, if you will. The racial colonizer cannot and does not under any circumstance acknowledge the humanity or right to self-determination of the racially colonized, because to do so would completely undermine the bad faith and full legitimacy of racial colonialism. 311. 312. Which has been established on the imperialist assumption that the racially colonized, left to their pre-colonial political systems and social organizations, are utterly incapable of governing themselves. What is more, insofar as the racially colonized does not forfeit their rightful claim to self-determination and resist the imposition of racial colonial rule, the racial colonial nation-state, that is to say, the racial colonial government, the exportation of European imperialist social and political models and Eurocentric modes of existence cannot be guaranteed to take root. 42. In order to plant the seeds of European imperialist social and political models and Eurocentric modes of existence, the racial colonizer employs various forms of violence, overt and covert kinds of violence, physical and psychological varieties of violence, to quarantine the racially colonized to the world, of white supremacist colonial capitalism. Fanon contended that no matter how benevolent the racial colonizer might appear, the reality of the racial colonial matter is that he or she will not recognize the human rights of the racially colonized, or, in the event that some semblances of the humanity of the racially colonized are acknowledged, the racial colonizer will not permit it unless the acknowledgement simultaneously perpetuates the continued devaluation and humiliation of the humanity of the racially colonized. In other words, racial colonialism is willing to make certain concessions or exceptions to its racist rules, but these concessions with the racially colonized, usually with the racially colonized bourgeoisie, are few and far between. It is primarily because of colonialism's violent denial of the racially colonized's humanity and history that Fanon argued that the wretched of the earth must rescue and reclaim their humanity and history from the dark, dank dungeon that the racial colonizer has confined it to, and completely topple the racial colonial world. The racially colonized, therefore, must be mentally and physically prepared to violate the dividing line's social, political, cultural, metaphysical, physical, epistemological, and ethical imposed by the racial colonizer if they are to return to the upwards paths of their own culture, as Cabral contended, and in like fashion, as Fanon importantly asserted, rehumanize the racial colonizer and return them to their long-lost humanity as well. In the Hermeneutics of African Philosophy, 1994, Serekwaberhan importantly emphasized. The fundamental concern of the colonized is to retake the initiative of history, to again become historical being. It is to negate the negation of its lived historicalness and overcome the violence of merely being an object in the historicity of European existence that the colonized fights. Thus, it is the interimplicative dialectic of this primordial violence, and the counter-violence it evokes, that we need to concretely grasp. 57. All emphasis in original. 312. 313. Heeding the words of Serekwaberhan, and employing his caveat as my point of departure, what I seek to do here is to concretely grasp the role and relevance of self-defensive anti-racist and anti-colonial violence in the process, of revolutionary decolonization. It must be underscored at the outset that the first sentence of Fanon's last book, The Wretched of the Earth, 1968, reads, "National liberation, national consciousness, the restoration of nationhood to the people, commonwealth, whatever may be the headings used or the new formulas introduced, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon." 35, emphasis added. From Fanon's perspective, that the racially colonized turn to self-defensive anti-racist and anti-colonial violence should shock no one, least of all the brutish racial colonizers and their reprehensibly racializing and colonizing nation-states. Racial colonialism, the whole racial colonial system, which is to say, the entire white supremacist colonial capitalist world, is nothing other than naked violence, violence in its most vulgar and vicious forms. As Fanon never tired of telling us, violence is not simply physical, there are also psychological dimensions to violence. What is more, racial colonial violence is extremely predatory and pervasive and seeks to racialize and colonize as many aspects of the racially colonized's life worlds and lived experiences, as many elements of their history and culture, as it inhumanly and possibly can, from politics to economics, education to religion, psychology to social organization, aesthetics to ethics, and on ad infinitum. Recall, Fanon contended that it is the racial colonizer who is the bringer of violence into the home and into the mind of the native. All that we know as Europe and European has been, and remains, established on the negation of the lives, lands, languages, cultures, histories, and, therefore, the humanity of the non-European/non-white world. 43. The racially colonized, back to the wall. Knife. At their throats, realize that there exists but one way out of the wicked, white supremacist colonial world the settlers have made, and that is gun in hand, ready for violence at all times. Fanon, 1968, went further. The native who decides to put the program of revolutionary decolonization into practice, and to become its moving force, is ready for violence at all times. From birth it is clear to him that this narrow world, strewn with prohibitions, can only be called in question by absolute violence. 58:37. Under the auspices of the program of revolutionary decolonization, a struggle, one of absolute violence, a murderous and decisive struggle between the two protagonists, the racially colonized and the racial colonizers, thus ensues. 37. No thing remains as it was prior to this struggle, which, of course, is why the violence of this struggle is characterized as absolute. Absolute meaning total, complete, unconditional, and infinite. 313. 314. The violence of this murderous and decisive struggle alters all that was, and opens the oppressed, and by default the oppressors, to the possibility and potential of that which should have been, and that which they, meaning, both the racially colonized and the racial colonizers, begin to critically understand ought to be. The racially colonized, again, back to the wall. Knife. At their throats, knows that they have no other recourse but to fight for their liberty, and on behalf, and in the interests of their long denied, but, not by any means lost, humanity. The racially colonized knows that the world in which she or he has, literally, been flung into, a narrow world, strewn with prohibitions, is a world predicated on the primordial violence of white supremacist colonialism. Racial colonialism is, quite simply, violence in its natural state. 61. It was violence, absolute violence, that marked the beginning of racial colonial conquest, and it shall be nothing other than violence, absolute violence, which will symbolize and signify the death and the obituary of racial colonial conquest. The form, that the racially colonized self-defensive anti-racist and anti-colonial violence takes is not in any way predetermined by the racial colonial violence of the racial colonizer. Racial colonial violence, ironically, opens the racially colonized to new versions of violence, violence heretofore unimagined in the pre-colonial, and, dare I say, pre-racial, world. 44. Concerning the initial encounter between the racially colonized and the racial colonizers, Fanon wrote, their first encounter was marked by violence and their existence together, that is to say, the exploitation of the native by the settler was carried on by dint of a great array of bayonets and cannons. Fanon cited in Lawrence and Kareem 2007, 79. The racially colonized's history, culture, social and political systems, language, religion, art, and customs of dress, are supplanted, literally deracinated, that is to say, plucked or torn up or out by the roots, eradicated or exterminated, so as to make racial colonialism, violence in its natural state, complete, total, or absolute, as Fanon would have it. Commenting on the breakup, that is to say, the revolutionary decolonization of the white supremacist colonial capitalist world, Fanon critically commented, the violence which has ruled over the ordering of the colonial world, which has ceaselessly drummed the rhythm for the destruction of native social forms and broken up without reserve the systems of reference of the economy, the customs of dress and external life, that same violence will be claimed and taken over by the native at the moment when, deciding to embody history in his own person, he surges into forbidden quarters. To wreck the colonial world is henceforward a mental picture of action which is very clear, very easy to understand, and which 314. 315. May be assumed by each one of the individuals which constitute the colonized people. 82. Fanon, unlike many Marxist theorists, did not ascribe fixed and fast roles to specific social, political, and economic classes. Revolutionary decolonization, he declared, may be assumed by each one of the individuals which constitute the colonized people. Where Marx thought certain social, political, and economic classes, take, for example, the lumpenproletariat, were a dangerous class and social scum whose conditions of life prepare it for the part of a bribed tool of reactionary intrigue, Marx and Engels 1978, 482. 45. Fanon, on the other hand, argued that the lumpenproletariat, that horde of starving men and women, uprooted from their tribe and from their clan, constitutes one of the most spontaneous and most radically revolutionary forces of a colonized people. This is because the racially colonized lumpenproletariat constitute a class who constantly have to do without the most basic human needs, and whose members are systematically denied entry into the most minuscule so-called benevolences and benefits of racial colonialism and Eurocentric imperial modernity. Their lives, their excruciating existences serve as a constant and cruel reminder that the racially colonized bourgeoisie is nothing other than a bunch of buck-dancing and boot-licking neo-colonial carpetbaggers whose pseudo-lavish Eurocentric lifestyles accentuate the gross political and economic injustices of the established racial colonial order. 46. The racially colonized lumpenproletariat's lives also painfully point to the fact that their relationships with their pre-colonial history and culture have been brutally ruptured, which is one of the reasons Fanon wrote that they have been uprooted from their tribe and from their clan. The tribe and the clan symbolize the racially colonized lumpenproletariat's pre-colonial history and culture, their pre-colonial political systems and social organizations, and, although Marx may have thought of them as a bunch of mindless mercenaries, Fanon believed that they could potentially represent one of the most spontaneous and most radically revolutionary forces of a colonized people. Why? Because the racially colonized lumpenproletariat, long locked out of the racial colonial world that both the European bourgeoisie and the colonized African bourgeoisie greedily share, constitute the group farthest away from the crumbs that fall from racial colonialism's imperialist table. Their relationship with European modernity, which is to say, their relationship with the evil evolution of Europe's anti-black racist capitalism and white supremacist colonialism, has been and remains a violent one marked by the barbarity and savagery of the so-called Christian and civilized nations that conquered and racially colonized them. 315. 316. The aftermath of the Negritude Movement. The emergence of Fanonism, and the ongoing evolution of the Africana intellectual tradition, concluding remarks on why Negritude and Fanonism remain relevant. For Fanon, violence ruled over the racial colonial world, and it alone was absolute. It was the most pervasive characteristic of racial colonialism, and no one and no thing went unscathed. In fact, the government that the governing race and classes erected can be, and has been, described as a reign of violence. Because violence was the absolute, ordering and organizing principle of the racial colonial world, Fanon believed that only greater violence could and would bring disorder long enough to forge a new, anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist world. Racial colonialism, Fanon fumed, is not a thinking machine, nor a body with reasoning faculties. It is violence in its natural state, and it will only yield when confronted with greater violence, Fanon cited in Lawrence and Karim 2007, 84. Therefore, from the Fanonist perspective, the anti-racist and anti-colonialist violence of the racially colonized is nothing other than the long overdue answer to the conundrum that the primordial violence of racial colonial conquest has, and continues to present to the wretched of the earth, who are, I should reiterate, les masses de la terre, the masses of the earth. The racially colonized, through anti-racist and anti-colonialist violence, intend to wreck or break up the established order of the white supremacist colonial capitalist world, 82-83. Once again, Serekwa Burhan, 1994, offers important insights. The first act of freedom that the colonized engages in is the attempt to violently disrupt the normality which European colonial society presupposes. The tranquil existence of the colonizer is grounded on the chaotic, abnormal, and subhuman existence of the colonized. The new societies that replicate Europe in the non-European world are built on vacated space which hitherto was the uncontested terra firma of different and differing peoples and histories. The dawn and normalcy of colonial society, i.e., the birth and establishment of the modern European world, as Karl Marx approvingly points out in the first few pages of the Communist Manifesto, is grounded on the negation of the cultural difference and specificity that constitutes the historicity and thus humanity of the non-European world. European modernity establishes itself globally by violently negating indigenous cultures. This violence in replication, furthermore, accentuates the regressive and despotic/aristocratic aspects internal to the histories of the colonizing European societies. 58. Emphasis in original, 47. The imposition of European normality onto non-European lives and lands signals and symbolizes the very terms, the very grounds upon which 316. 317. The murderous and decisive struggle between the oppressed and their oppressors is fought. As Fanon contended, the cause is the consequence. You are rich because you are white because you are rich, Fanon cited in Lawrence and Kareem 2007, 82. To take this line of thinking a step further, it could be said that one is human because one is white and that one is white insofar as one is human. Although Negritude certainly did not engage or emphasize the importance of counter-violence on the part of the racially colonized to the depth and degree Fanon did, the fact that Negritude raised a number of the other important issues that are now associated with Fanonism should not be negated. For instance, it is undeniable that Negritude emphasized the humanity, historicity, and cultural specificity of the non-European and especially the African world. As discussed in the previous chapters, although Damas, Césaire, and Senghor each had differing conceptions of, and emphases on, continental and diasporan African history, no one who has objectively engaged their work can dispute the fact that returning Africans to their own history and culture was of paramount importance. Furthermore, no one who has objectively engaged Damas, Césaire, and Senghor can deny that a, however skewed, form of radical humanism was at the heart of each of their distinct conceptions of negritude. Again, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor did not agree with each other on everything, as the previous chapters have demonstrated. So, there is no need for us to attempt to qualify or disqualify the influence that negritude had on Fanon based on whether or not Fanon adhered to each and every tenet of negritude. Neither Hegel, nor Marx, nor Freud, nor Sartre, nor Merleau-Ponty offered Fanon the kinds of, however nascent, anti-racist and anti-colonialist concepts that negritude, and the broader Africana intellectual tradition extending back to Du Bois' discourse, did in Fanon's efforts to develop either his critical theory of radical disalienation or his critical theory of revolutionary decolonization. This is not in any way whatsoever to say that Hegel, Marx, Freud, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty did not have their own distinct conceptions of humanity, history, and culture. They obviously did, but that Sartre withstanding rarely, if ever, did they view humanity, history, and culture from the point of view of the racially colonized or, rather, from the perspective of the wretched of the earth in the ways in which negritude, even if only inchoately, did. At what point will Fanon scholars grasp the simple fact that it is completely plausible that Fanon, even as late as the writing of The Wretched of the Earth, could have embraced and conceptually carried over concepts from negritude, example radical humanism, Africana historicity, and Africana cultural specificity, while rejecting and discursively denouncing certain aspects of negritude, example racial romanticism, racial essentialism, and narrow-minded nationalism. In 317. 318. Faire peau neuve, Césaire, Fanon, Memmi, Sartre, and Senghor, 2003, Patrick Williams's work helps to drive this point home when he asserted, although for Fanon its method and assumptions may be flawed, Negritude's project of remedying that insult which the white man flung at humanity is one which all the francophone post-colonial thinkers share, and one in which they participate in different ways, on the basis of their differing theoretical perspectives. Who and what are we? Admirable question, says Césaire. For black people, having had their humanity denied for centuries, not least in order to justify the inhumanity of the slave trade, one of the fundamental acts of post-colonial resistance is the simple assertion of that humanity. Beyond that, however, lies the task of analyzing and constructing an ontology and an ethics, how to behave as fully human. These may be less obvious than they would appear. 184. All of this is to say, if nothing else, Negritude was a simple assertion of black humanity in a white supremacist colonial capitalist world, and like the Negritude theorists who initially helped him to come to social, political, and cultural consciousness, Fanon was unapologetically against the negation of the humanity, history, and culture of wretched of the earth, African or otherwise. By negating the history of the racially colonized, the racial colonizers also negate the identity, and therefore the humanity of the conquered peoples. A point that, as was witnessed in the foregoing chapters, Damas and Césaire both explicitly and unrepentantly engaged in their respective enunciations of negritude. Serequaberhan, 1994, maintains that he colonized is a member of a defeated history, 69. By this, I take him to mean two things. First, that the racially colonized is a member of a group that has suffered a monumental historical defeat. And, second, that the racially colonized's history, the process of his communal becoming, has been violently suspended or interrupted and, from the racial colonizer's point of view, definitively, 69. In defeating or conquering the racially colonized, the racial colonizer also defeated and conquered the historicity, that is to say, the lived and concrete actuality, the unique life worlds and life struggles of the racially colonized. The racially colonized no longer comes into being, or becomes a human being on her or his own terms, she or he only registers on the record of history, i.e., human history, when and where the racial colonizers allow her or him to do so, which, to be perfectly honest, is rarely, if ever. Further, when and where the racially colonized does rear her or his head in history, she or he is painted, at best, as a subhuman savage, a sort of quintessence of evil, or, at worst, the native, non-human thing Fanon discussed earlier. 48. This, in turn, creates a situation, a world where there exists two species of men and women, those who are white, European, and 318. 319. Human and, as a consequence, have human rights which are to be respected and protected, and, those who are racialized, colonized, non-European, non-white and, therefore, not human, and have no human rights which are to be respected and protected in a white supremacist colonial capitalist world. 49. In this world, and in this situation, it is not hard to discern why Fanon would write, on the logical plane, the monotheism of the settler produces a monotheism of the native. That is to say, the native, imbued with the horror and hell of racial colonialism, sets out to decolonize, to, literally, disinter and destroy the racial colonial world. The racially colonized has no other choice. As I have said, the oppressed have few options. Barred by the racial colonizers and sometimes their own self-negation and self-hatred from the annals of history, as the negritude theorists pointed out prior to Fanon and the emergence of Fanonism, the racially colonized seek nothing less than to reclaim her or his place on the stage of the miraculous drama of human existence and experience. Hence, following Fanon, Serequaberhan, 1994, said, conflict and violence are not a choice, they are an existential need negatively arising out of the colonial situation which serves as a prelude to the rehumanization of the colonized. 73. Serekwaberhan acknowledges that anti-racist and anti-colonialist violence is only a prelude, that is to say, it is literally a preface, an introduction, an opening through which the racially colonized might step back onto the stage of human history, and reconstruct human being, and a humane world where each person critically understands her or his identity and dignity and, therefore, their humanity, to rest on the respect and recognition of other persons' identity and dignity and, therefore, their humanity. This, of course, takes us right back to the discourse on revolutionary humanism, which is at the heart of the Africana tradition of critical theory. 50. As stated above, Fanon asserted, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. This is so because the agents of the racial colonial government speak the language of pure force. It is this force, this according to Serekwaberhan, 1994, virtual primordial violence that spawns the reactive, or, as I would prefer, counteractive violence contra. Not simply the racial colonizers, but the internalization of colonialism and racism on the part of the racially colonized and the entire white supremacist colonial capitalist world. 73. The internalization of colonialism and racism on the part of the racially colonized is yet another Negritude-esque theme that free-floats throughout Fanon's later work, especially The Wretched of the Earth and the essays collected in Toward the African Revolution. Innovatively reformulating aspects of negritude, and synthesizing them with elements from the work of Hegel, Marx, Freud, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty, among others, Fanon did not so much as completely discursively disclaim negritude as much as he put into 319. 320. Play a distinct method, the Fanonist method, that allowed him to creatively combine a wide range of radical theories and revolutionary praxis, whether Africana or European, in his committed quest to develop theories and praxis grounded in and arising out of the unique humanity, historicity, and cultural specificity of the wretched of the earth. In point of fact, negritude was fundamental to Fanon's development of his distinct critical theory and praxis from black skin, white masks through to the wretched of the earth, just as much as and, in many instances, even more than the work of Hegel, Marx, Freud, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty, among other European thinkers. No matter what Fanon took from negritude, Hegel, Marx, Freud, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty, among others, there is no denying the originality of his thesis on the anti-colonial counterviolence of the racially colonized. Indeed, it is Fanon's emphasis on the anti-colonial counterviolence of the racially colonized that makes his humanism more than merely Sartrean humanism in blackface, as has been repeatedly argued. For instance, in Caribbean Critique, Antillean Critical Theory from Toussaint to Glissant, 2013, Nick Nesbitt asserted, while Fanonian humanism is most obviously a throwing of Sartre's existentialist humanism by the colonized subject, it is best understood not so much as a reworking of Marx's classic theory of the liberation of the human species being, in his writings from the 1840s, but as the thinking through of Kojève's reading of the Hegelian master-slave dialectic as a revolutionary emancipation of the oppressed. 193. Without in any way denying the influence of Hegel, Marx, and Sartre on Fanon, one cannot help but to wonder why Fanon's work cannot be understood as an extension of the Hegelian master-slave dialectic, Marx's classic theory of the liberation of the human species being, and Sartre's existentialist humanism, and a critical discursive descendant of Damas's unapologetic anti-assimilationism, Césare's discourse on decolonization, and Senghor's Africanite-informed humanism, among the work of other Africana thinkers, as well? Isn't Fanon equally as critical of Hegel, Marx, and Sartre as he is of Damas, Césare, and Senghor? Why, then, is the assertion of, an emphasis on the continuation of Fanon's Africana intellectual influences, even in his work after Black Skin, White Masks, seen as suspect or problematic? As a matter of fact, Nesbitt correctly contended that Fanon's project of promoting a revolutionary humanism that violently destroys the unjust domination of the master has and will always, necessarily, appear from the point of view of the master as utterly inhuman and, I would add, utterly incomprehensible, if not ultimately utterly irrational. 193, all emphasis in original. Fanon's project, Nesbitt continued, is the unreserved affirmation of the humanization of being, beyond all its localized assertions as the mask of all racial and cultural dominions, in a trajectory of perpetual disalienation. 320. 321. Of the colonized and wretched of the earth. 193. Fanon's originality, consequently, lies in his emphasis on the unreserved affirmation of the humanization of being in racially colonized non-European human beings, and his openness to the use of counter-ideology and counter-violence to rehumanize both the wretched of the earth and their racial colonizers. 51. Neither Damas, nor Cesare, nor Senghor advocated the use of counter-ideology and counter-violence in an effort to rehumanize both the wretched of the earth and their racial colonizers. The exact same statement could indeed, should be made about Fanon's European influences. Neither Hegel, nor Marx, nor Freud, nor Sartre, nor Merleau-Ponty advocated the use of counter-ideology and counter-violence in an effort to rehumanize both the wretched of the earth and their racial colonizers. In other words, Fanon, and Fanon alone, epistemologically and praxeologically developed a critical theory of revolutionary decolonization that advocated the use of counter-ideology and counter-violence in an effort to rehumanize both the wretched of the earth and their racial colonizers. Here Williams's work in Faire peau neuve, once again, is insightful when he observed, Fanon notes the extent to which both, the wretched of the earth and their racial colonizers, rather than just the colonized, are alienated by the ideologies, i.e., white supremacy/anti-black racism, capitalism and colonialism, etc., to which they are all subject. Williams, 2003, went on to explain. Each, as Fanon says at the beginning of Black Skin, White Masks, is sealed into his whiteness or blackness. Each requires liberation into a condition of full humanity. In this state where the alienation of one is implicated in the alienation of the other, the struggle for the self-liberation of black people would also entail liberating white people from their position as oppressors. This, in turn, would mean the emergence of a new humankind, bearers of a new humanism. The double, ultimately universal, process of liberation is the revolutionary reversal of the process of mutual dehumanization put in place by colonialism. 186 to 187. At the conceptual core of Fanon's critical theory is a form of revolutionary humanism that is predicated on a dialectic of the dehumanization and rehumanization of both the wretched of the earth and their racial colonizers. Hence, ultimately Fanon's critical theory, while admittedly a discursive descendant of several schools of thought arising out of the Africana and European intellectual traditions, is wholly his own creation. He created a critical theory that directly spoke to the special needs of the wretched of the earth and their racial colonizers. In all intellectual honesty, none of the aforementioned created a critical theory in which such a distinction can be made, and none. 321. 322. Of the forenamed developed a philosophy that focused on the oppressive and extra-exploitative violence of cultural assimilation and racial colonialism to the depth or degree that Fanon's discourse did. Recall, Fanon insisted that it was the racial colonizer who is the bringer of violence into the home and into the mind of the native. What Fanon meant here is that the racial colonizer brought the violence of white supremacy and racial colonialism to African and other racially colonized peoples' life worlds and lived experiences, thus drawing them, the racially colonized, into Europe's global imperialist orbit, which presently includes peoples and continents constitutive of approximately 75% of the Earth's population and surface. 52. With the racial colonizers came violence of such immensity and intensity, such global enormity, that the pre-existing pre-colonial violence on hindsight appears to be no more than mere local or, at most, national skirmishes, scant squabbles that historically have been documented to have been commonplace, and to have plagued human beings in almost every epoch of human history, culture, and civilization. Racial colonialism is, quite simply, violence in its natural state, and, this epoch-breaking and epoch-making violence, asserted Fanon, will only yield when confronted with greater violence. Under these circumstances the racially colonized knows, especially after enduring centuries of oppression, exploitation, and alienation at the hands of racial colonialists and the racial colonial system, that she or he has no other recourse, decolonization or, continued, dehumanization. It is at, and in, this momentous moment, the moment the racially colonized commits to, and takes up the banner of revolutionary decolonization, that Fanon contended. He of whom they have never stopped saying that the only language he understands is that of force, decides to give utterance by force. In fact, as always, the settler has shown him the way he should take if he is to become free. The argument the native chooses has been furnished by the settler, and by an ironic turning of the tables it is the native who now affirms that the colonialist understands nothing but force. The colonial regime owes its legitimacy to force and at no time tries to hide this aspect of things. Cited in Lawrence and Kareem 2007, 88, emphasis in original. What is important to emphasize here is that the argument the native chooses has been furnished, at least in part, by the settler, by the settler's racial colonial actions, by their force, by their racial colonial violence, and, it also needs to be accentuated, by the European liberals and the white left's anti-racist and anti-colonialist inaction. That the white left, both in Europe and America, has long practiced a policy of benign and often naked neglect where the racial colonies and the racially colonized are concerned, to put it. 322. 323. Plainly, is nothing new. In fact, if truth be told, white liberals and the white left's policy of benign and naked neglect is perfectly normal in the abnormal and absurd white supremacist colonial capitalist world. However, the fact that the racially colonized have appropriated aspects of the white left's, mainly Marxist, arguments might come as a surprise, especially to those who remain unaware of the long tradition of black radicalism, much of it independent of Marxist influence, which, in all political and intellectual honesty, can be said to reach back as far as the Haitian Revolution, the Anglo-Zulu War of 1879, the First Italo-Ethiopian War, 1895 to 1896, and stretch across several centuries to our modern, as well as postmodern, movements for racial, gender, and economic justice. 53. Even as we grapple with and seek to grasp Fanon's position on violence, it is important to bear in mind something that Nesbitt, 2013, strongly stressed. Fanon had a personal horror of violence, as Simone de Beauvoir was surprised to discover, a repulsion that is evident whenever he speaks of specific cases of violence, whether pro or anti-colonial, 193 to 194. Nesbitt's comments here echo David Macy's, 2000, unambiguous assertion that Fanon never glorified violence. Critics like Jean Daniel and Jean-Marie Domnac suggest that Fanon's theses on violence are an attempt to justify the unjustifiable. Hannah Arendt makes the same point and quite erroneously claims that he glorifies violence for its own sake. Fanon does not glorify violence and in fact rarely describes it in any detail. There are no descriptions in The Wretched of the Earth of what happens when a bomb explodes in a crowded cafe and when shards of glass slice into human flesh. The violence Fanon evokes is instrumental and he never dwells or gloats on its effects. In a sense, it is almost absurd to criticize Fanon for his advocacy of violence. He did not need to advocate it. The ALN Armée de Libération Nationale was fighting a war, and armies are not normally called upon to justify their violence. By 1961, the year of Fanon's death and the year The Wretched of the Earth was published, the violence was everywhere. 475. In L'Envie de la Révolution Algérienne, Year 5 of the Algerian Revolution, translated and published in English under the title Studies in a Dying Colonialism, which was later shortened to A Dying Colonialism, and especially in The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon chronicles and critiques the specific forms of racial colonial violence taking place in Africa in general, and during the Algerian Revolution more specifically. It is a world where violence is seemingly primordial and always already omnipresent. According to Macy, what has come to be called Fanon's violence is primarily the violence of Algeria and its history, and obviously it was not Fanon who brought the epoch-breaking and epoch-making violence of racial colonialism to Algeria. 323. 324. Or to Africa more generally speaking, but, to be perfectly honest, European enslavers and racial colonizers. 476. 54. It is not revolutionary violence, but revolutionary humanism that is at the heart of Fanon's philosophy, and his revolutionary humanism conceptually connects his work with that of Dubois, Price-Mars, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, among other Africana thinkers, as well as the work of Hegel, Marx, Freud, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty, among other European thinkers. Indeed, if ever the time were taken to actually deeply explore and really critically engage the Africana intellectual tradition, objective interpreters would discover that Fanon's innovative synthesis of a wide range of theories and schools of thought from both the Africana and European intellectual traditions is one of the quintessential characteristics of the Africana intellectual tradition. As a matter of fact, each and every one of the figures who contributed to the formation and evolution of Negritude was as influenced by non-Africana, albeit most often European intellectual traditions, as they were distinctly continental and diasporan African theories and schools of thought. Which is to say, from Dubois and Price-Mars to Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, through to Fanon and Cabral, what really and truly distinguishes the evolution of the modern Africana intellectual tradition are the ways in which its key figures creatively combine disparate discourses emanating from both the Africana and European intellectual traditions. One would be hard-pressed to find more than a handful of European, and, we might add, European-American, philosophers and critical theorists who are truly knowledgeable of, and in deep critical dialogue with the Africana intellectual tradition. Most often, when and where European and European-American philosophers and critical theorists turn to a thinker arising out of the Africana intellectual tradition, it is typically to demonstrate the ways in which the Africana thinker's discourse is derivative of some supposedly great European or European-American male thinker's discourse. If, for no other reason, this is why Negritude, as both a distinct discursive formation and a distinct discursive practice, remains relevant, because of all the theories and schools of thought at the heart of the modern Africana intellectual tradition. Negritude, however crudely, created a discourse that was as influenced by the intellectual traditions of Africa as it was those of the African diaspora. What is more, and equally important, Negritude also created a discourse that was as influenced by the Africana intellectual tradition as it was the European intellectual tradition. When viewed from the framework provided by Negritude, Fanon's critical theory emerges as the conceptual culmination of the Negritude movement precisely because of his staunch stance against epistemic apartheid, what he termed the racialization of thought in the 324. 325. Wretched of the Earth, and his epistemic openness to not only the theories and schools of thought of the Africana intellectual tradition but, obviously, many of those originating out of the European intellectual tradition. Fanon's theses on violence help to distinguish his discourse from most, if not all, of his influences, whether Africana or European. In a sense, then, Fanon stands both within and without the Africana and European intellectual traditions. Similar to other truly critical theorists, Fanon courted controversy and sought to disrupt epistemic apartheid, à la Dubois, Price-Mars, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor. Fanon intentionally sought to shock and awe his readers with his discussion of racial colonial violence. Too many well-meaning, liberal white folk including Hegelianists, Marxists, Freudianists, existentialists, and phenomenologists were talking about, but ultimately talking around the issue of racial colonialism in ways that reinforced inaction, liberal lip service, and political posturing. As David Macy, 2000, shared, it is the term violence itself that is so scandalous. Indeed, had Fanon spoken of armed struggle, the book The Wretched of the Earth would have been much less contentious. 475. Fanon's contention that violence is at the core of revolutionary decolonization and, in fact, necessary for both the wretched of the earth and their racial colonizers to rescue and reclaim their humanity, quite simply cannot be attributed to any of his intellectual antecedents, neither Africana, example Damas, Césaire, or Senghor, nor European, example Marx, Freud, or Sartre. Even though Aitzedine Hadur's, 2005, work frequently seems to reduce Fanon to a discursive derivative of Sartre's existentialism, he is critical of those who overfocus on Fanon's conception of violence while downplaying or completely dismissing his discourse on revolutionary humanism. Some of Fanon's critics who are quick to dismiss the incendiary violence of the wretched of earth overlook the ethical concerns of Fanon's political project. This project inaugurates a new humanism that is predicated upon a Sartrean notion of existentialism and ethics of being for others. It insists on an ethics that respects difference and guarantees the freedom of self by recognizing the being of others. It is through this ethics of being for others that difference will be allowed to exist. It is through its historical agency and as a national consciousness actively involved in the future of the nation that difference will be allowed to be reproduced and will be respected. This kind of humanism is at variance with Senghor's. It does not drown the difference of the black colonized in a totalizing conception of negritude. It is not subtended by a Western notion of humanism or universalism that was complicit with colonialism. Fanon announces the birth of a new man with the decolonization of both colonizer and colonized. 299-300, see also Hadur 2006. 325. 326. Hadur could not have hit the nail on the head any harder than when he declared that Fanon's humanism is not subtended by a Western notion of humanism or universalism that was complicit with colonialism. This assertion is as applicable to Hegel, Marx, Freud, Sartre, and Merleau-Ponty, among Fanon's other European influences, as it is to Senghorian negritude, Africanite, Francite, and Francofrique. Even as Hadur acknowledged that Fanon articulated a new humanism, he once again, rather erroneously I solemnly believe, emphasized that Fanonian humanism is predicated upon a Sartrean notion of existentialism and ethics of being for others without saying a single word about the ways in which Fanon's humanism was as equally informed by Domitian and, undoubtedly, Caesarean anti-racist, anti-capitalist, and anti-colonialist humanism. As a matter of fact, to return to Faire Peau Neuve, Patrick Williams, 2003, deftly demonstrates that Fanonian humanism was as influenced by Caesarean humanism as it was Sartrean humanism when he asserted that the hope centered on a new humanism and a renewed humanity is something Fanon shares with other post-colonial thinkers, and then immediately exclaims. In Discourse on Colonialism, Césaire, like Fanon, considers Europe currently incapable of foregoing its pseudo-humanism for a truer version, though his vision of a transformed humanity is different in emphasis. Although Césaire was, up until the Soviet invasion of Hungary in 1956, a member of the Communist Party, Discourse on Colonialism reads more like a catalogue of the West's moral failings than a Marxist critique of its imperialist practices. At the very end, however, looking, like Fanon, for a source of future salvation, Césaire finds it in a different form of universalism, not a revitalized, though undifferentiated, humankind, but the only class that still has a universal mission, because it suffers in its flesh from all the wrongs of history, from all the universal wrongs, the proletariat. This is a position shared by Sartre in Black Orpheus and elsewhere, and the reason for the downgrading of negritude which so angered Fanon is that the racial claims of negritude must give way to the universal class ones of the proletariat. In some ways, ending discourse on colonialism as he does is quite courageous of Césaire, because he considered that Marxism in general, and the Communist Party in particular, did not give enough weight to the difference which being black made. It also represents a certain form of loyalty, since increasingly the proletariat as typically construed within Marxism, i.e., as the urban proletariat, was no longer regarded as the universal revolutionary class, especially in the Third World, where that role, as Fanon points out, falls to the peasantry. 187. In Williams's work there is a distinctly different tone and point of emphasis in his discussion of the conceptual connections between Fanon, Césaire. 326. 327. And Sartre that does not in any way leave the reader with the impression that Fanon was merely a discursive derivative and mindless disciple of Césaire and Sartre. It is abundantly clear to Williams, as it obviously is to the present author, that, even though influenced by the humanism of Césaire and Sartre, among others, Fanon's vision of a transformed humanity is different in emphasis than any of his influences, and different enough to give us grounds to cite and summon what has come to be called either Fanonian revolutionary humanism or, more simply, Fanonism. Williams's work displays an uncommon sensitivity to Fanon's influences, both Africana and European, as well as Fanon's innovations. One can only wonder why similar discursive approaches and discursive practices are not put into play more regularly when and where we come to the conceptual connections between Fanon and his Africana intellectual influences, especially the ways in which he was influenced by the work of Damas, Césaire, and Senghor. Haddour, being emblematic of those Fanon scholars who appear to be extremely fluent in the European intellectual tradition, but woefully ignorant of the Africana intellectual tradition, offers his readers yet another interpretation of Fanon that predictably privileges his European influences over his Africana influences, even as he, Haddour, makes it seem as though he is aware of Fanon's Africana influences by briefly discussing the ways in which Fanon was influenced by Césaire. Even though he, too, argues that Fanon's conception of freedom is largely Sartrean, even if Fanon has a deeper appreciation than Sartre had in being and nothingness of the difficulties certain material conditions pose for this conception, in The Assumption of Negritude, Aimé Césaire, Frantz Fanon, and the Vicious Circle of Racial Politics, 2002, Robert Bernasconi ultimately asserted. Fanon is widely identified as a critic of the Negritude movement. This impression is at best the result of an oversimplification of his rich and complex argument. First and foremost, it is a consequence of a widespread tendency to define the Negritude movement too narrowly. Fanon is consistently critical of those figures associated with the Negritude movement who, like Cheikh Anta Diop, focused on black history. He was also critical of Léopold Senghor for his tendency to essentialize black identity. However, there is an ambivalence in Fanon's relation toward Aimé Césaire, on the grounds that he was an inspiration for a possible future, even if at times he remained locked in the past. 55, 79. It would seem that here we have come full circle, back to the contention with which I began this chapter, and that was that Fanon's attitude toward European and specifically French schools of thought was just as complex and ambivalent, in the words of Haddour, and open and changing, in the words of Genzier, as was his relationship with schools of thought arising. 327. 328. Out of the Africana intellectual tradition, and the Negritude movement in particular. I could not agree with Bernasconi more than when he wrote that those interpreters who only understand Fanon to be a critic of the Negritude movement have, at best, oversimplified his rich and complex argument and relationship with the Negritude movement, and Aimé Césaire's work in particular, and, at worst, put into play the very racialization of thought and epistemic apartheid that Fanon railed against on page after page of The Wretched of the Earth. By critically examining Fanon's critical theory of radical disalienation in black skin, white masks and critical theory of revolutionary decolonization in The Wretched of the Earth, this chapter has sought to expatiate, chronicle, and analyze several of the significant features of the origins and evolution of Fanonism in light of the Negritude movement. Here I have been primarily, and almost exclusively, concerned with Fanon's theoretical and political legacies in the aftermath of the Negritude movement, that is to say, with the ways in which he constructed, deconstructed, and reconstructed theory, and the aims, objectives, and concrete outcomes of his theoretical applications and discursive practices in light of his initial embrace and eventual rejection of myriad elements of the Negritude movement. Even with his initial embrace and eventual rejection of key aspects of Negritude, yet and still, Fanon carried over a number of concepts that were quintessential to, or, at the very least, introduced to him by the Negritude Movement, from his focus on assimilation and alienation to his discourse on democratic socialism and decolonization. Therefore, in the foregoing sections of this chapter I have confronted conventional interpretations or, rather, misinterpretations of Fanon that either seek to turn him and his work into Marxian humanism, Freudian psychoanalysis, Sartrean existentialism, or Merleau-Pontian phenomenology, or a derivative of some other form of European philosophy or theory by reinterpreting his ideas and actions from the vantage point of the Africana intellectual tradition in general, and the Negritude movement in particular. As has been stated repeatedly throughout the preceding chapters, negritude meant, and continues to mean, many different things to many different people. Although the intellectual antecedents of negritude in either Harlem or Haiti did not call their work negritude, their efforts to synthesize aesthetics, poetics, politics, and social theory informed by continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle in light of anti-black racism, capitalism, and colonialism can be understood to be proto-negritude, if not indeed the genesis of negritude, by another name. Even when we come to the respective discourses of Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, then too there is no conceptual consensus as to exactly what negritude is and is not. Consequently, those who quickly and preemptively intellectually quarantine the influence of the 328, 329 Negritude movement primarily to the work of Jane Nardal, Paulette Nardal, Andrea Nardal, Leon Damas, Aimé Césaire, Suzanne Césaire, Leopold Senghor, Alien Diop, Cheikh Anta Diop, David Diop, Birago Diop, Jacques Rabimanangara, Alien Sarr, and the intellectual activists associated with Legitime Defense, La Revue du Monde Noir, L'Étudiant Noir, Les Griots, Tropiques, and the Présence Africaine journal and publishing house fail to fully comprehend that the insurgent idea of negritude is ever evolving and that Fanon's critical theory is actually indicative of negritude's evolution in particular, and the evolution of the Africana intellectual tradition more broadly speaking. Beyond Fanon and Fanonism, it is important to reflect on what the negritude movement actually did and achieved, not merely the laundry list of the ways in which it was a political and philosophical failure. The previous chapters detailed many of the strengths and weaknesses of Damas, Césaire, and Senghor's work, but here in closing I believe that it is important to exclaim alongside Abiola Iral in the African Experience in Literature and Ideology, 1990, that even when all of the criticism it has received has been taken into serious consideration, negritude remains one of the most deconstructive and reconstructive, indeed insurgent, Africana theories and schools of thought because a distinctive vision of Africa and the black man, and of his relation to the world, stands at the very heart of the literature of negritude and informs it in a fundamental way, provides what can be said to constitute the mental structure that underlies the imaginative expression of the French-speaking black writers, and which emerges with a sharp clarity in the ideological writings. The rehabilitation of Africa, which stands out as the central project of negritude, thus represents a movement towards the recovery of a certain sense of spiritual integrity by the black man, as the definition of a black collective identity, as well as of a new worldview, derived from a new feeling for the African heritage of values and of experience. 67-68, see also Iral 2011. In negritude's new feeling for, and approach to the African heritage of values and of experience lies an incredibly important challenge to anti-black racist, racial colonialist, and racial capitalist conceptions of who continental and diasporan Africans have been, who continental and diasporan Africans are now, why continental and diasporan Africans are the way they are, what continental and diasporan Africans have historically done about it, and what we, contemporary Africans and our authentic Africanist allies, can actually do about it now. In the previous chapters, whether discussing Du Bois and the Harlem Renaissance, or Price Mars and the Haitian Renaissance, or Damas, Césaire, Senghor and the Negritude movement, or, the primary preoccupation of the present chapter, Fanon and Fanonism, the line of logic that forms 329, 330. A leitmotif conceptually connecting these respective discourses revolves around all of these theorists and schools of thought unapologetically asserting the humanite and Africanite of continental and diasporan Africans, prior to, during, and anterior to their enslavement, racial colonization, and subsequent racial segregation or apartheidization. The extreme importance of continental and diasporan Africans unapologetically asserting their humanite and Africanite may seem like a non sequitur to the Negritude movement's mostly European scholars and critics, but many of these scholars and critics, however unwittingly, have produced works that have undeniably contributed to the European imperialist invention of Africa, as Valentin-Yves Mutombe, 1988, put it in his magisterial monograph. Prior to the Negritude movement, Du Bois and the Harlem Renaissance and Price Mars and the Haitian Renaissance collectively sought to rescue and reclaim Africa, and critique the invention of Africa by European imperialists. During the Negritude movement, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, albeit as we witnessed in chapters 2, 3, and 4 in greatly differing ways, endeavored to rehabilitate and revalorize Africa and African people, history, and culture worldwide. Finally, in the aftermath of the Negritude movement, Fanon, however hesitantly and critically, carried over several of its core concepts and synthesized them with Marxism, Freudianism, existentialism, and phenomenology, among other schools of thought, to initially create a critical theory of radical disalienation that ultimately gave way to a critical theory of revolutionary decolonization that remains relevant and continues to influence contemporary discursive formations and discursive practices, from postmodernism and postcolonialism to subaltern theory and critical race theory. If the Negritude movement achieved nothing else, conceptually codifying the unapologetic assertion of continental and diasporan Africans humanite and Africanite in an anti-black racist and white supremacist colonial capitalist world, and being a bridge between Du Bois, the New Negro movement, and the Harlem Renaissance, as well as Price Mars and the Haitian Renaissance, on the one hand, and Fanon and Fanonism, which ultimately influenced Cabral and Cabralism, on the other hand, in and of itself is enough to justify its existence, its successes and failures, its breakthroughs and setbacks. Perhaps no one has enunciated the overarching importance of the Negritude movement better than Lequis Outlaw in On Race and Philosophy, 1996, where B explained that in Negritude we have the reclamation of the place of Africans on the stage of human history, but now cast in roles defined by Africans who have structured those roles out of what they take to be the meanings of African histories and existences, he importantly concluded, both of which are seen as decidedly different, or ought to be, from the histories and existences of peoples of Europe. 67, emphasis in original. 330. 331. Where Irl argued that it is the rehabilitation of Africa which stands out as the central project of Negritude, Outlaw countered by strongly stressing the fact that the complex of strategies that we now refer to as Negritude involved much more than the rehabilitation of Africa. According to Outlaw, in addition to the construction of a philosophical anthropology carved out of African ebony, there was also an equally important effort on the part of the Negritude theorists to displace from its dominating position the paradigm of rationalist epistemology championed by proponents of philosophy by arguing in favor of an epistemology that had its basis in African racial/biocultural life worlds. 67. Indeed, an extremely important, although often overlooked aspect of the Negritude agenda was to identify the elements and practices constituting these life worlds, these African racial/biocultural life worlds, and to unrepentantly reclaim and rehabilitate them from the twisted amnesia resulting from European colonialism and enslavement, in other words, resulting from the diabolical combination of European imperialist racialization and colonization. Consequently, along with arguments identifying and articulating African epistemology, the Negritude movement bequeathed African-centered aesthetics, axiology, and socio-political philosophies that continue to influence the ongoing evolution of the Africana intellectual tradition. Outlaw closed his comments on Negritude contending, like all discursive ventures, Negritude was not a homogeneous unity, nor is there consensus regarding the meaning of the term. and there continue to be powerful, and sometimes persuasive, criticisms of Senghorian negritude. Nonetheless, the negritude arguments, fundamentally, involved a profound displacement of the African invented by Europeans. It is this African challenge and displacement, through radical critique and counter-construction, that have been deconstructive in particularly powerful and influential ways, involving direct attacks on the assumed embodiment of the paragon of humanity in whites of Europe, an attack that forces this embodiment back upon itself, forces it to confront its own historicity, its own wretched history of atrocities, and the stench of the decay announcing the impending death of the hegemonic ideal of the Greco-European rational man. 67. Damas, Césaire, and Senghor each took issue with Sartre's characterization of negritude as an anti-racist racism, insisting that their anti-racist theories and praxis, quite simply, should never be confused with or conceptually collapsed into any form of racism, even a counter-racism or reverse racism. Negritude was not an anti-racist racism, but, according to Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, a form of radical humanism informed by, and emanating from, the collective ethos of the African world, classical and contemporary, continental and diasporan. It is easy to understand why and how negritude has 331. 332. Generally fallen out of favor during the first decades of the 21st century. Our epoch is one dominated by the postmodernist, post-colonialist, and anti-essentialist view that human difference should not be subsumed under the rubric of racial identity, and certainly not black racial identity, which may very well have been valid and viable as a response to colonialism but now, in light of our purportedly post-colonial period, no longer has any substantial meaning or purpose. However, for those of us faithfully following Fanon and Cabral who understand classical colonialism to have merely morphed and mutated into neocolonialism, and neocapitalism, for those of us who understand that racialization always and everywhere accompanies colonization in continental and diasporan Africa, and, finally, for those of us who anguishingly continue to wrestle with issues of assimilation, alienation, hybridization, creolization, decolonization, re-Africanization, dehumanization, and, perhaps most importantly, rehumanization, the Negritude movement, and specifically the respective theories and praxis of Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, remain relevant. Ultimately, as we have witnessed in the preceding chapters and the foregoing of this chapter, the Negritude movement continues to assist us in our ongoing efforts to identify and critique the African invented by Europeans, as Outlaw put it above. The real or authentic African, above and beyond indeed, in spite of de-Africanization, Europeanization, racialization and colonization, the African that the Negritude movement sought so desperately to discursively discover and further develop, the African that Fanon and Cabral solemnly devoted their lives to decolonizing, re-Africanizing, and rehumanizing is as alive and well and still raising hell, as are the sacred spirits of W.E.B. Du Bois, Pan-Africanism, the New Negro Movement, the Harlem Renaissance, Jean Price Mars, Haitianism, the Haitian Renaissance, Leon Damas, Aimé Césaire, Leopold Senghor, and Frantz Fanon. Long live the spirit of the Negritude movement. Domitian Negritude lives? Caesarean Negritude lives? Senghorian Negritude lives? Fanonism lives?